mean, not jail, but the court, the police, and told and made it to where he had to confess to it. And the woman's family was not happy about how many years and he got sent to prison over.
Even though he tried to cover up a crime.
Yeah, covering it up and all that. And he, what you call that? He had drugs in his system as well. He was going real fast, and it was on the cameras. It was about him, how fast he was going, and it showed how fast and all that. And the thing of it is, they looked and said, for what he did and for his whole thing, he didn't show no remorse at all. But the thing of it is, they said the woman's family looked and said he shows no remorse for what he doesn't seem to understand what he's done wrong. And and when that happens and all that it happened more than once. Like here in West Frankfort, there's over 4 people got killed by people running over them and all that. One is our got killed to us by people running never found out who did it, but it does happen, and there's no way of finding out unless you have cameras. But when that stuff does happen, it really does need to be more enforced, but set things up too to where it's like what happened with the 17 and 18-year-old at the school here in the U.S. It was a shooting. It was not at a school, but I forget the name. It was a religious place, and the mother of one of the boys called the cops because he was missing for a long period of time. And he was acting really. He was depressed. He was showing signs of depression. Yeah, depression, really bad. And he was talking about a lot of things and all, like about hurting people and all that. And well, she noticed that and when she was talking to the police, she mentioned him and his friend, and they were both dressed up as military fatigues, and the cops and all of that was alerted to the fact about that. It was right after that happened, her call and talking to the cops that all that happened, and all them people were running out because the cops and the snipers were there. The whole place was locked down and all that. They found them too, and later on, about 2 blocks down, dead, self-inflicted wounds. They killed each other. Before they did, they started firing at the guy that was mowing yards, and then killed themselves. And it was saying that it was racist. The religion, they hated that religion, and that's the reason why all that happened. But when people goes to that point of harming other people, the guard that was there as well, he had 8 kids. 2 other people died. But if he didn't do what he did, as they said, it could have went a lot worse. That security guard saved a lot of people's life because for what he locked the doors and whatever else he has done to kept them too from getting in the building, rest of the building. But he did that. He did, the security guard did. And he was, I mean, I have to give credit for that guy. I mean, yeah, he died, and but if he didn't do what he did, there would be far more worse, far more people gotten killed by them too.
Potentially, yeah. You don't know. Again, you haven't got a crystal ball.
Well, yeah, because when all the people was running out of the building and all that they were on the other where from where they were locked up at the building where that security guard and the two other people.
But the point is that it didn't happen. Therefore, you don't know what could have happened, what may have potentially happened.
Well, but they said that it. Well, no, that's true. But I'm just saying, whatever he did do, and it could have been far worse. Okay,
and it could have been far less.
Well, it's a 50 thing. Yeah, that's true. But look at all the other schooling things too. Like that time when that one officer waited a little too long and extra people got hurt from it. Okay.
Yeah, but you should look up one case and then suggest that all cases, similar cases, are going to have the same sort of outcome. Because you look at each case individually.
Yeah, but you look at too. I'm looking at that like, okay, how many the age group as well, and they had their own gun. The one that his mom called the cops and all that made the thing about her son gone and all that. They had a gun. They're talking about the parents that has children, but they're talking too that if you have a gun in your home, but if you do not have what you call a gun safe and stuff like that, if you yourself as a person don't keep it locked up and all that, and put the bullets out. Make sure the bullets out of the gun, clear it out, put it away, lock it up, and with the same thing with the bullets as well too. To where
let's go down to being responsible.
Yeah, but there's families that doesn't do that. Like that one boy and his father. His father bought this boy's father and mother bought him a gun for Christmas. Okay, later on, after Christmas went by, something I don't know. Well, he went on a rampage at the school, started shooting people. He did. The state looked and said, "Well, no, we're going to prosecute you guys for what your son done, because you had cases. People have told you your son's been acting a little high strung. Like he was ready to short circuit. Where when you get upset with people and all that."
Okay, so irrelevant of the parental guidance then.
Well,
what about the school?
Huh?
Surely he had teachers that noticed.
Well, yeah, but they did, and they contacted his parents. They did, and the parents acted like, "Oh, we talked to him. It was all cleared up." But then next thing you know, a few days or a few weeks, I forget which one, had that thing that happened at the school, the shooting. But the thing of it is, the parents didn't have the gun locked up, in a safe place to where just not his son couldn't get to it. No one could. You don't, like they say.
So what are you saying, that the US is suffering from weak parenting and weak social services?
Yeah, that if you as an adult buy a gun for your child, but don't put it away and be supervised with the gun with the kid. Okay, just let your kid walk up and take the gun at any point in time he wants, and start shooting with whatever, and you're not knowing what's going on, where he's at with the gun, more or less keeping an eye out to where what day and what time. Okay, where when he comes back and all that, when he has gotten it and when he brings it back. And too that, okay, where whoever else is with him and all that, point blank say that, hey, you're the only one that is permitted to, make sure that no one else can be messing with the gun. Because I guess it's just way too many people that has messed with guns outside of the kid, just not him, but his friends, using the gun as well for shooting for practice. People have said that people that buys guns for their kids and their kids go walk out with a gun and they do the practice target shooting and they got a bunch of friends with them as well too. If they ain't being taught that, okay, you want to make sure if your friend's going to shoot the gun, make sure that they're somewhat, I get how steady. They're in the right. They're not upset about nothing. They ain't, make sure that they ain't going to harm anyone when they got the gun in their hand, more or less. Make sure that you know who you're letting mess with your gun. Make sure that they're not going to harm you or anyone else. Doing practice shooting,
So this is really a sort of cultural thing where you're saying that parents should instill, parents and society as a whole should instill more responsibility into these kids.
Yeah, reasonable, not where you're with an iron fist. If you don't do it like this, but calm, where you don't try to shove something, the rules down their throat, because no one's going to like that. You as an adult wouldn't want someone walking up, one of your balls getting a little too, what you call it, forceful with you, pushing, about it has to be this way, getting up in your face, pushing the issue about if you don't do it this way, then what's going to happen to you? You're going to lose your job, we'll blackball you and all that. It's the thing that intimidation, you don't want people trying to intimidate you doing the way they want you to do it.
Well, up to a point, there's an argument for that. I mean, let's say, give an example. If you are going to murder somebody, then you expect to go to prison, or in some states expect to be lawfully executed.
Yeah. Well, like you heard about that, didn't you? About that one prisoner on death row, he decided to go his own way. He looked at the judge and said, "Judge, can I have my own way of execution? Not the lethal injection, but he had the firing squad. Okay. He stood there, and that state fire squad him, shot him instead of here in the U.S. And they permitted it. And there's other cases that they're talking about letting them decide on how they want to die on death row. You can be shot. You can be hung.
Well, it depends on the state.
Yeah. Well, no. The person that's dying on death row.
Yeah, it depends on the state.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But that's what they're talking about. And it's like they're talking about doing all that. We're giving them the right on how they want to die.
Okay.
And but it's a thing that when certain things like John Deere tractors, they got a little bit of company here, but their main thing is all down there in Mexico. 75% of it's all down in Mexico.
Yeah, but just because it's manufactured in Mexico, but they're still selling to the US market.
Yeah,
therefore
but
have to uphold US laws.
No. Well, yeah, that part does. The one what's here in the US does that part. But the rest, no. Because they're following what Mexico sets their laws for.
No, as an example, if let's say an American company starts manufacturing, I don't know, kettles for the UK market, they've still got to conform to British electrical standards. The kettles still have to be able to run on 240 volts instead of 110 volts.
Well, yeah, that's what I was referring to is like, okay, you know how you guys got standards about okay the construction of the machines and all that and of the building. You know, you got
Yeah. The
okay
CE
in
stamps and stuff, the
yeah,
BS,
but
yes.
Canada, I mean Mexico. I'm sorry, Mexico don't do that. You
Oh,
can build however
Canada's
you
got
want to. Yeah, but they
Canada's still got certain standards.
well,
I would
yeah,
even imagine Mexico's got
well, yeah.
certain standards.
mm, well, they they don't. I don't. Well, when I was down there one time with me and a bunch of friends and all that.
It may be different standards to what you
Yeah,
are used to, but it's still standards.
yeah. But what I'm referring to is that okay, if you're going to take a multi-million-dollar company go from the U.S. to Mexico because of cheaper labor, cheaper building material, and all that. Okay, but then you're going to think that you're going to take all that and you only got about 20% here in the US. Okay. And you're thinking of where you can get all the benefits, what the government usually gives to you as when you're a fully 100% there in the US. Okay.
Benefits? What benefits does the
Well,
US?
you would get like, like bailout money if you having problems upgrading your business, you would get money from the
Okay,
government to help. Okay.
taxpayer.
Yeah. So by doing that, by them moving there to Mexico, they would be exempt from any of that period because they're no longer a U.S. company. That 80% ain't. Whether if they do all their manufacturing in Mexico, they're exempt from any of the material, for the things of updating computer stuff for manufacturing of the tractors and
So
all
isn't
that.
that better for the US taxpayer then?
Yeah, to where it eliminates that. That
Yeah,
where
because the US taxpayer doesn't have to pay for these extra benefits.
yeah, and charge them like regular foreign countries when they bring their stuff over. We call it like okay, if you're paying what like when it comes over the border, I forget what they call it, where you pay for it, your stuff to be shipped over from one country to the other.
Import, export
Yeah.
taxes. Okay.
Well, okay, you set it up to where okay, since they're no longer part of they're still affiliated with the U.S., but they're all being manufactured in another country. Their standards are quite different than what. Okay,
Yeah, but
but
they still got to abide by US standards if they are wanting to sell within the US.
yeah, yeah, that's true. But what I'm saying is set it up to where the parts that no longer is no longer here you in the U.S. You charge another country bringing their stuff in.
Mhm.
You charge a little bit more.
He's talking about tariffs.
Yeah, not too
Okay.
much, but was like with Ford.
Okay, now I've got
And
YouTube set up. It took me a while. I stepped away and I smoked a cigarette and stuff. Got coffee and everything set up, so everything's good to go. I can hear you guys are having an interesting conversation. In just a moment, I came back in. Robert went on another political tantrum, didn't he?
something like that.
Yeah. I got in here and this damn computer chair freaking decided it had a mind of its own. It freaking lifted up on me, and now I'm trying to get it to go back down, and it won't go down.
Oh, you right there.
That's what I've been doing. No.
Blame foreign manufacturers.
Yeah. That's what it is. I think this thing came from China. That country Robert likes. He keeps calling it Japan too, so if you hear him say Japan, there's a good chance that he's saying China.
Okay.
He's got this obsession with Japan. He can't call it freaking China. He has to call it Japan.
Well, they're so much alike. They are.
No, they aren't, Robert.
Well, they're both. Where if you don't agree with their politics, you look at what their politics are. Okay. I mean, if you disagree with them, what happens to them?
You know, Japan has more freedom than England and the United States put together, right? Like, you can get away with freaking pretty much anything in Japan almost.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean, you can't compare Japan to freaking China, dude. It's a really bad comparison.
That's like comparing the US to North Korea.
Yeah. Or, you know, England to Germany.
Yeah.
well, playing over this when what was it? I haven't seen the video. I was looking
Watch,
for it on the news.
he's going to compare England to Germany now.
No. I was referring to when German. I mean not German. Tokyo, and where when that island they were talking about trying to take back, okay, and they stuck their boat in between Tokyo and Japan did, and to see what happens and all that if they get fired upon by them. When they shoved, they took their big warship boat through the thing to show
Tokyo is in Japan.
huh?
It's on
Yeah,
the same
Japan.
island.
He does. I tried to explain to him, like, remember last year on Untethered when we did that whole thing about the freaking Russian and Chinese battleships that went through the trench right there? It's a routine that they always do. It's a cooperative exercise that they do together. Remember that? Tried to explain to Robert that that's what they do. They do it every year together, and every media or every platform, every channel just blows that up, and they throw it out there everywhere. Oh no, Chinese battleships have just went by Japan. And it's like they do it every freaking year. It's no big deal. It's clickbait, you know. It's just something that they always freaking put out there, and everybody goes to it because, oh no, they're gonna freaking attack Japan, and no, they don't. It's that trench right between Japan and Korea.
Okay.
You know, and they always do it every freaking year. That's why I was wondering about that thing that we talked about the other day about the Russian submarines near England. I'm wondering.
Yeah. No, that's only been a recent sort of phenomenon.
Is it so?
Sort of
Are they? You think they're going to turn that into an exercise though, where they do that on a regular basis?
It seems like, from what I'm hearing, it is becoming a regular sort of thing.
What do you mean?
But not officially.
He's talking about. You remember when we were talking about the Russian ships going through the English Channel? We
okay. We're next to their oil facilities in the ocean.
No, it was. We were talking too about they could possibly tap into the lines and stuff for communications and things like that underwater.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like Watergate. You know about Watergate.
That's Nixon.
Yeah.
Nixon did the same thing.
That's got nothing. That's
Yeah, he tapped into the
He
phone
didn't.
line
He didn't do it. He didn't do it 1,000 leagues under the sea, though, Robert. There's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Office buildings are a lot different than.
your office buildings don't float on water.
Yeah, that's a big difference, man.
Well, generally speaking, not.
Well, I mean, for me personally, I don't see why people in today's world would put that much effort into something like that, because like there's so many easier ways to tap into people's communication systems than going under the water and tapping into wires.
Oh yeah, yeah. You, Robert, wasn't you the on that show that was speculating about that sort of thing?
You can stick like a thing where you can listen in on the communications.
Yeah, yeah. You were speculating on that sort of thing about physically tapping into lines. Like this was some sort of 1950s sort of Cold War
Yeah, he's like
KGB
that.
propaganda film.
That's why he watches the news in the first place. He thinks that shit. He thinks that it's all one big espionage.
Well, I didn't.
KGB.
Well, you heard. Well, in the U.S., 1952, at the ambassador place, where you go when you're from overseas, you go there. Well, on the thing that they it showed and it demonstrated the whole thing that they made
Just,
up a thing they did.
just to remind you, people like Richard Burton and John Ford have been dead for many years.
Well, yeah, but this happened during that time where they gave a plaque to him with Washington bird with the flag and all that, and inside of it they found out how they did it. It did not have no power source in it. They did, but the device, a big tail, like an antenna, it picks up where when they hit it with their device, they could be sitting there outside about 2 blocks with a satellite dish pointed to the office where it's the device would get activated by the sound by a certain frequency and all that, picks up all sounds in the room.
So
And
next
the government
time you are near a public building, keep your eyes open for big antennas, big satellite dishes.
No. They were in the van outside, about a block away. They were picking that, listening to all the communications in the place.
They do that all the time, you know that, right? That's like this goes back to the 80s, no, 80s and 90s.
Yeah, but this was the first time that this has happened, and it gave them a new way of bugging things.
Back in the 1920s, they do it all the time now. Is what I'm saying. Now they don't even have to do all that shit. Like that's extra stuff that they have to do. They don't. Like at one time, hackers used to actually have to go to freaking towers and tap into the tower so they could hack into somebody's freaking system. Now they don't.
Tapping in telephone wires.
Yeah, now they don't even have to do that. It's like they can sit at home in the luxury of their own house and do it. You know. So I mean, you're talking about old tech right there.
Yeah, but it was but from that old tech, it started off with a whole new bunch of newer stuff. What I'm saying is, because as the U.S. said, they never thought of it. It was high tech during that time that they never seen anything of it like that before. The guy from prison from the Soviet Union was in prison. He manufactured it for the Russians because they did not give him no choice, and it was that good to where if it doesn't get activated by them, in the van, you would never pick it up, and they were doing that bugging thing.
You just reminded me of things like the old Mission Impossible self-exploding tape recorders and umbrellas with poison darts in them.
Yeah. Well, you heard about that one on the airplane. The guy died because when he did die, they did an autopsy. They had a little hole in it in the guy's back, and the umbrella had mercury in it and was injected into them, killed them.
Oh, there was a case about 15 years ago in the UK with a
Yeah.
Russian dissident.
Uh-huh. I think that's it.
Similar sort of case, yeah. About 15 years ago, I think.
So I went on to check on the mines to see what was going on there. Tan reminded our post telling everybody that when I said that I'm going to set up Mines Roundtable weekend, and I got a vote up from David O'Neill and Tan Hytran, and Tan reminded it. So if anybody's on Minds.com and they want to come in and be a part of the conversation, you're more than welcome. That's all I got to say on that.
No. Let's not continue having conversations there about exploding tape recorders.
Oh, that's all Robert's gonna want. Now, on the Minds channel, or I guess you could say, on May the 19th, Minds posted, "There may be nothing more dangerous than the idea that the government has a right to keep human knowledge of history and nature of reality a secret."
Which government?
I guess they mean all governments.
No.
And then on March the 18th, they also posted, "You can now download videos on the browser version of Minds." So
yeah, so that means don't expect your ownership to be kept intact.
Then on February the 21st, they said, "We've made some big improvements to the Minds Plus feed in the main navigation, so it now is a discovery feed of all content posted by Minds Plus and Pro members, not just paywall content."
What does that mean, Raj?
This is stuff that pertains to Minds.
Okay, so what has the last post? There's may be nothing more dangerous than the idea that the government has and whatever got to do with Minds.
I have no idea. They posted it on my
So that's just another big Ottoman stupid sort of post that have got absolutely no relevance about Minds in itself.
right. Most likely. Most likely it's
Now,
just
when is he ever going to become a professional? Or act like a professional?
Well, I think they take turns on getting on here so that they can actually make comments to make it appear like they're active on here. You know what I mean? Now,
Who's that?
Bill Altman.
Oh, provide suitable content that's
Have I-
relevant to the platform then.
Mm-hmm.
Have I talked to them yet? Or have they ever been on my phone?
No, Robert. This is called Minds Roundtable Weekend Event.
Oh, okay. No, but I'm meaning by people.
Minds.com.
Yeah.
So we're going through our Minds information and stuff like that. So that's what I'm doing right now. So now after that, Auto Excelsior also voted up our posts, inviting people onto the show if they wish to come on. And I believe, yeah, he also reminded the post as well, or he created, and it looks like he quoted it. And what you were talking about, Robert, is like when it comes to the Minds, the website. That's what I was reading the last one. It was supposed to be big improvements to Minds Plus feeds in the main navigation. It's like, you know how you have
Okay. How often do you look at the discovery feeds?
But in what way is it improving?
Yeah. How often do you?
I go into the news feed, and
Okay.
all they have up there for me is For You, then Top, and then Latest, and then Groups.
So any channels that you've subscribed to?
No, I mean it's like I don't even have the option of seeing any of that. Like now on minds.com, it's just for you. It's your tags, trending, and latest. Then it says on top, submit a
The
paywall
Explorer,
post.
the trending, then the trending menu options.
Yeah, the trending. Yeah, there we go. We got, and those are just SEO. That's hashtags. If you want to go and hit hashtags,
It's
and
just latest content, and I think it's is it mainly latest content is from people that you. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
well, I mean, for me, it's just like the latest is it's all just like not really interesting. It's all the old stuff. You know what I mean? Well, actually, they got a couple different people on here now. The only one I
Yeah, but
see,
isn't it? It's all channels that you've already subscribed to.
no, like Cleavage Crumbs, I haven't subscribed to her, and she's on there.
Maybe not. Yeah. Okay.
And then they got Tragestator, whatever that is. Yeah, all these are just people that I
Okay. Yeah.
so yeah, that's the latest. Now on my tags that they don't even have all of the tags that I put on there. They need to really work on that one. And then like trending, it's anime, finance, Friday, meme war, and then hashtag M. You know, hashtag MAGA.
Yeah.
Just some crazy stuff like that.
Well, I'd take very much notice of this.
So it's pretty ridiculous, to be honest with you. Let me get back to what mine's post is saying. I'll go through some of them. That last one. I would like to see some more action or some more stuff actually taking place. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't see very much activity whatsoever on mine. Like it's a ghost town, and now they've gotten rid of the thumbs up and thumbs down. Like
Well,
what
they've got a thumbs up then, but
no, I mean,
yeah,
well, yeah, they got the thumbs up thing, but they don't do the views.
yeah.
Okay, now on February the 11th, mine's posted comments now appear live on Wednesday. Finally.
They resolved all those reward tokens up to something like the 28th, 29th of last month.
Really?
Yeah, you know that GitLab ticket that was dating back all the way back to something like September the 1st or something. And every single I think it was something like 4 weeks worth of rewards that weren't being paid out.
Oh my God,
But they resolved that up to the 29th.
I'm so embarrassed too. This is actually content from March and February of 2025, so they haven't done anything on here for like a year.
Yeah.
Wow, that's kind of embarrassing. I'm embarrassed I even wrote that or talked about that. I was thinking that was this year. That's crazy. So
Hasn't
mine's
been much development at all on mines.
Minds Plus
especially now that they let all their staff go and have not replaced them. The large amount of the development, the large amount of development staff.
The last post they made on Minds Plus group was October the 23rd of 2024. And that was it.
And they wonder why they don't last very long when they don't keep up on at their end.
Well, they haven't kept up on their end for quite a long time now. Like they basically, I was telling them whenever they went into the Fediverse, I forgot the name that they call that again. But it's basically the Fediverse. Like that's usually where they send their freaking, or most people send their websites to go to die. Basically, they don't want to just get rid of it. But
what is that?
It's kind of like the web, but it's just nodes. Like Minds.com is just one node among an entire sea of little bitty nodes, and you can go in there and set up your own shit and make it into a node, and then connect to this node or that node, and it's really really complicated. But but when people do that and they have websites, that's what they usually do that for. They don't want to they don't want to get rid of it, you know what I mean? But they still don't want to work on it, so they publish it on the Fediverse and leave it alone. Because it's like I said, whenever they first did that, I was like, you watch, you're going to find out that all you're going to start getting is a bunch of notifications from porn bots that are freaking all into porn and shit. And you go on the chats and all you see is these freaking, like, these porn bots. Hi, how you doing? Accept me, and until
But that's just users will. That's just standard users, just saying hi. Please join my channel. Thank you.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's like they're not. They have a channel and they don't even have content on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, precisely.
So it's kind of crazy. So it's strange. It's really strange. We actually got somebody in the Minds Roundtable Weekend event chat. After I posted that on Minds in the chat, they said thanks. Is from Rugged. Here on Minds.com. Do a shout out for her. Say thank you for making a comment in chat. That looks like all there is. I don't even know if I want to do any or say anything more about that. That was embarrassing. I think I've embarrassed myself. I only did that because, Tan gets all he gets feisty whenever we don't do stuff that's mind related.
Okay.
And plus, I gotta break you two up. You're making a fool of yourselves on national television.
Well, we can't do any worse than Minds do. I mean, Minds have no purpose. I can think of 10 things what Minds ain't, and that's really sad.
It's I don't know. I was pretty riled up from a long time ago, back whenever I first started, and the more I try to be more open-minded about it, the worse freaking these people get. Like, and everybody thinks that I'm such an asshole because I have a problem with Bill Altman and everybody. That's the administration. But, don't get me wrong. I enjoy the people on Minds. I do. I enjoy hanging out with them and talking to them. But I don't freaking... I really don't like the behaviors that these people have fucking done. I'd say since at least 2020.
Try working with them since 2017.
Yeah, you've been around since the beginning. Right there doing all
Not the
that shit.
beginning, but
Well, after they came out of beta, I know you were there.
what does that even mean?
That was well, they came out of beta what, 2017,
Did
16?
they? Did they ever beta, whatever version number you want to call it?
Well, I mean, they don't even have themselves registered as alpha anymore. You know what I mean?
What happened to when the digital thing that countries were talking about that site, how it has it, and they were wanting to fight against that about the digital websites where they can't locate it or track what's going in and what's coming out, watching whatever is going on.
Okay, you're going to have to explain that further.
Yeah, I don't really understand what you're talking about either.
Well, someone was saying that there's countries they checking it out of certain websites that if like you got your websites where you completely disappear, where you can locate other websites and all that, but there's websites that's being like cloaked where the U.S. government can't look at it, find out how many people that's going in, what the site's doing. It's like data protection. It's in like data encryption of the site. Where
What do these sites do? What's the purpose of these sites?
well, where when people would go in, they laid up there some of the movies or obscene movies of an adult, but to where they don't, where government can't crack on them about it, and other places can put whatever they want to inside,
Wait,
and nobody.
hold up, are you talking about the dark web?
No, not the dark web. It's
Marketing.
just
Yeah, I don't even agree with that term, but I know a lot of people still use it. It's like I still want to do an actual show about the dark web because I think a lot of people they would be amazed the reason why freaking this quote unquote dark web came into being. Like it's because of regulations and enforcement that caused it. You know what I'm saying? Like over the years. Like what people call the dark web today was actually just the internet at one point.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that was the internet, and just as time came down, like regulations and freaking law enforcement just started putting on more and more pressure until finally it became freaking the dark web.
The dark web, the Apache server that I've got running in the smallest corner of my basement. It's very dark down there.
He's being sarcastic, just so you know.
Yeah.
well, the best part about it is, hey, at least if he wants something to keep him warm, he can always go down there.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it's not warm in the basement. My God.
Well, when you got something blowing hot air,
Well, no, it's a small Raspberry Pi with an Apache server on it. So it's not really that warm.
well, but they were talking about the black web, dark web, and all that about all from I don't know how people are using it and all that, but well, the identity theft now they're talking like, okay, you stop to think about it. People from the overseas, the one that whoever does do it from overseas, they can go and take identity from here, the U.S., bring it back over there, put it through the process of, and there ain't no way people from here in the U.S. will ever find out that their identity has been taken overseas and being used over there. Passports, buying materials, and all that.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
for me, I think that for all that, it's really about what it's being used for. Now, if you wake up one day and you get a notification in your mail that your house is being foreclosed on and that freaking everything's going into freaking probate, you know something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I'm
well,
referring
I
to.
mean, and then like whenever like you were talking about too, there's like LifeLock is a load of shit. Okay, whenever you hear about companies like that,
Yeah.
they're saying they're going to protect your freaking security and everything and give you alerts. They're just building a list for it for the hackers so that these hackers can eventually go to this list and they can figure out who they can freaking hit.
Maybe. By the way, sponsored by NordVPN.
Yep. Exactly. And they're taking those lists and they're selling them off to the highest bidders too. So you're going to start getting a lot of
Oh,
spam
I should
calls.
say allegedly there.
Yeah, exactly. And then like
Everyone's
now,
got, I didn't know I got sued by NordVPN.
and now there's a thing going around too. They're trying to scare a lot of people with this whole thing about VPN. They're telling everybody that our VPN setting us up for the fall by doing their data collection. You know, which
Oh,
which is actually a good. I mean, it's a good topic to actually talk about because I mean everybody's so big on getting on VPN so they can go places they're not allowed to, you know. And it's like if you get busted for or if you get hacked on a VPN and you're somewhere where you don't belong, are you really gonna go to frickin' your law enforcement and tell them I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing on the internet? Can you help me?
I don't know. If you get beaten up in the supermarket, suppose you are robbing the supermarket, are you going to go to the police about getting beaten up?
That's the whole point, exactly. It's just like frickin', somebody robs you for your frickin' dope. You know what I mean? Are you gonna frickin' go to the police because somebody just beat
Uh,
you, stole
that
you?
actually did happen.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah. The guy got robbed because he was in one of them old busted up homes. He was selling dope through that old busted up home. Uh, Cops raided it, and there was and to find out it wasn't real cops, but pretend like they were. Went in there, took over $50,000 in cash, $100,000 in dope, and to find out that they didn't. It wasn't cops at all. It was people that was dressed up as cops.
So impersonating an a police officer,
Yeah.
which is a criminal, I would think it's a federal criminal offense in the US.
That was like the shittiest story I've ever heard too, by the way. Like you should make it more dramatic towards the end. Like you just fucking say that and that's it. It's like, come on, Robert, what the fuck?
Well,
Just
but
like, well, did they? So what did they do? They went to the actual police.
no. Well, well, when they asked them, because I guess they did, because they got arrested when they didn't get arrested or anything by them, but they took all that stuff and all that, and it happened more than once, and they were reported that in, and I said, well, yeah, because you got some dirty cops here and all that, and they looked and said, well, they asked them, okay, if they didn't have no mask on or anything, can you tell the way the description of the people and all that? And they said, yeah. And but when they tried to do that, and they went through the books and all that of people that got arrested and all that, these guys were going around pretending like they were all sorts of things. Like we we call that where you have building per where you get inspected by the town. Where you make sure your place is clean and all that. Code inspector, I
Okay.
guess. But they were pretending like they were code inspectors and pulling all sorts of scams and all that. They were highballing people and all that, left and right. And it was getting so bad and all that that they would move one to the other in other towns as well. To find out that they were doing that for the last 2, 3 years, going around telling like their health inspectors, drug enforcement, and all that, and arresting people if they didn't give them money to that they would have to go to jail. I mean,
Okay.
all sorts of things. And they got busted over it, and the judge just fried their butts when they finally went to court because they were it was brought up on in thing about all everything that they were doing. They were pretending like they were all sorts of things for the 3 years that they were doing, and they were moving around into other areas and all that to where it wasn't being well known of the things that they were doing. Keeping the where what you were doing where not too many people would know and catch on.
Okay. It reminds me of there's a very light-hearted Dragnet. You remember the old Dragnet TV series
Oh,
from
okay,
the
yeah.
60s and so on. There was a episode, I think 63, 64, in which there was this person impersonating a US or Californian police or Los Angeles police officer. But it was extremely light-hearted. It was sort of accusing people of committing crimes and then letting them off with just a smack on the hand, or saving cats for little old ladies' cats from trees and that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah.
And and this was an impersonator.
Something like that, yeah.
Mm.
But I mean, they were doing it so much they were that when they found out, and them guys when they found out about it, well, the ones that were doing it to the drug dealers and all that, they just figure it's time to run or do something because they were coming after them.
Yeah.
They just figured that for this to because they didn't want to take a chance of one night they're having all three of them doing a sleep, and then if someone popping their doors open and all them people that they just took for ripped off gets them.
So it was actual fraud and
Yeah.
theft. Yeah. That's why I was impersonating.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big old thing when they did that to quite a few places all through the areas.
So did the perpetrators get caught?
Well, some did. Well, yeah, the ones that was doing it, yeah, they got caught. And when they did, they confessed to what they were doing because they didn't
Yeah.
want to take a chance of getting released into the public back outside of the jail because they know that many they did about 50 people that way, and they didn't want to take a chance of coming across none of them.
Yeah. Mm.
But what I was referring to about the cars, they're coming up with all this new stuff and all that. And they like if you have an old car, they have a thing that they rather people not drive old cars. But to me, I would rather have an old car than one of these new ones for so many reasons. For one, the if you can find the parts for them old cars, like 1995 cars during that time, a whole lot better. And because at the prices and stuff, and where you gotta have a special place. Today's cars, computerized garages, where to get your cars fixed and all that. It just runs into more money and all that. Like when you're me and Roger one night we were sitting here and the power goes off. It popped and it was a good two I think it was 2 hours before the power came back on. But the problem is during that time I brought it up to Roger. I said, well, okay, they're talking about wanting to install these like things for electric cars at people's homes where you plug it up to your car, keep your car charged.
Yeah.
Electric cars. Well, when there's power outage going out, what happens to the power then going to that device? Is it separate or built into the house where they're taking it from your house going into the car? Because if you have to go to work next day and if your power is out for like 8 hours, okay, what happens then? I always, if your car's not 100% charged or whatever, however the process is of the process, what happens after 8 hours if the battery's does it lose its charge after a while? And if so, how like in 24 hours, how much voltage gets decreased by how long it takes for it to drop?
If it's completely off, then you're only gonna a trickle discharge, aren't you? But just gonna be very little if the car is completely switched off. Nothing can function on that. But do electric cars actually get completely switched off when they're on some sort of standby mode?
Because I don't know. However, but that's the thing. Because people don't really explain that part. Okay, and like in Canada, okay, everyone hears about when batteries are cold and all that. They don't work 100% as they do during the summertime.
Oh, alkaline batteries. No, but we aren't talking about alkaline. We're talking about lithium cells.
Yeah.
Different chemical makeup.
Yeah, but how is that? But don't it work on about the same way? Battery is battery, and if
I know electrician, but I don't believe so. I mean, the code sort of thing really, I believe, would really can affect alkalines, but not so much lithium.
Yeah, but okay, but during the cold spell, okay, can I like to know this? Okay, from the cold spell to the warm spell, how much power does it actually hold? The battery does in the cold spell. They say that the car is not able to run like it does during summer. If that's the case, what's the difference in the electrical in the battery?
You'd have to ask a natural sparky about that one.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be like from electric. I mean, like a computer thing, people are sitting there depending on that batteries of that car to keep their computers going, to keep that car going. Okay. If a car battery doesn't do a certain, like what it would do in the summertime, and you have to, what you call it, when you got to have your heat on in the car, okay, does it take even faster, or is less power in that battery during the cold season compared to what the heat is for the heat? I mean, during the summertime, how is it the two seasons?
Or if you're using a car exactly the same on either season, it should take up exactly the same amount of power.
Because they're saying that the car during the cold, the cold affects the car, where they don't get the mileage as they do as the warmth season.
Okay. Again, I'm no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but that's what I was wondering, because they're sitting there saying that. But if you're sitting at your home, got that plugged up, okay, and if the battery, however, that's okay. If the battery sitting there, or after a while, if you ain't got power to it, how when it starts decreasing the power to, best way I can put it, less and less. If it's like after 8 hours, the power starts to disappear from the battery after 8 hours, slowly, but not, all at once.
If I remember right, lithium batteries will discharge over time anyway, naturally.
But how much?
Again, you'll have to look at the white papers on that one. You're going to have to look at the scientific papers on that one.
Well, because I was wondering about that, because they're talking about all these new technologies and these electric cars, all these electrical things, but they're saying that at the same time how the code will affect the electric cars. They're not going to be going through the miles than like what it would be like during the summer.
My understanding is that when it comes to lithium batteries, heat actually, the hotter the environment is, the greater the failure rate, from my understanding.
It's like well, I forget the name of the country, the one that's in Canada. Well, they're coming out with a new thing for a building that when you go drive up in there, they can switch your batteries. They can from under the car. They raise the car.
There are some technologies in the US that will allow cars to act as a battery for the home or for the building. So if you're in a place with a poor regular electrical supply, then use your car to act as a sort of emergency energy source.
Well, that would be that's one thing right there. If they can fix it up to where the car can generate its own energy and put it into the battery.
Well, it's not generating its own electricity.
But I'm just referring to, because if they can come up with a new way to combine the two together, taking a flat generator, and where it can set in the car, run 24/7, but keep the battery going, but then plug up to your house to where, like power surge, where it would balance out things. That's the way I can put it. Where it's not such a strain on the electric thing. Like after a while, if you can't go to get the transfer generator replaced, but it still does. But it's losing its pep. But you got the power from the house plugged up to the car, and it balances it out. If one can't produce 100% like it should, and it's about like 50% going, running and all that, and the house is giving like 50% of what the other one ain't charging. I mean, that can't manufacture. You have a like electrical, like Japan, they got the electrical generator. Well, you have to see it, but when you spin the wheel and it gets the generator going.
Yeah, I was thinking the perpetual. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because, like in the UK, the farmers were talking about the utilities. Well, I thought to myself, what better way if they can go and set that up, buy one of them things. Each farmer buys one and set it up and buy we call them one of them big old transformers. Have it set up to where that can produce energy. Put it into the transformer, and then from the transformer into an air like your garage, like the farm, where for your milk, if you milking cattle, it keeps that. It helps too. It keeps the electric bill down. But then plus, if power goes off, you have something like can help you out with.
Okay. Yeah. Why not? Why not just stick cows on a treadmill and
Oh no
get them talk?
No,
Or
I'm saying
stick them in gerbil hamster wheels.
no. I'm talking about what Japan has, where it's got a generator and it got a round wheel to it. It's got the belt, and you spin it, and it gets the generator going. It moves by itself. It does.
Okay, I
And
don't.
it produces.
I know the principle you're talking about, but I don't think you're gonna get that much electricity.
Well, yeah, but here's the
That
thing:
sort of
if you
device.
build it up, well, like
Yeah, but you're going to need millions of these things. It's
well,
going to be impractical.
well,
It's
no,
like
they
it's
got.
almost as impractical as I don't know, sticking solar panels and windmills
Oh,
in every
yeah.
single corner of the UK and expecting us to have energy for the rest of eternity.
Well, no, what I was referring to is if you could take a good sized generator and you set that up to where you got a generator, an electric engine, and you have to put it in a building. I don't know, but you take the two and you got that boom, like the things that you attach to both sides in the center, like a little dry shaft or whatever.
Mhm.
Okay, you set one up. You set it up to where you take so much power from the generator into another transformer to where it feeds to the electric engine to keep the engine going. Plus, then you got the generator going left and right all the time, and you got your big generator. You got the transformer out there picking up the power from it. Okay, it's the thing. What I'm referring to is if you could set it up to where you eliminate some of the smaller areas.
Right.
Okay, like your light. If you got lights outside, okay, or like your house or whatever, will you be precise on where you have it hooked up to, or however you do have it? Like if you take half of your house, like your you plug up your power to, like your TV, your radio, your refrigerator. If you got like in the kitchen, if you got like 4 plugins, you take 2 of them plugins, reroute them through the house to another separate line, to where the transformer that you got hooked up outside got its own fuse box or whatever, and it just supplies that. But to where like
with all the stuff you just said, you don't see the complication there that Mark's talking about. Like that is way overboard.
I suggest that you become a UK Labour MP? I hear Ed Miliband is looking for people like you. Sorry. Sorry,
Well,
that's a poor joke.
it's true. It's really true. It's like that's
Oh,
and the one thing too I did want to point out on the windmills. Okay, now whenever I actually did research here recently on the windmills when it comes to the oil companies, okay? The oil companies actually was setting up windmills out in the desert before all of this freaking climate change crap came into place. But the only reason why they did that was because they did it for necessity. Pulling power in from from the infrastructure would have taken years and years of freaking construction where all they had to do is build these huge wind towers and generate electricity on their own. So I think
which have only got a 25-year lifespan, and then when the lifespan ends, you can't do anything with them. And also, you've got to use concrete, oil, water, natural resources to actually build these things in the first place.
Have you seen the foundation for those?
Oh yeah.
The foundation by themselves, man, I guarantee you people died making them damn things because they are huge.
Well, in 20 years, you could replace the blades on them things too.
Or they may have to replace the entire structures. And then what do you do with the previous blades?
Oh, they got a place where they round them up. They do.
Actually, I was talking to somebody who is a provider of solar panels in the UK. Who works for who's a startup who's providing solar panel using state public taxpayers subsidies to provide solar panels to local authorities not that long ago, and I brought this entire issue up. At the moment, it's not cost effective to actually recycle solar panels. It's just overly expensive.
Yeah, but what is that stuff that they put inside of the solar panel? Because why I'm asking is because that's the stuff that I don't know how long it takes for it to decrease inside of it, breaks down. But after a while, you get less and less energy from the process. Because if it's breaking down in it and it's not working 100% like each of them solar cells, what does one whole solar cell produces as right after you build, right after you manufacture? How much can it produce in a bright day?
Based upon UK data, I've been able to find a solar panel will last up to 25 years. Optimally, yeah, if it's well maintained.
Yeah, but how do you maintain it?
Cleaning it.
No.
Sure
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. That's what
No. I'm talking about the stuff inside of the solar cell.
Well, yeah, up to 25 years.
Now, see, the thing about solar panels too is, and I was talking to you guys about this before. It's actually the silicone.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, like if you take a look at like satellites that are aimed up into space that are supposed to look at the solar system and the galaxy and everything, a lot of people don't realize, like, just for the color red, the freaking silicone has to be like a huge layer underneath these freaking solar or these panels that they've got underneath those telescopes, because they can't even pick up on the color red without at least a quarter of an inch, I believe they said, of silicone underneath there. And that wears out. So that means they have to go through each time and replace that stuff. And it gets pretty expensive for just that. Okay. And now the only thing they have available for these solar panels is the same thing. It's that silicone and
really because of how they're manufactured, it's really just replacing the entire unit.
Exactly.
Yeah, But then how much is the whole unit gonna cost from the first unit?
Again, that's down to consumer the markets at the time.
Yeah, but that's your place there as the person that runs your country. Okay, you're supposed to kept up on that
No,
stuff.
no less than fair market supply and demand argument.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, the person that he knows about the jobs, what kind of jobs, the cost of the materials and all that. That's supposed to be your job to know all that. To where when companies comes in and wants
Well,
special
see,
bills,
that's where I have my problem. I don't think government should be involved in shit like that. That should be the corporations. Like if a corporation or a company is going to make it, or if they're going to fail, it should be because of their own freaking.
But this is where we have the issue with the entire net zero argument at the moment. It's not. It's a lot of it is taxpayer subsidised, especially in Europe.
Mm-hmm. And they're hogtied because of those subsidies too. It's like you do this or you don't get any more of it.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like, and they do that with freaking agriculture too. The here in the United States we have the Department of Agriculture, or the USDA, and these farmers turn around and they freaking have one of two choices. They can grow their own crops and sell their crops privately, or they can just go ahead and sign a freaking agreement with the USDA, take the seeds that the government tells them to take, and then grow the government seeds into the plants, and then just give it all to them and then get a paycheck for it. Or they can do it on their own. You know what I mean? Well, if they're wanting to get that government USDA freaking money, they're going to have to go according to a few regulations. And as long as they go according to those few regulations, they'll help them out with getting tractors and machinery and everything they want, right? Get them all nice and built up. But from that point on, they're hogtied. They do what the freaking government tells them to do, or they freaking lose all of it.
Yeah, and subsidies. What I was saying about John Deere tractors for all the car companies, they all got that. They did, and here in the U.S. they got all that. They did, but then they went up and a few car companies was going to leave the country. The government looked and said, "Before you think of leaving, we want our money back for what we just gave to you because you're not starting off with taxpayer dollars and billing you out, and then you're going to go and manufacturing cars in from another country."
Actually, you're talking about Canada did that. They ended up having or what it was is these students ended up going to college, and they were going to college on a government grant, and they're citizens of Canada, and they decided that they were going to leave Canada and come to the United States for jobs here in the United States. And because they've been doing it so much in Canada, the Canadians finally told them, "Look, man, if you're going to be leaving our country to go over there, then you're going to have to pay freaking to do that," because they were.
Just on the point, just as a bit of a tangent, if he wants to join, but he requires a phone number to dial in. See, it's not, it's the same thing that you did with the other day.
Yeah, I can do it. Hold on, give me a second. I'll copy the
I'll stick in the message in one of the chats.
I'll put it in the side chat right here. And I guess there's a PIN number too there. I'm not quite sure how that works. Yeah, the PIN number, tell him, is the one with the hashtag at the end of it.
Okay, yeah, I see.
So that should be good enough. But yeah, that's where I heard that from. Naroki was talking about that the other day. So that's why I wanted to chime in, because I knew exactly what you were talking about, Robert.
But you know, when companies were when they did that, and when companies accepts the money like that, knowing that it's taxpayer dollars, and they're thinking about doing that process, that's what I'm referring to about. I can't not feel pity for them when they do, and but then when they if they still leave the country and they got like 10 or 20 or however much still of their company here, they can't be getting special deals like that. Okay. They should just pay like everyone else, you know. They're not able to get any of benefits, pay, you know, bailout or any kind of benefits. Okay, because for one, when you leave from your country from where 100% your company is from 100% from whatever country you're from, goes up and leaves, and people that's the companies that are still there should be getting all the special deals if they like bailout or whatever. That's good for the companies that's stuck with it there in the country, not for the businesses that up and left.
Is it good for the businesses in the country?
I don't even like the whole idea of these bailouts. Like when you say, you know, in corporate welfare, that's another no-no. Like
Yeah.
corporate bailouts is like saying you're so big that we need you, so we're going to give you freaking millions and millions of dollars of taxpayers' money so that you can stay here, like they did with
I don't
Ford.
know. I don't know. There's an argument for that. I'm thinking of what's happening in the UK with the British steel industry at the moment.
Oh yeah,
Having the idea of making it a state profession rather than a private sector profession.
yeah, but that's the thing. What I'm referring to. Okay, when that situation comes popping up and all that, there should be things of okay, how many, what brands of jobs is there? Okay, and like high dangerous jobs. How many is there compared to other jobs? And for each job, how many specific we call like what different types of jobs is in there? Okay, and you as a person would have to know that to where because what I'm referring to is to make sure that everything's running like it's supposed to without people you know where when they start talking about doing the upgrades of AI, about job security and all that, you as a person that owns your country, you're running your country, you want to make sure that the right jobs, okay, without losing more and
But
more jobs.
governments are not overly interested in individual employment. They are only interested in gross domestic product
No,
numbers.
but how can
They're
you?
just interested in numbers on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, but how
So
can you?
it doesn't matter if an individual's got a job or not, if the GDP is increasing.
Yeah, but how can you? Yeah, but how can you worry about that? What you have to is if the same place that's supposed to be keeping that place all that going loses people. Okay, you're talking about if you can't.
They can replace them either through automation or,
Yeah,
as we've seen in several areas, migration.
yeah, but then what happens if you lose? Okay, in your country, let's say you got 100 people. I mean 1,000 people. Okay, and how many people are working in your country out of them 1,000 people? And how much is the taxes from each person pays in taxes? And when you stop and think, okay, you got your taxes, all different types of things that coming out of the taxes. Okay, that's got to be paid for your country. Okay, and
But the people who are earning more will pay more tax. I mean, in the
yeah,
UK, if an employee, if a PAYE is paying, receiving a gross annual income of something like 50,000 British pounds, they're paying something like 48% of tax. Around 48%. 48%.
Okay, and that's for one person, ain't it? But if
Oh yeah.
okay, and if that's a couple, you stop thinking. You take a third of what's there from one, and you double it. I mean, not double it, but you add that 30% of
Oh
that
no, it's
second person.
48%. So virtually half.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and there's the argument about Britain at the moment. It's not people are refusing increases in the wage or refusing job upgrades because once they meet that 50,000 threshold, they know they're going to lose more money.
Yeah. But what I'm referring to is that, well, what I can see about one thing, because when you get CEOs here in the U.S., they have been, a lot of places been cracking down about that. Okay. That they're looking at it like, okay, U.S. person, if there's a bunch of people that's working for your company and you as the CEO is getting $200 million for what you're doing. Okay. And there's people that's working for your company is barely getting much of anything because like you're hiring more people part time, eliminating all sorts of like insurance, tax. You're eliminating a lot of taxes and all that. So you're just not affecting them, but you're affecting the area that you're in, that businesses are in.
Mm.
And that's what they're saying. There's got, because when you got more going out, not enough coming in, like okay, oh, but what I'm saying is that if a place is not making more than what, if you got more going out and not that many people's actually working, so you more or less would have to probably would have to charge 60% more, like you said 40%. Okay, well you might have to increase that to like about close to 80 to work, because if you got more people that's not working because
Or
lost their jobs because they're no, because the AI is taking it, or they're not what you call a computerized person. Okay, and it's require people that knows about computers and what type of computer systems, like manufacturing for car manufacturing. Okay, if you do not know all about all that, you take even bigger chances.
Well, the truth is, though, most people, even in warehouse jobs, know how to do freaking computer. They're already
yeah,
trained in it.
yeah. If
Like
you're anything of trained,
because you have to be able to do inventory, and people walking around doing inventory in warehouses, they have this huge white piece of paper that they have to do check marks next to and stuff like that and highlight. That all comes from a computer, and they have to learn how to use that. So most people are computer savvy when it comes to
more up your point, anyway. Yeah.
Now when it comes to a lot of this stuff that they're talking about, like it's something that we're going to be talking about later when it comes to Canada. What is next week on Untethered? It's going to be about the technology part, and with China and Canada and what they're doing there. Because I mean, when it comes to a lot of that stuff, man, it's kind of, I can see where Naroki's coming from about being worried about China when it comes to Canada, because but I don't think they're gonna like outright invade freaking if they separate from freaking the UK. But I do think that BRICS plays a big part in it. They know that if they take over their freaking they take over their technology and they take over their freaking economy, why do they even have to invade them? You know what I mean? They can control them financially. But that's what I'm gonna be bringing up next week when it comes to a lot of that, because it actually is a good point. I think a lot of people are really naive about how how to deal with China. China isn't about freaking conquest. Like I hear everybody say like Iran is freaking attacking and conquering, and freaking China is attacking and conquering. They haven't expanded their borders in years, dude. You know what I mean?
Since World War, or not
Well,
before, even before World War II, yeah.
You know,
yeah, but what I was referring to, you don't actually have to
Mm.
attack anyone to get to manipulate things. Okay, because you if you put enough of
no,
your
no, hold on.
business,
I wasn't talking about attacking. I was talking about expansion. Okay,
Yeah.
they haven't expanded their borders. Like they don't want to come in and just take over your country, dude. They have no desire whatsoever, because that's extra effort that they have to put into it. You know what I
and more
mean?
money.
So, I mean, I think that's where a lot of people today are real naive, because they really think that they have to be afraid of China invading.
Why should they even these days?
Well, they can control your economy.
Yeah, they can do that already. Buy the cheap goods.
No, that's not what I'm
Be
talking about.
reliant on the cheap goods.
No, that's not what I'm referring to. If I take like 100,000 businesses, put it over there in your country, and your and of their all of the other, okay, and it's good sized businesses, and they controls a lot of things. Like I might put something like for energy, water, food,
Well,
and
the UK
manufacturing.
is all the UK when it comes to, let's say, the energy sector, doesn't have very many companies of its own. I'm a EDF customer myself, and EDF is mainly owned by the French state. EDF is one of the big players in the French pension market,
Yeah, but okay,
civil servants pension market.
yeah, but then who owns them? Yeah, what
The
I'm
French
saying
state,
is
a large amount of it is the French state.
no outside country
Well, there are
affiliated. What I'm
other
saying.
entities as well, but the majority ownership of EDF is the French state.
And let me also point out, so that you keep this straight in your head, Robert. Okay, he's talking about this being freaking a company that's doing the utilities there
Yeah.
in the United Kingdom. This isn't France, okay? So the French state actually freaking is taking care of the utilities in the UK. You see?
Well, technically, it's a private sector company, but the largest shell owner is the French state.
Right. And see,
Oh,
this is the thing that I kept quiet the other day whenever Robert was talking about Norway. Okay. Now, V and you were talking about how that was good business, how Norway was taking all of their freaking taxpayers' money and investing it into other countries. Okay. Now, you can look at it like that, or you can also look at it like a really, really shitty thing to do, because freaking the reason why they're doing that is to try to freaking gain influence on a global scale, for one thing. And for another thing,
Yeah.
and for another thing, they don't want to freaking invest in their own people. You know what I mean? It's like, if you're going to make investments, you should make investments in the companies that are within your country. You know, your infrastructure, stuff like that. You know, and I think that's what Canada is really bitching about, is because the Ontario is wanting to do the same shit as what Norway is doing, where they're going to take all the taxpayers' money and they're going to invest it globally in other freaking countries and not in Canada, you know. So that's something that I find kind of it's kind of screwed up actually. And the only reason why, the main reason why I see why they would do that is because they want to freaking have influence in these foreign countries.
Watch Canada burn while Neil plays the fiddle.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Since Canada is, in what way does Canada have that? We call that contract, Roger, with the Indians. How is it that? I was curious about that because what's his name? I asked him.
No, hold up. Don't ever ask Naroki anything sensible. First off.
Yeah, I'm not gonna leave comment on the one.
Mark knows Naroki. Robert got to meet Naroki the other night. Now, when it comes to Canada, okay, Canada, the First Nation has an agreement with the UK, all right, for them as a freaking tribe, and like we do here with the reservations, all right. Now, the thing of it is like when it comes to them wanting to separate from freaking Canada, this is something that the First Nation is against. So what they're doing is doing land grabs in Canada, where they go in, and if somebody, or if say a family was in an area and they've lived there for 200 years and they say they have rights as a part of the First Nation, they can claim that territory as theirs. And that's how they're doing it. Now, the reason why they're doing that is because they think that if freaking like Ottawa or freaking British Columbia separates from Canada and becomes its own country, it's going to make that contract null and void, and it's going to be a breach of contract. So that's why they're doing that. And I don't know for sure how that would work out, to be honest with you. I mean, if
That's what I was asking.
you know, now if they want to be a constitutional government, then they would have to abide by the agreement that all contracts are upheld before and after their independence. That's what most constitutional governments do. So it doesn't matter if freaking they become, their own country or not. They still have to abide by the old contracts that were agreed on before they got their independence. Because I was mentioning that the other night with Dartmouth College. The United States wanted to force them to become a public college or close down, and because they had an agreement with England, a contract, the United States had to honor that agreement, even though they got their independence. The Constitution still said that they had to abide by contracts. I believe it's in the fourth article. I believe the fourth article is the one that Article 4.
Yeah.
The fourth charter or whatever. But I believe it's in that area where they talk about that. It's been a while since I've talked about it. But yeah, that's what I know about it. And it's really interesting with these Indians up there too, because we didn't do that shit. Like, we don't allow Indians to freaking just say, look, this is ours. We stake claim to it, and then all of a sudden it becomes a freaking
Or
well, hold up, I'm a reservation. You know what I mean? Like, they don't do that here in the United States. What happened is the white man said, look, you're coming here. This is where you're going. You're going to walk until you're dead or you're there. So that's a whole different world for me. When I heard about that blew me out of the water. I couldn't believe that, like, the English were that nice to the freaking Indians back then.
Yeah.
The English have never been nice to anybody.
That's not true. Aren't I nice to you?
Well, I'm talking about in the past, dude. Like, you know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, we're talking about history, man. So,
Okay.
like, I mean, they weren't even nice to freaking Australia, dude. They turned Australia into a freaking prison planet. Like, that was where you sent all your criminals and stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Botany
what
Bay.
else are going to do with a land base that's fairly empty and just full of kangaroos and
Oh, hey.
wombats?
Yeah, but you got the boxing going on there. You know, you take you go and fight 1-on-1. I was wondering who would win. Would you say
Uh,
if you fought a kangaroo, would you win or would a kangaroo win?
why would they be fighting a kangaroo in the first place?
Well, because if he feels like you're testing his dominance, if he wants to make you his little cutie, he'd want to whip up on you. Cause
When am I ever going to chat up a female kangaroo?
yeah, but he might think that you're even better looking than the female.
So I'm flirting with a female kangaroo now.
Oh
I'm
no,
just
the male
male
kangaroo.
kangaroo's getting jealous.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say I don't think he was talking about a female kangaroo, Mark. Just
I'm talking about the male kangaroo.
right, this is a weird dude. Okay.
This is weird.
Because I seen on there, a big old dog got in a fight with a kangaroo. The owner of the dog had to go out there and had to slug the kangaroo, knock that kangaroo to the ground, and the kangaroo got up and ran off. But yeah,
Okay.
because it was literally beating the crap out of the dog. You know, the big old Great Danes or something like that. It was a
Okay.
dog like that was in a conversation with a kangaroo.
What's this dog flirting with its missus?
The kangaroo just got up and started beating the crap out of it.
Okay.
The dog ran out there, and the kangaroo just went off on him.
Okay,
And
so before you keep on going, we got 4 minutes till 7 o'clock my time, which is freaking
1 o'clock mine.
1 o'clock your time. So we're gonna step away here. I'm gonna end the Minds Roundtable and put an end to that one, and then we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll
And
do
no kangaroos were hurt in the production of this show.
Yeah. That was probably the best way to just go ahead and end it. I think V tried to come in and
Yeah, he did. He stated he's hasn't got his headphones. He's lost his headphones or something, and it was too noisy for him.
okay.
He'd catch us next week.
All right. So I just figured I'd mention that, let it be know that we did a shout out for him and everything, and said thanks for trying to make it in. We'll catch you next week. I'm gonna end this by asking Mark if he'd like to give his socials so that we can so that if
Okay.
anybody wants to know how to get in touch with you, they can.
If I'm not beaten up by a kangaroo, I can be found on minds.com under the username Medworthy. If I am beaten up by a kangaroo, probably could be found in the hospital somewhere.
Okay, so that you can find me and you can find Robert at Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout. You can also find me on Roger_Hansen at minds.com, as well as Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973 on X. We are also streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, I believe. Yeah. So you can find us there. If you want to find our group on minds.com, you can find our group at in the group section for Minds Roundtable weekend event. Come join us on there. Make some conversation. Get to know us. We'll be posting. I'll do my best to post the links in that group chat so that we can allow people to come in off of Minds more often. I haven't been doing that lately, and I figured it would be the best way of using that group, if not just for the videos that we put in there, but we need to let people have access if they want to come in. Just join the group, come in, and then once a week can come in and hang out with us and be a part of the conversation if you want to. So if you like this, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give feedback. We do appreciate feedback, and thank you all for watching. All right. So I will, here in a little bit, I'll switch everything around. We'll get Untethered going. If Tan comes in beforehand, that'd be cool too. Because this is
I was just curious, why did you reference the Martian Chronicles?
Oh, the Martian Chronicles is that conversation we had last night. I believe it was.
Yeah, I've done left.
It was no, it was. It might have been when you were there. We were talking about that old sci-fi movie about it started at the beginning where freaking the astronauts landed on Mars. And then freaking when they got out of the ship, they saw like one of them actually saw their old home. That was a farm. And
yeah. Either that or there was another one. I think it was a X-1. It was. It could have been a Ray Bradbury thing, because a lot of X-1. Episodes were based on Ray Bradbury's books, weren't they?
Mm-hmm. Well,
so yeah, it could have been the Martian Chronicles.
Yep.
I read the book many years ago, and also played the 1995 point-and-click MIS-style computer game.
It's actually
terrible.
Well, I mean the shows the shows were actually pretty good. I really don't get very.
The book I've read, yeah.
I've got to admit, I mean, when it comes to books, they usually upset the books, but they did a really good job with the movies for it. If you ever get a chance to
but
watch
you remember the Myst computer game?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of first person, sort of point and click narrative thing. This was actually converted into a similar sort of game. And I was just in a quick Wikipedia search, and it states, and Wikipedia states that in 1996, the Computer Game World magazine declared the Martian Chronicles as being the 16th worst computer game ever released.
Whatever. I don't see how that could happen. It was such a good. Well, E.T.
I was a big fan of the Myst games as well. Myst and Excel and the thing. So
I don't know. I mean, because E.T. they said the same thing about. Like E.T. was a real. It was a blockbuster before it even came out on VCR. I think it was one of the longest held movies to be converted over to VCR. I believe.
And that was a pretty bad computer game as well.
Yeah, exactly.
81, 82.
It took them forever. It took them forever before they even let people know how horrible their video game was too. Yeah. Like I didn't even know how bad it was until like the 90s. That really surprised me.
I've never played an original game, even though I was using things like Commodore 64s and BBCs back in the 80s. But yeah, I've never actually come across an original box, an original tape.
So I mean,
because they're all buried in Nevada, aren't they?
Yeah.
As the sort of legend goes, the myth goes.
the wherever it's located, if you find it, they say that you will be a millionaire instantly because it's one of the biggest video game artifacts out there. They apparently took all of the copies of ET and buried it in a landfill somewhere out there.
I'm not sure all of the copies.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the big thing. Now I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna go smoke and give me some coffee. Robert, put your headphones on and talk your head off until we get back.
Well, I'm going to need a pee and stuff.
Yeah,
anyway.
don't worry about it. He'll still be able to talk whenever. He's got a lot to say.
Okay. Keep the audience entertained.
That's right, Robert. You got to unmute too, by the way. I'll be right back.
I know. When he's in the bathroom, I agree, and that's the time. Oh. But yeah. this is what I was talking about. Okay, you see how on his camera, how the pixel does this? Okay, the camera, the thing that's picking that up, okay, or like the flying saucers, okay, when it does it, have that ability thing, it creates something like this. You know, this distortion. Cause that's what I was referring to. Cause that's the best way I can explain that to you. Did you make a hole in one?
You what?
Did you make a hole in one?
Hole in one?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
You throw your bottle cap in the garbage.
Huh?
Your bottle cap. What you just drinking? Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I thought you tossed the cap or something into the garbage.
Oh, my bin's just there. Just down next to me. My waste bin. Don't have to throw it out, just have to straight over.
Have you ever heard of that? It's in Texas. It is. It's really weird. The whole moves by itself, and anything that gets close to like a bird flying by over it, it dies. It does cause of monoxide poisoning. But this thing moves. It does the whole. He was out in the farmer's field, and through the years, it's slowly moving.
Nope.
Yeah, because they were showing that on the news about it, because it's right there next to the highway. And
Which state? Where?
in Texas.
Okay. No.
And this was about 2 years ago, and it was sitting right there next to the highway. And people they got scientists out there and all that to find out how is this possible that the thing's moving. And it's got from the thing. If anyone gets close down into it, not actually in it, but where you can't breathe, because it's something about some kind of monoxide or I don't know, but it will kill you. You can't breathe when you get real close to it. Like if you've been down and you're about like 2-3 inches away from it, something about some stuff comes from it that keeps you from breathing. But it moves, it does. And they said that it's the weirdest thing because it appeared and moving.
Okay.
And
Yeah. No idea.
yeah, that's on the highway in Texas.
Alright.
They were sticking big old things. You know how you would for construction, them big old metal wall containers. Well, they were shoving them down in front of it to keep it from going any farther onto the next to the highway, because it has water in the bubbles, but then it has that gas to it.
So it's on the fault.
Huh?
It's on a seismic fault.
I don't know, but it moves. It does by itself. Real slow it does, but it moves. And that I wonder if that has anything quite like that has happened anywhere else. Weird science, you know.
No, I'm just thinking of the old thing about what's it? The Dover losing what something like 2 centimeters every year, something. The chalk hills of Dover, yeah, cliffs of Dover. I'm losing what something like 2 centimeters per year.
No, here.
Just because of erosion.
Here in a minute. I'm pulling all this up before we get started. I apparently did not get the talking points down. I thought I did. I just
What are you talking about?
for the topic on here. It was supposed to be about the Marian cults.
Okay.
I do not remember. Or I don't know exactly where I put those. Let me. This is actually a pretty good topic too, by the way. Have you ever heard of the Marian cults, Mark?
Not that I can think of. I don't know where. Yeah, no.
Back in the 60s, there was 3 girls in Spain who took a walk out by a tree and saw what they called Mother Mary, what they claimed.
Oh, yeah. You was talking about this the other day.
Right.
You said your word really annoyed me because you stated that they saw it rather than saying that they claimed to have seen it. You stated that they saw it as a fact,
So you're
and that sort of annoyed me a bit.
so you're calling them a liar? Is that?
Aye.
So
Well, there's a difference between stating as a fact and claiming.
well, they said they saw.
Yeah, precisely. They claimed. Doesn't mean that I can say I saw Santa Claus riding a unicorn today.
Well, I
Doesn't
mean,
necessarily mean I did see Santa Claus riding a unicorn today. I'm just claiming that I did.
that's just some harsh stuff to be saying there, Mr. Edworthy. Now you're bad mouthing Santa Claus and shit. What's wrong with you?
Like riding unicorns, yeah.
Better watch out for all 3 coming to get you.
Otto said he may try and join a bit later.
All right. I've got to figure out what the heck's going on. I think they made some more changes, of course, on my thing. I'm trying to find all the information. I can't seem to pull it all together.
Really poor chat GPT prompt and image.
Yeah. Which one?
The unknown.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be worse.
I suppose so.
It could be worse. At least it didn't show him with 6 fingers and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really cannot believe that they did not have all that on there.
What are you looking for?
The Marian
Okay.
cult.
I thought you wanted to get Tan in on this one.
Well, I mean, if he's gonna show up, that's cool. But They call it.
You overly use Gemini.
Well, I mean, it's like freaking. That's all they got now for anything. Because like the search engines, they don't. They're not even using freaking CEO anymore or SEO. I mean,
Well, they are, but they are.
freaking AI is taking over YouTube now too. By the way, freaking
Not completely.
they're no. I mean, on the search off or on
Yeah,
the,
not
on the
completely.
taglines.
It's still very early development as far as that's concerned. I saw a report a couple of days
Taglines
ago.
and all that's going to be gone. It's horrible.
Maybe.
Dude. So
Maybe.
that's ridiculous. That really is. Because
Well, you know Google's approach to creating products and then ditching them, and a year later.
Yeah,
we saw this with a lot of their products.
They're really big on making mistakes. So.
Yeah, but did you hear about that? That thing they asked you if you were a bot? Found out that it was
You're muted. Nobody can hear you.
Can barely.
You hear him through my.
Google is the one that has the bot section. And they said they're renting that process all through the other places. It was on the thing. It was that when the thing about. It was on the thing. It was that when the thing about. Are you a robot? You pop the thing about no. That's from. Google company owns that. They let all the other companies use it for a fee.
Like you're fading in and
all
out.
the other companies use it for
Yeah,
a fee.
you're weird.
You need to put your mic down. So it's. Thank you.
It is down. It is down, but that.
Okay, so you're gonna have to work on that.
Well, how's that?
No.
Well, it could be very close.
No, I mean I would still be hearing you on the mic if it was that like. Did you turn the volume down on that? That's why you need to keep it on your head.
Well, how's that?
There you go. Say something again.
Okay, how's that?
No.
Okay, how's that? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Carry on.
How's that? How's that? Okay.
Say a few things. Give me a nursery rhyme.
Well, I can barely hear you now. It's like you're in and out.
Okay, you're not sounding great. Not as great as you were before break.
Yeah, he hears, but it's like a distortion. Or what? How you say it? How do you hear me?
Echoey.
Yeah.
Maybe you're 10 channels on that.
That's what you were just saying right there about. Oh, that's what you were just saying right there about. When you're talking, I need to mute mine. So that
okay, yeah, you're coming in on 2 microphones now.
Yeah, fourth one right there's gone on there.
That's okay, I think. Yeah, continue.
Okay. Yeah. He said it's fine now. Okay. How does it sound now?
Sounds good on this end.
Okay.
Can you hear it, Mark?
Hey, Mark,
yeah, carry on.
Well, I was saying I can hear the echo.
Okay, yeah, I can hear an echo as well, but it's not too bad.
Oh, all right.
It's livable.
Now the echo is probably coming from my mic.
Maybe.
So I can say something now.
Okay. When I was curious about that.
That sounds better, actually.
Okay. You said it sounds a lot better.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. But yeah, I know they're a thing about like the sun. All them after a while, all them people got there. That was pretty. How the sun, they were saying all the people when they were there in the field looking up and well during that time when the sun looked like it was doing the spin and all the people got sick and all that. Pretty weird.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Well, supposedly the person that the girls were talking about, well, perhaps you can explain. But for what little bit I've seen on there, it's an eye opener. It's bizarre. Like they're the parallel to all the other diseases, like Black Friday. I mean, not
Black
Black Friday.
Plague. Now hold on before you get started. We're going to do an introduction and everything, get it all started out and everything. So,
Okay.
so before you start getting too deep into it, let me go ahead and
Yeah.
do an introduction and get everything sorted out. And
Mute myself right there.
okay, and we can get it going here in a minute. So we've got about 2 minutes. We'll get everything started, and then we'll get into the topic, see where it goes. So here we go. We've got about 2 minutes, like I said. So what the heck? We'll just go ahead and start. It's already like 7 o'clock, past 7 o'clock.
Of course, yeah.
So I'll do my countdown, get everything going. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. This is our, well, I'm not going to say that it's like any particular edition because we have the political editions, the current events, then the technical and stuff, but this is
It's our mystery edition.
Yeah, our mystery edition. There you go. Tonight we're what we've been usually doing is focusing on things like religion, philosophy, and things of that nature. We kind of open ourselves up to where we can have a conversation about everything without it being too topic focused, you know. But we do bring up topics to get us started, and tonight I think is a really good one. This is something that I wanted to talk to Tan Hai Tran about because it's a very good topic. This is something taken from Catholic.com, and it's something that's been going on in the Catholic Church for quite a while. It's called the Catherine cult, or no, the Marian cult. And it's been mentioned a lot when it comes to the actual Catholic beliefs, as well as other areas like in ufology. It's mentioned quite a bit too. So, with that being said, I'll just go ahead and read here about what the cult of Mary actually is, taken from the Catholic.com and Catholic Answers. So here it is. What is the cult of Mary? Now, we need to distinguish between how the word cults is used in Catholic theology and how it is used in the vernacular. In the vernacular, the word cult refers to a person or group that uses psychological and emotional manipulation to control others. But in Catholic theology, the word cult is used to describe a particular form of worship. If a Catholic wishes to marry a non-Christian, the dispensation that is applied is called disparity of cult, meaning that they have different methods of worship. Within Catholicism, there are different cults or liturgical forms and devotions. Any liturgical or prayer devotion centered around a particular saint is referred to as a cult. Therefore, the cult of Mary within Catholicism would refer simply to Marian devotion. So that is that is starting off with that, so that you get an idea of what we are talking about there. Now, that is just giving you a basic start up there. Now, when it comes to the actual cult and what it is, I actually had the notes here ready to go even, so I moved. So let me go ahead and read that, and we can get it started. Okay, so the Marian cult, strictly referred to in theology as Marian devotion or hyperdulia, is the profound veneration of Mary, the mother of Jesus, within Christianity. It is most prominent in Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox, and Anglo Catholicism. Now, while the word cult carries negative connotations today, historically and sociologically, it simply means a structured system of religious veneration directed towards a specific figure. Now, the key historical developments for the Marian cults or the Marian devotion didn't appear overnight. It evolved over centuries through theological debates and cultural shifts. Now, this goes all the way back to 431 AD with the Council of Ephesus. This was the turning point. The church officially declared Mary Theotokos, God-bearer or Mother of God. Now, this secured her central role in Christian theology. Then later on in the Middle Ages, devotion exploded in Europe. Mary became viewed as the ultimate mediator or the intercessor between humanity and a stern judging Christ. Knights dedicated their services to her, and the rosary was popularized. Now, after that, we get into the Counter-Reformation, which was in response to Protestant rejection of Marian honors. The Catholic Church doubled down, codifying prayers, feasts, and dogmas to elevate her status further. So the core beliefs and dogmas in this is, in the Catholic tradition, 4 core dogmas define Mary's status. She's the divine mother, which is the divine motherhood, the perpetual virginity, and the immaculate conception, and then the Assumption. So the divine motherhood is where she is truly the mother of Jesus Christ, who was both God and man. Then the perpetual virginity is where she remained a virgin before during and after the birth of Christ. Now, the Immaculate Conception is where she was conceived without the stain of original sin. That basically, she didn't get impregnated. So
you said she was conceived.
no, she was conceived without the stain of original sin.
She wasn't conceived herself. No.
But actually, she was conceived without the stain of original sin. Original sin would that's actually a good topic on what the original sin, what they define as original sin too, because I see that as like I've heard a long time ago where like when a baby comes out of the womb and it's crying, it's actually sinning.
I thought the original sin was a Catholic idea, not a Judaist idea.
Well, Catholic, just so this goes against popular belief, but the Catholic Church was the original Christian church. There was no church before the Catholic Church.
Oh, that's why I said I don't think I've never thought of the original sin as being a Judaic concept.
Well, when it comes to Judaic really has nothing to do with like
but
like
she's
the popular belief
Jewish.
of Judaic Christian today.
Yeah. Okay.
Basically, if you believe that in the teachings of Abraham, you are a part of the Judaic belief system. You know what I mean? And that believe it or not, that would actually include freaking the Muslims too. It's a Judaic belief system, like because they believed in Abraham too. So that's actually Judaic as well.
Okay. There's a bit of an argument there.
Well, in today's world, you'd argue about it because a lot of people have split that down the middle. Like they think they can pick and choose and say that this isn't the facts and this is, and they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, if you believe in Abraham, you believe in the same God. Period.
Yeah, but as far as Islam is concerned, Jesus is not. They believe in the Holy Trinity, so
Right.
Jesus is not. God isn't Son, Father, and Holy Spirit. Therefore, Jesus isn't God.
Well, that's the thing. Like that's a Christian idea. It's but see, Christianity isn't the like Judaism. There's a reason why they call it Judaism. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have anything to do with like Christian beliefs. Like Christianity actually borrowed from the Judaic belief systems. Like Judaism has to do with being a Jew. Judaic beliefs, Jewish beliefs, basically. So, I mean, and there's no way to get away from that. I mean, a lot of people today talk about those Judaic Christians like they aren't a part of it. You know what I mean? If you believe in Jesus and you believe in the Bible and the Old and New Testament, then you are a Judaic Christian. Doesn't matter what your political beliefs are or any shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was just looking at it from a theologic argument. The main difference between Christianity is Islam is related to the position of Jesus, isn't it?
Well, Muhammad is they never claimed Muhammad was like a freaking
they may
claim.
I think in some sense they may claim Jesus as being a prophet,
right?
But not. It is Jesus is not part of God.
Right.
He's not God in the form.
He's not he's not like the son of God, basically. Now, at the end of her life, she was taken body and soul directly into heaven, according to the Catholics. Now, the practices and the expressions for this, the devotion of Mary expresses itself through global rituals, art, and daily habits. There's the rosary, then the apparitions, and the titles. Now, the rosary is a scripture reflection and repetition prayer, counting Hail Marys on a string of beads. Then you have the apparitions, where believers report visions of Mary throughout history. Now, the most famous approved sites include Lourdes, which was in France. Then there was Fatima in Portugal, and Guadalupe in Mexico, which attracts millions of pilgrims annually. Now, this is the part where it gets interesting when it comes to these apparitions, because a lot of people have been talking about this since about the 1970s, and especially when it comes to ufology. Now, here in the United States, if you ever get to watch any of these shows, you'll see them tippy-toe around this topic, okay? But like if you are listening to like the Spanish ufologists, they talk about it a lot. And if anybody's into ufology and they want to really get like the whole fringe side of it, I suggest they check out the Spanish people in Spain when they talk about the stuff in Portugal, because they really bring this out when it comes to the apparitions.
Just well minded then Spain and Portugal are two different countries.
Well, they basically are like I know they're two.
Even though the neighbours, but yeah.
but yeah, but that region, they really doubled down on this, and this is something that goes all the way back too. This isn't something that it just happened within the 50s. Now, what happened in Portugal, I believe, is there were 3 girls, and they ended up what they were planning on doing is they were planning on going out and picking apples, I believe, and they were going to take it to
Don't help her. The guy that will help him.
There was a function that was taking place that night, and they were going to collect these things and they were going to throw them at him. It was a thing, and they were basically going to go out there into this field and pick these apples. And when they went out there, they swore that they had seen Mary, her apparition, floating in the air, and that sparked a lot of it sparked a lot of controversy, basically. And
Hello.
hey, Tan, I was just getting into the area about the apparitions and stuff when it comes in.
Okay.
Now, I'm not really big on the whole situation that happened. Now, that happened in Fatima with the 3 girls, right?
The 1917, A Miracle of the Sun. The apparition of the Virgin Mary appearing to 3 children in Fatima.
Yeah, Fatima.
Portugal.
There you go. That's it. I was right about the area. I just didn't know for sure. Now I forgot that.
Maybe you can read up. I'm still not home. I'm still running some errands, so I cannot do any research for you. But maybe you can look it up and give a quick summary of that. So from what I remember, there were two appearances. The first one, the Virgin Mary appeared to the children and said she would appear again. And then the children told the village, and then a lot of people came out to wait for that second time, and there's like thousands of people was there, and then the second time she appeared, uh, when she appeared, it's like it was said the sun looks like it was falling down from the sky or something, and then it was stood still for a few seconds, and then it started dancing, and then it started coming close to the earth as if it was falling down.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I've also heard that there was also a sphere that appeared and it was following them whenever they were walking around, I believe. And one of them, or wait, yeah, one of them said, somebody asked what was that, and they said it's here for us or something like that. It was a story that I heard. But there was supposed to be like a sphere that was supposed to be present too. No, that was supposed to
You mean
be
like a halo around her, or
no,
I just feel?
like a circular sphere that was supposed to be in the area and stuff. And it I was telling Mark and them too, where it was kind of weird because like this gained so much traction. Like a lot of the people who believe in UFOs in Spain and Portugal actually jumped on this. Like here in the United States, we don't hear much about it on a lot of those shows, but like you go over there, man, and they are always talking about the apparition in Fatima and stuff like that. Like it's a big deal.
Do you want to go into the UFO spin of the story? Never heard of it. Kind of curious.
Well,
So I mean, like it was like Mary came, jump out of a spaceship or something.
well, what they claim is what they claim is there's really no evidence that this was actually freaking Mother Mary. This actually could have been an apparition. You know what I mean? That or a freaking an energy force, I guess you could say, like an entity that was from outer space, is what they're saying. Because
Or it could be these women eating too many of the one apples.
well, I don't
Okay.
think apples make you hallucinate.
No, depends on the apple, I suppose. Depends on the subspecies.
Well,
I
actually,
mean, I don't know about. There's no evidence that it was the Virgin Mary. I mean, if you
well, I mean,
only if you reject the Mary's testimony about herself itself.
well, the whole thing about seeing the apparition, seeing Mary in the first place, I mean, that's not really doctrine. You know what I mean? It doesn't come out of the Bible. I mean, that's a lot of ritualized stuff that was created within the church. Like, there's nothing in any Bible that says Mary's going to come back or Mary's going to
Yeah.
show herself to you. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, that's true. But what does that prove? It's not everything happens in the church is
I mean,
supposed to be in the Bible.
it's just as factual. It's just as factual as UFOs. I'm like, you can't argue that Christianity is like, or Catholics are right and that UFOs aren't. I mean, it's the same argument. You know what I mean? It's like,
I don't think. Well,
Well, like
maybe
all
similar, but
well, like all them people getting sick.
but I mean, how many people of those witnessing UFO are
Well, during the second time when they were supposed to be watching, and they were enough people that heard of what was going on from them three girls. Groups of people were going to that area where these girls say that they seen her, and they was during this time. That's when the sun's like he was talking about going around and around and all that. and there was like 100,000, quite a few people there, but it was enough people there that when it started, and in the thing it said that it rained, and like it was like a red rain that was raining on people. And soon after all that happened, about a week or 2 weeks, people started dropping, getting deathly sick. They said the name of the disease that it came, and it killed up to 100,000 people within that whole area. The disease that hurt that state. It came,
You could
and
Are,
you could be talking about
are
the
you
Spanish
stating that
flu.
some magical rain
no,
made people
I'm
sick
not saying magical
or
rain.
killed people?
No, it's possible because they have said that they have came across about the thing about organisms from deep space
Okay.
can go.
Well, that's actually something that a lot of people in ufology talks about. And just to get back
Hang on, we're
to
talking about 1917, 1918, aren't we? We're
Yeah.
talking about the great Spanish
Spanish
flu.
Yeah, the Spanish flu. Yeah,
That's what
that
it was.
happened throughout Europe.
It happened everywhere.
yeah. But and well,
Now,
but
hold up. I'm doing this now so that we can get back to it. During the Lady of Fatima apparitions, there was one massive central event that researchers classify as a mass UFO sighting, and that was the famous miracle of the sun on October the 13th, 1917. Now, the Catholic Church officially recognizes the event as a divine miracle. Secular ufologists and researchers like Jacques Vallée categorizes the anomalies differently. They argue that Fatima represents a series of 6 distinct close encounters, culminated in one of the largest mass UFO sightings in human history. So that is...
Mary is a UFO?
Yeah, they're saying that it's actually 6 of them, because I believe she came back to she showed herself 6 times, didn't she?
I don't know the exact number.
So that was from Jacques Vallée, and
But so then in the form of like a spherical flying object,
yeah, hmm
a disc.
yeah, there were
Okay.
6 distinct close encounters culminated in one of the largest mass UFO sightings, according to them, and the miracle of the sun. It was an estimated 50,000 to 70,000 witnesses that gathered in Cova de Ira fields. And they observed an aerial event that matched modern descriptions of unidentified anomalies phenomena, or UAPs.
How come nobody mentions about the disc in these popular accounts except for this guy?
Well, the thing about it is they've been discussing this since the 1970s. Like, if you take a look at a lot of the Catholic paintings, okay, and the Mona Lisa is notorious for it too. Like, you'll see little objects that are supposed to represent God or something spiritual that looks like a flying saucer in the background, right there in the paintings. And they were painting this for a reason.
For example, which painting?
Oh God. The Mona Lisa was supposed to be one of them, I believe. There was one too where it was supposed to be a guy standing next to a cliff, and there was a freaking object in the background, and he was staring up at it in the painting, just literally staring up at it, and you could see the
If you can find it, bring it up and stream it. Let's have a look. But like paintings like the Mona Lisa is not a religious paintings.
Da Vinci, or not Da Vinci. Yeah, it is Da Vinci, isn't it?
It is Da Vinci. Da Vinci is a Catholic guy, but the painting is nothing religious
well,
about.
He's the one that came up with all the Da Vinci Code, and the one
No,
that
no, no,
No,
no.
no,
That's
no,
Dan Brown.
That's Don. That's he came up
Okay,
with a
I'm
book
looking at
called.
the portraits. I'm looking at the picture
That
now.
Dan Brown is way much later than Da Vinci's time.
I'm looking at the picture now. The Mona Lisa. Where is the
Yeah,
saucers?
yeah. The
Let me
saucer.
see here. Let me see here. We got the painting in 1481. It's Carlo Cavelli. He did one of them, and then we have historical painting here. This one is which one is this one? Crucifixion of Christ in 1350. Then put your hope in the Lord in the
Who drew that?
1600s.
Who drew that?
The crucifixion of Christ in 1350 was done by. I can get that here in a minute. Okay, the Madonna was the one that has a freaking has the
The
UFO.
saucer around her head, or
No, it's actually in the background. It's in the 15th century. And
you have it, bring it up in the stream, and so everyone can see what you're talking
crucifixion
about.
of Christ is. Well, the thing of it is pulling them up and screen sharing them real quick. There we go. That'd probably work right there. Let me see if I'm getting it on the. Yeah, I've got it on the stream, but I don't know if I have it in the screen share.
Okay. Okay.
But this one's one of them right here, and then we also have. Then we have the Baptist of Christ, which is 1710, and that was created by Dutch artist Art de Gelder, and he's
So you're
Baptism
talking
of
about the
Christ.
representations of the sun and moon.
no,
The
it
image.
literally is. It literally is flying saucers
No,
painted.
it's a representation of the sun, and on the right is a representation of the moon. With people, with individuals in them.
That right there is not the sun and the moon, dude. You're completely out of your mind if you think that's the sun. I don't know where the hell. I don't know where the hell you come from, dude. If you think that's the sun and the moon, sorry, but that is.
I mean,
They even got little people.
somebody could say we don't know.
They've got
Somebody
little
can
people
say
sitting.
they don't know where you come from putting saucers in
Dude, look at
Christian
this.
arts.
They've got like little bitty freaking people sitting inside there.
Yeah,
Literally sitting inside there, man.
haven't you ever heard of the man in the moon?
Oh my god! Now the crucifixion.
Who's the painter again? I'm gonna look it up.
That one was Art de Gelder or Gelder, AERTDEGELDER.
What year?
1710. And he was a student of Rembrandt.
Oh, okay.
Now the crucifixion of
here.
Christ is right here. I'll try to get this one popped up for you too. No, they aren't going to do it, but I can see if. Yeah, there it is. It is showing on the stream at least.
Oh, okay, on the small image on your side.
Only this I'm seeing are the halos around the two.
Yeah, no,
John the
that's
Baptist and Jesus.
That's what sucks. They aren't letting me zoom out with it or nothing, dude. Which would be cool if they'd let me do that. Because this one
Can I see any UFO representations in that image?
Well, the UFO claim on the top left and top right corners of the sky, there are two distinct aerodynamic flying pods. No, that's the other one before that. That's the crucifixion.
Two,
Well, yeah, that's it on the left and the right. What are they talking about? I see like angels, but that's about it.
huh? Yeah.
Now, see, that's what gets me is like you can't zoom those in either to see. Wait, hold up. You got that little sphere right here.
Yeah, find another representation of the image. You're using.
If you download the image, then you might be
No,
able to zoom.
you get them from Adobe stock images, and I'm gonna be paid to get access to that. But yeah, there must be another copy of it somewhere else.
Yeah. Try to pull something up. Give me a second. Now that one is actually one that I do want to find because that's something that's mentioned all the time, the crucifixion. So
Why would there be a UFO appearing at the crucifixion?
well,
If they did, it did nothing.
a lot of
He
people
still got
believe
crucified.
a lot of people believe that Jesus was an alien, dude.
He didn't get crucified; he got beamed up by Scotty. Yeah,
Well, I mean, that's probably
He
what
he was an alien, man. He's not from this world.
You know.
yeah. Technically, you all know of this place. Yeah.
No, wait, I've got to be more precise on that.
He's out of this world. He's not from here.
Well, technically, he is of this world. He was born on this world.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Well,
So-
that all depends. He disappeared, like he just all of a sudden reappeared when he was 40.
Yeah. But he was born on this world.
He could have went
In a stable in Bethlehem.
Yeah, he has blood and flesh. He bleeds. He
Yeah,
bleed
okay.
dry at the crucifixion, actually.
Now, see, this would be the one that we just looked at right here. This says the crucifixion. So
Does it say anywhere in the Bible if he bleeds red?
they
Well, no, maybe
See,
he's
he could have been
green.
green, yeah. It could have been, I don't know, broken or something. I don't know.
I mean, nobody.
They have said that the
Nobody in that age has green blood, and if he was bleeding green, you think somebody would have pointed it out?
well, that and the mother, that would be looking at the mother too, because like everyone said, she was pregnant mysteriously. Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing: if getting poked, the spear that was poked into him has magical powers. The thorns in his head is now set in, it's in the museum, heavy guard. That they showed that the when the guy jabbed him in the rib cage to make him bleed.
Yeah.
It
okay.
power. They say that it has powers.
So they have the Miracle of the Snow too, which is 1428 to 1432, and that was painted by Marcelino de Panicali. Now this piece depicts a miraculous August snowfall in Rome that led to the founding of Bascula. Now the UFO claim is that Jesus and Mary sit on a cloud observing a grid-like fleet of dozens of identical elongated saucer-like objects flying in the sky.
Sitting on the cloud, huh?
Yeah, which this is it right here. You can clearly see Mary sitting up and staring down at the UFOs that are flying below her.
Can you?
Yeah, you can't see
Looking at the
that.
image now.
What's wrong with you, dude?
Where's the UFO?
I'm telling you, I told you needed glasses because I can clearly see Mary sitting up there looking down at UFOs.
No, she's looking.
Well, it could be oversized dandruff. If you start to say that,
It looked more like a mountain scene behind a building to me.
Where's Jesus at though? Is that he's supposed to be the one in the clouds?
Uh,
You see what I mean? Like I don't really see Jesus at
I
all.
cannot see a UFO in that picture at all, or a flying saucer.
That's-
Or,
That's
you
like
see little pegs above the ground. They show some little pegs from that. She's supposed to be up in in deep space, looking down
down.
on Earth.
Right.
okay.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
still, you can't see flying saucers though.
no,
Mm-mm.
I think you're making something out that isn't there.
That's why
Who,
I was
who
saying
makes these claims? Is it the same person?
no, they've been going back
Roger,
since
yeah.
no, they've been going
So-
back since the 1970s, and even before then, they had old pamphlets and stuff that were being circulated in Europe for ufology back before we had this cool internet and stuff like that. And you can find them. I mean, I've been finding out about people who've been committing suicides in Spain, dude, back in the 1960s before freaking the before what was the
So
name?
what you're saying? There's been nutters in this world since at least the
No,
1960s.
let me finish. No, before what was it? The ones that ended up killing themselves. The ones that thought the comet was going to come by and they
Yeah, the Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's
cult.
Gate. Yeah. There was a railroad track that's in Spain, okay, and there's like cult members that go to this railroad track and put their head down on the track so that the train can cut their heads off, and they've been doing that since the 1960s.
When was Waco? When was the Jacobstown massacre?
That was back
what
in the
massacre?
70s. The Jacobstown
Jacobstown.
massacre. That was actually back in the 70s too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Waco, possibly 60s, late
Oh.
60s.
Waco?
No,
Texas?
Waco,
No, that was
Texas
way-
was in the
that was-
80s, dude. That
that-
was
Okay.
1980s.
90s.
90s, was it?
No,
No,
it was
no
late.
way.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
But yeah, now the Jamestown massacre, that's back in the 70s.
Jamestown, not Jacobstown. So yeah.
Jamestown that's a pretty nasty one too. But now the whole thing
Get
about
stuck.
that was
Come on, boy.
too.
You're still stuck. Hang on, boy. You're still trapped in this thing here. All right, there you go. Let's go.
Okay, you.
That was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Carry on, would you?
I have. Why don't you get on there and say something like,
Well, I don't want to overdo,
I'll just do it. I'll hit pause.
Jesus, an alien. Is Mary also an alien?
No.
Well, go ahead.
They say
Yeah,
that.
it couldn't have been because she was born here.
Yeah. Well, what I was referring to is that, okay, when he was crucified, the guard that jabbed him in the ribs to draw blood and kill him,
Right?
that went through a change. It's got magical abilities. Okay. The cross as well, the wood, as well too went through a change. What do you call that thing that they jabbed into his skull? With the thorns. They got it wrapped in a special class thing at that one that caught on fire here in the U.S. The church.
Church in the U.S.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I don't know the name of it, but well, I think it's over there in the UK. Well, I forget where, but they got the thing.
You mean the church that in France? You mean that was
Yeah,
burned.
okay, yeah, France. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
France.
yeah,
The church, the cathedral. It's it's the
huh?
it's it's Notre Dame Cathedral.
Yeah, no,
Okay. Yeah. And it has the thing, the crown, and they got it protected. They
Oh
do.
yeah. Was it brought over by the Crusaders?
Yeah, Knights Templar, I guess.
Yeah.
And they got far more other things they do of his. And they like they have came across stuff like that the wood from that they got it put back. They do because it holds a lot of special things. They say, but it's hard to. It's a 50-50 thing if to say if it's true or not. Because with some people they read more into what it is, but there is weird. It does happen, and
Okay.
like what's her name? Um, the 17-year-old, that female girl, uh, that had the sword, and she was she was put on a fire pit for treason.
The Saint Joan of Arc.
Yeah, Joan of Arc. You heard about her? Her skull sits in the church in a thing protecting her skull, and she's the one. They got her and a few other high tech things.
Okay, so I found what I was actually wanting to find out in the beginning. It was the Catholic Marian movement and societies, and they said that the societies have developed from the veneration of Blessed Virgin Mary by members of the Catholic Church. Now, these societies form part of the fabric of the Marianology in the Catholic Church.
Mariology. What is
Marianology.
the official name of their or their group? It's called what?
Our Lady of Fatima.
Yeah,
Oh,
that makes
just
sense.
that.
Yeah.
Popular membership of Marian organizations grew significantly in the 20th century as apparitions such as the Our Lady of Fatima gave rise to societies with millions of members, and today many Marian societies exist around the world. Now, the sodality of Our Lady was formed in 1563 in Rome by members of the Society of Jesus and has remained the official Marian Society of the Holy See for centuries. Now,
And which one is it again?
Society of Jesus. Okay, the Sodality of Our Lady was formed in 1563 in Rome by members of the Society of Jesus.
The Society of Jesus are the Jesuit,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know.
Now,
I'm not familiar with the Marian Society.
Now, the Sodality of Our Lady is the one that is the official Marian Society in the Holy See. So, in 1584, Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull commending this sodality, granting it indulgence, and establishing it as the mother sodality. The bull Gloriosa Domini of Pope Benedict XIV increased the privileges of the sodality, and in the 1948 Apostolic Constitution, Bis Seculari of Pope Pius XII summarized the historical and contemporary relevance of the sodality. So, over several centuries, the organization listed many saints, several popes, and various royal figures as members until the Second Vatican Council in 1965 The sodality of Our Lady of the Children of Mary, as it was known, was a well-known part of the life of Catholic communities worldwide. After the Second Vatican Council, many sodalities were transformed by the Jesuits, who redirected their policies towards social concern. Since then, the number of active sodalities has dwindled as other Marian organizations have grown. And that needs a citation. That's citation needed. So that last statement probably isn't very correct.
Probably is actually large organized or larger groups joining up the smaller groups.
Well, oh, go ahead, Robert. Was you gonna say something?
Oh,
Oh, I thought you were talking.
yeah, it wasn't me.
Was that you, Tan?
No, no. I didn't
Okay.
say anything.
I think
Just doing some
personally,
stuff. Yeah.
I think it was actually the other way around. Like they started breaking up into factions. You know what I'm saying? Like they were a bigger following
Come
at
on,
one
come on,
time, but
buddy.
then they started
Just
breaking
come,
up
come, come,
into
come.
smaller groups.
Okay, but you said the smaller groups dwindled.
It says many sodalities were transformed by the Jesuits, who redirected their policies towards social concern. Since
Okay.
then, the number of active sodalities have dwindled as
Yeah.
other Marian organizations have grown.
Yeah, which suggests that they've been acquired.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you see that one that they did a thing of to find out Jesus and her if she had any children or not, and if so, the bloodline, and they did a wide variety of checking it and doing a lot of tracking of where the sign where they got things from, where they think that they went to hide from the enemy of the Romans or whoever that was the one that was they were hiding for, well during the process they were in the process of hiding they were and they were doing a because they found out that like the church they didn't never did actually find her body there but someone
Whose
during that time buried made a headstone for her
whose bodies?
uh um oh the, what's her name Roger the
Mary.
God's lady oh lady
Yeah.
Magdalena
Okay.
was supposed to be
Just
buried
you
there
raised
but she
a
wasn't.
point. Tad, is there any recording of Mary's death
Actually, that's
in the Gospels?
now see that's the thing.
Not
Catholics
in the
believe
gospel. Not in
the
the gospel. But
the
there are there's the is there's church fathers writings.
Yeah.
So like Eusebius records the whole church history for the first 200-300 years.
Lady Magdalena.
No. What it was is Mary, Mother Mary, according to a lot of Catholics, believe that she ascended into heaven, like Elijah.
No. She didn't ascend. She didn't ascend. The theological languages. She was assumed into heaven.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, good.
She didn't ascend to heaven like Jesus did out of his own power.
Yeah.
Mary is a human. She's not a god, so she needed to be.
She transcended. She
She was
transcended.
assumed. So God
She
pulled her up body and soul.
brought
She
her
didn't
up.
go up by herself.
Right. Now, that's the now the one thing too that we were talking about before you got in here is original sin. This is something you definitely would know something about. What is the definition for original sin when it comes to this stuff.
Original sin is the sin of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden when they disobeyed God's command not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the original sin.
See, that's
That's
good to know.
the first sin.
That's good to know because I was thinking because I remember hearing back when I was younger about like whenever you're born and like when a baby cries, that would be considered an original sin.
Right. And so yeah, right. So that the original sin is the sin of our first parents, which is Adam and Eve. But so because of that, all humanity, including the animals, everything in the animal kingdoms, are fallen with man, right? And so everything, every human that was born after that inherit this stain of the original sin that first parents has contracted. So yeah. Original sin is also the sin that the parents, or our first parents, pass on to us because of their stain.
Right.
Yeah. Let me ask you, when the great when the ark was sent out, everybody died, and it was only them alive. How does that work on that situation?
Not
When
everyone.
everybody,
Noah and his family was alive.
yeah, that's my point. Does that onto them, or does it?
And Noah was a descendant of Adam and Eve, so of course he
Adam and
inherited
Eve.
it.
No. That's not what I'm saying. After Adam and Eve, okay, after
Yeah.
the whole process, civilization and all that,
Yeah.
when they made um, the boat for all the wildlife and all that, because God was not happy with
The Noah
how
thing,
the human race was, and he
Right.
had the earth flooded, and only
Yeah.
them people on the boat. Okay, how does
Yeah.
that work with that? The people
What do you
that
mean by that? In
were,
terms of original sin?
yeah, does that fall on to
Yeah,
the
that's
boat?
what that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
It's like it just because freaking he got put on a boat with a bunch of animals in his
Yeah, it
family
doesn't mean
doesn't
he's
mean he's
immaculate.
yeah, it doesn't mean that he's forgiven for what it is and what I've heard it called is called sins of the father. Okay. And if you look at a lot of the stuff that's written in the Bible, you'll see looping. You'll see things that reoccur over and over again. Okay, and like they'll bring references up to well, a good example is like a brother and a sister goes into a town, and because or a husband and a wife goes into a town, and so, in order to avoid being murdered, the husband lies and says that his wife is actually his sister, so that he can save his own life.
Wait a minute. That's the story of Abraham
Right,
and Sarah.
right. That's it. That's the sins of the father, and if you take a look
Yeah.
at it, it happens again later on.
Yeah.
You see, it just keeps
Well, I
repeating
mean,
itself.
the the effect of the original sin is the deprivation of the original grace that was granted by our first parents. Uh, uh, Original grace meaning that they're 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 free of sin and they were able to commune with God face to face.
I
Sort of.
Bob Dub made an interesting point. Can't remember if it was in the message or when I was speaking to her. But I was just trying to find the message, but I can't find it. She talked about the original sin as humans having first discovering choice or discovering critical thought,
No,
having the
no.
ability to choose for themselves.
See, the whole thing about that though is it comes down to when they were in the Garden of Eden. They were told that they could eat of the tree of life and live forever. But they couldn't touch the tree of knowledge. See, everybody thinks there's just one tree, but there was actually two
Yeah.
trees. Okay? As long as they ate
Yeah.
from the tree of life, they could live forever. But
Well,
they were
did
told
they
to
eat from
stay
the tree
away.
of life?
But
I mean,
yeah.
they already lived forever.
Well,
They already lived forever. The
well, stop it.
only after they've eaten from the
Tree of knowledge is when it
knowledge
all went bad.
did they begin to die, because that's what
Right.
God said, right? For
Well,
surely as soon as you eat from that, you will die.
Don't attack me because of my bad language, okay?
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's just I said it wrong, but
Okay.
you know what I'm saying. But they had the tree of life, and then they had the tree of knowledge,
Right.
and they were told to stay away from the tree of knowledge, but they chose to anyhow, and that is where, because they became self-aware and because they freaking ate of the tree of life, that's where freaking they gained the original sin, because they went against God. At least that's the way I was taught about it.
Well, so the original sin. You know what the first sin is? Is the original sin of all creation is the sin of the devil. The sin of pride, meaning that he thought that he was too powerful, too smart. He think he could rival God,
Mm-hmm.
so he rebelled. So that's the sin of pride, and the original sin of humans from the devil's temptation is similar to that. You know, God told them not to eat, or as soon as you eat it, you will die. And so they didn't believe it. They didn't listen to it. And in fact, they called God a liar, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a variation of the sin of pride.
Yeah, but when they did that, he set it up to where since they have never had pregnancy, never would, and when they broke the law, God looked and said, for every child that you have, you would feel unorganized pain, like through labor, and because before they broke the law, they would never have known what pain was.
Right? Pain and death is the consequence of the original sin. Yeah.
But see that opens up another avenue though, and I think me and Mark had a conversation about this at one time. I don't know. I'm not for sure, Mark, but tell me if I'm wrong here. But
do you think what I'm thinking? Possibly. I was going to say
does that mean
raises the question of if you didn't eat from the tree of knowledge, then would the human race always just be two people, Adam and Eve?
Exactly.
No. Remember, before they fell, God commanded them to be fruitful and multiply. Right? So the ability to have children.
So in that case, God, if you're going to use that argument, then God has created a virus, in effect, because if you can never die, and you just multiply, sooner or later there won't be enough room for. You've got a plague of humans.
Why not? They had unlimited resource.
It was a workforce. You got to remember that freaking the Anunnaki needed a workforce so that they could do their jobs for them.
I know you say that God is an alien. Yeah, okay, carry on.
You see, they needed a workforce, so they
a workforce that will never die.
That
just keeps on multiplying.
Well, I don't
and continue to multiply.
I
And
don't.
then eventually they will scatter out and explore the universe.
And then
I
if
don't
he
know.
calls up
I
the
don't know
universe,
if limited
gentlemen,
resource was
sorry
a
to be late.
problem before the fall, right?
Mhm.
Right.
Now,
So
Otto's here. Welcome, Otto. Now,
Hello.
the thing that
hello,
I'm noticing,
Otto.
the thing that I'm noticing is it's
Hello.
knowledge. Okay, that seems like in the old religion or in the old ways, because it's not the old religion. This Christianity and Judaism is actually New Age when it comes to a lot of this. But
I got into a good discussion here.
but but what I'm getting from these beliefs is that knowledge was bad. If you want to educate yourself and be knowledgeable and think outside of the box, then you were committing a sin, and that was looked down on. You had to have faith.
No,
You had to have faith in God and do what you were told.
I think if you had faith in God and do what you were told, you would have accomplished much more. I don't think restricting knowledge was the command.
I would actually argue the way
Well, that's
around.
where you're wrong.
That's
Because
that's
what better
that's
way
what
for? Sorry.
and that's what the devil tried to convince Adam and Eve, that God's limiting your ability to learn, your knowledge. So what are you saying, Robert?
Well, what I'm referring to, by doing that, like with the church is not going to let you get an intelligence because they would like to keep to where people believes in what the church says, and what the church says and does. If you getting more smarter and all that, you have more and more ideals of your own about situations.
You know,
Okay, and
that's what
nobody's going to
the
want you.
that's what the enemies of the church will have you believe. But you know, a lot of scientists that help progress science were Catholic theologians. There, some of them were even priests and members of the clergy, right?
Oh, I
Would
think the sciences long. I think some of the top astronomers are Jesuits, but
Yeah,
today physicists and stuff. The church has always
yeah,
led the way in European education. I mean, for a while it was the only place to be educated. To this day, the Oxbridge colleges, most of their traditions are actually ecclesiastical in origin. You know, they were secularized
yeah,
over time, but they have canons and dons and this and that. A lot of their titles, even the black robes and so forth. But
yeah.
it's
yeah.
funny. I just kind of walked into the middle of this, but we were talking about the Garden of Eden last night, and it was brought up that it was because of man's disobedience that he did gain this knowledge of, there are things we don't want to know. It's like, what's it like to fall down that well? I don't want to know. There's some knowledge you don't want. What's it like to get hit by a car? But the argument was, I think that this is what led to all of our achievements. We leave the garden and
Yeah,
we
it's true. It's true.
swing by
Yeah,
our brow.
and,
And so, in one sense, it's like about disobedience is kind of like when a child learns through consequences. So, I don't think that the world outside the garden is ignoble. I think there's so much love, so much power, so many positive things going on, and yes, a lot of negative things too. But the fact that humans can strive together and can create something that C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien would go on about, that we are creatures, and so we are sub-creators. When we create things, when we, whether it's art or literature or whatever work we do, in a sense, we're partaking in that aspect of our Creator.
Does this
So
mean? Does this mean that God is a contradictory God?
I
He's
think
like,
God is going to have to be contradictory to us.
He's supposed to be all things, so he would have to be
yeah,
both.
yeah.
He would
Our
have to
point of
be.
view.
explain how you see the contradiction.
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you
In the
see it?
view that He wants humans to be subservient to him and not to gain knowledge, but allow humans to gain knowledge anyway.
We tried to
No.
surpass his ideals.
In other
Yeah,
words, the whole thing that an omniscient God set up the whole Garden of Eden narrative ahead of time. That this was simply a way to, it's again, it has to do with time, and we're talking, of God, something which by definition is beyond our ability to define him, for the purposes of this discussion. So I think that I'm reminded of something again, going back to C.S. Lewis, who said something to the effect of like, God doesn't foreordain things, but God is outside of time and so can see everything that you will decide, but he can't make those decisions for you. So I guess you could say that there's to us, this would seem contradictory, but we're inside of time. And I despair of talking much about God at all. I always fall back on the apophatic theology of St. Dionysius the Areopagite, who talks about what God isn't is the closest we can come to, because any kind of a statement about an infinite being, I'm always very careful about, because it lends itself to confusion very easily, and trying to reduce God's motivations to our level, it's like it's not nearly like, but the closest thing might be a chipmunk living in the backyard here of the house I'm staying at right now, understanding the New York Stock Exchange, or how to code or something like that. It's just very difficult to get anything but the dimmest idea of people trading, squirrels trading nuts or something,
But in this case, you aren't. God stated that you should not eat the apple, but being omnipresent, omnipotent, he knew that you were going to eat the apple. So what's the point of stating do not eat the apple if he already knew that you were going to eat the apple?
Well, I was just listening to a story about a guy that was told, you have to go to this place, and there you will be slain. And because of this, though, your nation will be protected for 30 years. The enemy won't be able to come here. So sometimes, even when you know something that you don't want to happen is going to happen, you still have to go through with it. Maybe God in his omniscience realized that there would be disobedience, but he still had to try. There's a Scandinavian saying, this comes out of Norse paganism, where they believed that everything was foreordained. The fates sealed your fate. You had no free will. But there was a saying that, my fate was fixed long before I was born. There are much better ways to face the end than being a coward. In other words, even no matter how bad it's going to be, and this touches on the Greeks as well. And for that matter, I would argue anyone facing things, the martyrs going into the arena, anyone who just walks in there saying, yeah, I know I'm going to die, I'm just going to face it. So maybe that was the case with the Garden of Eden and the serpent. He had to try.
When I did the research on this stuff, and I talked to my priest and stuff about it, they pointed it out to me that it's written in the Bible, and what it is Jesus. Jesus had to die on the cross to be allowed to sit by his Father's side. So in order for that to happen, freaking humans had to actually partake of the fruit of knowledge, okay, so that they could freaking be sent out into the world and the sin could be built up. And when Jesus was crucified on that cross, he had to take in the sins of all humans, past, present, and future, and that allowed him to actually be able to sit by his Father's side, the Father, the Son.
But he was already by the Father's side before the fall.
He was without sin. See, he was perfect in every way, but he did not know what sin was.
Well,
He still was without sin after he was born.
No, when he died on the cross, he was filled with every sin of every human on the face of this planet.
I don't.
Well,
That,
you think as God, he wouldn't have known that?
He's not. He wasn't. He was the Son of God. Okay, he was.
Wait. You mean that was at one point the second person in the Trinity wasn't God?
He had to.
Yeah,
He had to. He had to. He had to sacrifice himself on the cross in order to frickin' become worthy to sit by his Father's
I
side.
mean, when you talk about an omnipotent God saying having to do something, sounds like a contradiction, right?
yeah.
That's what I was always told, and it actually makes sense. What you're saying is ridiculous. Like he just one day decided, you know what, I'm just gonna go let him hang me on a cross. That's ridiculous.
I think
No, it's not one day. It's
Well, you know what I'm saying. He's like, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and let him just hang me up on this cross and not.
We're straying towards Aristotle territory here because we're getting towards the idea of the mover, the unmoved mover. And I think maybe what we're groping towards is once God initiates, and again, we are such limited beings in time, so we're talking about something, an idea that we just can't understand about being outside of time. So anyway, if God initiates a course of action, then every part of that course of action then is necessary.
Yeah, like
We think of it as a sequence. Now he has to do this. Now he has to do that. For God, it would all have been simultaneous, I think. And not even that, but that's the best we can come up with. So, once God initiates a course of action, all these things, I mean, and you got to be careful because, you can talk about how the tree of the tree in the garden is cognate with the cross at Golgotha, supposedly the grave of Adam or something. I don't know about whether that's actual scriptural, but
No, I don't think
so
it
that the
is.
one tree was necessary to the other tree, but that doesn't mean that it was done in order to cause the other thing to happen. It's just the two are related in the 4-dimensional or 10-dimensional, whatever structure of the cosmos there is.
Mhm.
So if somebody, if somebody dies, passes on, and because of that, someone who's been a caretaker for them suddenly is able to go do something else. It's not that, well, they had to pass on so that I could go do this. It's because this happened and now this is going to happen kind of deal. They're related, but it's not a deliberate causality. I don't know. I might be blithering a bit here. I've had a long day at work, but
no.
So
You're making sense.
But that's kind of how I see it. It's so tough to talk. We are embedded in the arrow of time and struggling to look outside of it, which is, to me, I think, good evidence that we do have a nature that partakes of something higher than mere earthiness.
No, actually, since you're here, we haven't had a chance to let you talk about what the topic was about. We were talking about do you remember back in the 60s whenever they had the apparitions and the three girls witnessed it?
60s?
You mean the miracle at
60s?
Fatima?
Yeah,
Fatima.
Fatima.
Fatima is the 20. That's the 17s.
Oh
Yeah,
you're right. You're right. That was back in the
1915 or
something. Right during the Spanish.
1917. Okay.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not an expert on it. It's certainly something that if it happened today, I'm not sure what they would make of it, but it certainly seems like something happened there. And for a lot of people, it was a manifestation of Our Lady. I've heard people call it a UFO encounter, but it was definitely a place where we saw that there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt on in your philosophy. So yeah, I'm not an expert on it though, but a lot of people saw something very interesting that day, and the children seemed to be very sincere. So, and I'll basically I don't want to, I can start commenting on the supernatural aspects of it, but to me, it happened within the purview of the church, and I will rest satisfied with whatever the church deems how the church deems to interpret it. Because it, in a very real sense, it's happening. It happens completely within the continuum of Roman Catholicism. Although it can be looked at outside of that, you can look at it as simply just the perceptions of the people outside of their culture and what was happening in their religion. You could look at it from a technological standpoint if you want, although there wasn't a lot of high technology in 1917 to be doing things with. But yeah, it was certainly one of those things that happens is very powerful, very important. We don't understand it, so we stop talking about it almost immediately.
So you don't have a say on it? Is that what you're saying? Like
I have no idea what it was. I have no theory. There are so many things that happen and have happened in this world, miracles, whatever you want to call them, time slips. They're not usually as well documented as that, but people have been experiencing these sorts of things for thousands upon thousands of years, ever since we have human records. Mm-hmm. And some of them today, and this is a continuum, and I'm not denigrating miracles of God, but there are also like a lot of other things that I think have nothing to do with miracles of God, but like a lot of the UFO contactee stuff, some of the experiences people have. A lot of people dabbling in the occult have had some very strange experiences. You don't usually hear much about that because it's considered to be, well, it's just some crazy nut job, but it's human perception all the same. And there's a continuum of this through all these phenomena.
I was just going to say, if you look at it on the other end of the scale, it could be just hysteria.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Mass hysteria?
Well, hysteria, yeah. Mass hysteria happens to multiple people.
Well, hey guys.
I mean, mass hallucination.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but have you heard about
if you want?
I wonder how that works. How do you get a lot of if a lot of people are hallucinating the same thing? Doesn't that, by definition, make it real? I mean, if we all see a pink elephant, that couldn't possibly exist. Well, we all see it. I mean, isn't consensus the basis of reality? If we all see something, then it's real, right? If we don't see it, it's not real.
I don't know about that.
Well, I got something for you. Okay, during I think it was World War II. They did a big thing of this horse. It did the unknown, and where this horse was given aid to all the military. Didn't make a difference what size you were on. They were military guys getting drug help, got out of areas that was getting bombardment, shooting real bad. This horse was doing stuff like no other animal, and they gave it was on the news about it that they gave high praises for this brand of horse, and it was part of it was part of war. It was in the war. It was this horse did so much that rescued people, medicines. You put a bag on the horse. The horse knew where to go. Actually, took the stuff to the hospital.
Nice.
And they did a big thing about that on the news from I forget where, but what country, but they did it. And I was really surprised about it because that says that an animal cannot think in ways of what you call it. Like I said, a person can actually think in ways to impress makes their mind more. And for an animal to able to do that, to help take people from one spot to the other, out of the way, and help them get into, because with a high general got hurt and he stuck his foot around through the saddle thing or some kind of rope or something, but it drugged him out. It did. And the animal did that quite a bit. and it was high praises. And they said that, and I just find that really pretty good.
Yeah.
And for an animal to do that, you're talking like a thing of God. For an animal to actually to have that done like that without
Yeah.
being killed by all what was going on around any animal, I do not know. But for a horse to survive like that, there's something there. I
You
mean,
know, if you want to talk about miracles, I remember something very well documented. This was at Lourdes, and this guy had a very badly damaged leg, and part of the bone in his leg had to be removed. But he resisted any kind of an amputation, and he survived the injury, and lived basically unable to walk. There was like a section of bone was basically missing from his leg. Well, short version of the story, he went to Lourdes and was cured. He was walking around. Doctors couldn't believe it at the time, and they asked him, please, when you die, can we autopsy your body? Because we really want to look at this. Because they had examined him. They had removed the bone. There was some kind of an injury. They knew there was no bone there. So he did eventually pass on, and they autopsied him, and they found that his leg had not only had the bone healed, had regrown, but it was actually slightly like a millimeter longer than it had been. Just very slightly even more powerful. Again, what happened there? I have no idea. It happened, however, within the purview of the church, and if it's a supernatural occurrence, well, it happened to a Roman Catholic who went to a Catholic shrine and prayed to a Catholic saint, and there we go. So I'll bow to the church as far as their supernatural interpretation, but as far as a natural interpretation, I have no idea what happened there. And again, things like this.
It could be just a genetic mutation. Just a
there you go. Maybe like a rare cosmic ray. Occam's razor suggests that maybe God just did it. That's the simplest explanation, the easiest and most. I mean, from a scientific viewpoint, strange mutations and cosmic rays and possible aliens intervening.
Maybe.
No, that was all I had.
Well, in Canada, this woman had what you call it, where you have to get where you take fluid from the spine.
Oh yeah, spinal tap. Yeah.
Okay, and woman needed that. Okay. Plus, here's the thing. This is in the medical industry in Canada. That this woman had AIDS, and she had that done. But however the process is, that it got eliminated AIDS, and by having that spinal tap done to her, as they said, it was some kind of genetics in the fluids or something. But and they're keeping an eye on her because they wanted to see if the AIDS comes back or whatever the process from it, if it's a long term or what. But they found that they did this recently, a year or two ago, and that's
they're going to want to study that. Yeah, they're going to want to study that. They're always getting weird side effects from things. I read a thing. This was a few years ago. They discovered that this one drug they were giving people, and like I said, like when they were doing a spinal tap, it was just for a spinal tap. They didn't have any other idea. Well, these guys were getting a drug. It was some kind of a liver treatment. It was in combination with a couple of drugs. But doctors started noticing that when their patients would come in, their hair was darker, but they thought they were just dyeing their hair. And so patients started saying, "Doc, my hair gets darker." And like apparently one of the side effects of this drug is that it returns, if you have gray hair, it returns your hair to its original color. So it's a side effect. I mean, it's some kind of a chemo drug. I don't think it's a pleasant. You wouldn't take it just to make your hair turn. But last I heard, they were studying it to try to find some way of isolating how it did that. So in the next 5 or 10 years, we might have Mark, you may never lose those chestnut curls. You might keep that hair color forever. You see what happens with age, dude. You see what I look like now. But
Yeah, tell me about that.
as I am now, so shall you be. Abandon hope who follow me. But
So-
yeah, they're always discovering weird little side effects from these things. It's very interesting.
So you guys
And
went
it's really
from
good.
Fatima to freaking side effects to chemo treatment.
Well, no, not chemo. Where the woman had a
You
spinal
went
tap.
off. So you went off topic again, right? I step away, man. It's like all of a sudden Robert just goes into a.
Why, you
role.
stepped away? Come on.
I should have known
control.
better.
The big thing about the Fatima incident that most people are interested in are the so-called prophecies, right?
Yeah.
There were prophecies supposed, and I've heard all kinds of things in the rumor mill. I don't know what the Vatican stance. I never really followed it all that closely, but I seem to remember that there was supposedly a sealed letter kept at the Vatican that had some kind of a prophecy that was going to be read at a certain time. But I don't know whether that was.
They're called the Fatima secrets.
And
There
what are
were
the secrets?
There were three of them. Two of them were revealed, and the third secret was apparently in that letter that you were talking about, given to the Pope.
Uh-huh.
And Sister Lucia was the one. I think she wrote about it. So I think it is known by now what that is. But something about one of them was something about a pope that got murdered, right?
An assassination or an assassination attempt on the Pope.
Yeah, and they kind of linked that to the assassination attempt of Pope John Paul II.
Right.
But I think that might have been the second or something, and then the third one, I don't know what it is. But I think it's been disclosed.
Isn't it something about praying the rosary to bring Russia back into the church or something? Although I don't think they would have meant Orthodox Church. I think they meant, I don't know. Was Russia ever?
Russia, yeah, bringing back from communism, basically.
Yeah.
The church, yeah.
Yeah, but they've always had the Catholic sort of, the Orthodox Catholic Church in Russia, even throughout.
Well, they before the schism, it was really technically all the same church.
Yeah.
So, but I know they made some steps towards reconciliation, but I don't think there's ever going to be, one church again. The Orthodox Church is going to stay there. They're not going to come back.
I mean, you could make the same argument in China. China still has a Catholic Church, but it's beholden to the state.
Well, they chased a lot of churches out a long time ago, didn't they?
Huh?
They're very anti-religious. It's in their constitution. It's destroy religion.
Well, you guys, when Russia,
China.
China.
No, China, much like Russia, has have a live religion that the religious sects cannot overstep.
Okay, you're atheist.
Political views.
Yeah.
So it has to be in lockstep with the Communist Party, PCP.
Closely controlled by the party, and and their government is officially atheist, which is a kind of a religion for them, I think, in some ways. And they discourage any kind of religious sentiment by anyone. It's the state that can do everything.
There's a good film made in the 70s, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's a Kirk Douglas film where Kirk Douglas was I think an Italian priest working under Nazi controlled or even Nazi or Italian fascist controlled Italy, so fascist controlled Italy. And it demonstrated the sort of interplay between the church and the political regime at the time.
Well, the Italian state. Well, Mussolini's concordant with the Pope was like a huge huge step, because when the nascent Italian Republic seized the Papal States, I mean, I think the Pope refused to talk to the Italians for like a long time. But yeah,
Okay.
again,
So,
I've always said church, state, society. For most of history, it's always been one thing. And the Roman Empire. I mean, these beasts were very sophisticated about things like social engineering. And we've talked about before about when the church got involved in the apparatus of the Roman state. You saw a lot of things change with state support. Yes, it protects and gives the church more power, but then you have corruption tends to rise with power corrupts. And those were a lot of the problems you have with any successful group. And again, this goes back to what we've talked about before. You've got two churches. You've got, the spiritual institution that exists eternally, but then you've got sinful human beings. One of the things I've always liked about, if you read entries in the Catholic Encyclopedia, it's incredibly honest about some of these popes. The Borgia popes, Alexander the Sixth is like, yeah, he's poisoning people, this or that. They don't try to gloss anything over, because sometimes people do bad things. People can be bad people. But so yeah, and you can argue that the church losing a lot of its political authority gave it a chance to turn back to its more spiritual mission. I think that was the case with Tibetan Buddhism. Yeah, I was going to bring up Buddhism, right? The Dalai Lama, everybody's going on about, beautiful Dalai Lama, peace and love. He's such a nice guy, and he's a nice guy. He's very wise. He's got all this stuff. But the government of Tibet for the longest time was a Buddhist theocracy. And a traveler there mentions that, all the descriptions of tortures in the Buddhist hells, those are all based on what they actually did to people. The criminal code was like incredibly horrible for mutilations and things. And you'd have lamas. The lamas would also be the local rulers sometimes. So you'd have lamas with bodyguards with rifles and fixed bayonets and things. And, that was one of my things. If you took the Buddha in a time machine and showed him one of these guys with a funny hat and a bodyguard ruling with it, that's a Buddhist monk. I don't think he would be impressed. But this was the nature of power. These people ruled the country. So when the Chinese invaded Tibet and occupied it, and the Tibetan government in exile came down, well, the Tibetan government in exile was also the hierarchy of the Tibetan Buddhist sect that the Dalai Lama is in charge, and all these other, the whole Tibetan Buddhist infrastructure. So, well, they don't have people to rule anymore, taxes to collect, or wars to fight. So they're back to going on about peace and love and stuff. So really, I sometimes think exile was the best thing that could have happened to the Dalai Lama, because it was only his predecessor that stopped doing mutilations, like chopping people up. He had a German friend, this guy came from Germany, talked to him a lot about Buddhism and convinced him to stop those punishments. They did still use I think it's pronounced the kang, which is like a big wooden collar. You might have seen pictures of people. It's like a big wooden collar, like a couple of feet square, and it goes around your neck. And you got to wear this thing for so many years, because they didn't have prisons. They couldn't afford that kind of thing. A lot of these, medieval kind of times. So they would just put the jail around you. And there was a Buddhist point about this, apparently. If you're wearing one of those, you think, oh, that's not so bad. You cannot feed yourself. You can't wipe your own nose. You cannot drink. So you are completely dependent upon your friends and family to feed you, to give you drinks, to wash your face and head for however many years you have to wear the thing. And it's supposed to be a lesson in how we depend upon others and upon their kindness and things like that. It's kind of a heavy lesson. But anyway, yeah, I don't think power is good for spiritual organizations. Not temporal power, not power over, executing people and stuff like that.
On a cliff, I forget what, I think it was in India or somewhere, there's a place that was built, the monks, it was different brands of monks, but they built their place in the mountain, not in the mountain, but on a cliff thing, but where you can barely see it, but they dug into it, and there was 3 to 4 different brands of monks there building and construction of it. And when the time comes, they had to up and leave. And today they were making it on the thing that them places are off limits. They'll walk by, but if they catch anyone going into it, they'll be arrested for vandalizing. But there was 3 to 4 different brands of monks all living in that one spot.
Well,
Yeah,
some of those places they people go in and have destroyed some of those places. They have these amazingly valuable paintings because it shows us like images and sometimes like inscriptions from like thousands of years ago sometimes. So people go in there and they like pick things off for bloody souvenirs or do graffiti or they steal stuff. And there's so many sites in these countries. Archaeologists don't have the time or the funding to like get to them all. I think the best they can do sometimes is try to keep people away from them, because it's really a pity. So much gets lost that way. I hate that.
The thing they could do is give it to the British Museum.
Like the Elgin marbles. Yeah. Greece was so happy about that.
Yeah.
It's bad enough secret.
Uh-huh. Okay.
John Paul II. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The Virgin Mary helped save them.
Huh. Nice to have friends in high places,
Hey guys, I'm not for sure, but there was one place that he was. I forget. Well, she said because he came back and said that no one believed him about him seeing her, and she looked and said, "What you would have to do to take flowers, put it in your jacket."
Oh, right. Our Lady of Guadalupe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't. I'm not. Yeah, okay, and that was another one right there. Similar to the one about the 3 girls and that, because nobody believed him until he did that.
Well, see, the thing of it is, and a lot of people don't understand, this is something that's reoccurred over time. There's 3 of them that I know of. There was one that happened in France, one that happened in Portugal, and then another one that happened in Mexico.
No, I was looking at an account of these guys who had been shipwrecked. It was actually a story of the HMS Wager, and at one point they had gotten to Portuguese territory, and when they got back to the main capital, they went to give thanks at the chapel of Our Lady of the Good Death. I thought that was really cool, Our Lady of the Good Death, because you want to have a good death.
Mm-hmm. I thought Joseph was the patron saint of a happy death.
Really, Joseph?
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't know that.
That's something that was discussed on Otto's Discord channel. He referred me to where they were talking about where you have happy birthdays and nobody ever talks about happy death days. You know what I mean?
I don't know. In Mexico, in Latin America, there's a.
Oh, yeah.
There's the Saint Death, isn't it?
Yeah.
Day of the Dead.
Santa Mota.
And where they
Santa
pick up
Mota,
the casket, the skull. They were taking the skulls out and showing it, and the spirit of the family was in the skulls.
My friend Satori does a lot of work with Mexican folklore, and the Day of the Dead is like very important to him. And it was interesting. One of the things they talk about with it was that it is like many of these folk traditions, it's an amalgamation of much older beliefs. And, just as whenever people's culture changes, their spiritual path changes, this or that, they still retain these things. And actually, we were talking about this in Buddhism as well. With some, in Buddhism, they have special remembrance days, death days. And we were talking about that this predates, because it's like, wait, that makes no sense from a Buddhist standpoint, because you've been all these other beings and this and that. Why would you celebrate? Well, this ancestor respect and worship predates the introduction of Buddhism. And so in Mexico, a lot of these ideas predated the introduction of Catholicism. So they had the idea that when you died, you had this journey, and you didn't just go to the afterworld immediately. It took like so many days, and on special days you would have a festival, and you would provide like cakes and candles and things so that the spirit of your family member would have that refreshment before they went to the next stage. As they became Christians, this turned into the idea of the soul leaving after death and possibly going through purgatory before being able to attain heaven. So there's still a journey kind of a deal, but it's not so much someone being taken from you as they're traveling somewhere, and they still have that day when they remember they're dead. It's very touching.
There's another one. They're saying that when you die, you have two spirits. One that leaves to go to heaven or wherever, and there's one that stays with the body. And the one that stays with the body is that until when the thing comes where the God comes to raise you from when you pass away, that's the one that's supposed to, I guess, have talked in or however.
No, that's actually a good, interesting topic right there, because where that originated from is it originated from ancient Egypt, when they came up with the mummifications, as well as African countries that believed in it in their pagan beliefs.
Well,
and
the
later,
ancient Egyptians had 7 souls, I think.
well, after the ones that were in areas like Congo and regions in that Africa around there were converted to Christian. The interesting part about this is that after they became Christian, they also started developing what we call today voodoo or hoodoo. So, like with these voodoo freaking worshippers that everybody calls black magic, that's just a combination of what the ancient Egyptians and freaking Christians believed in that was incorporated into the Christian beliefs. It's really interesting. The whole story behind that. I actually did a entire show, a few shows on that where it was a part of it. So I thought that was interesting to bring up. Are you guys still there? I got none but blank screen. Tell them I got cut off.
And this is, I think, as it should be in a lot of ways. Roger, you're back. Thank goodness. We were worried about you. You can start talking again. I talked about voodoo for a minute, so you can keep going.
Yeah, they ended up cutting me off. They sent me a message telling me that I needed to sign in again when I wasn't ever leaving. I should have just hit the sign in thing, but yeah, basically what it was is that's what it was when they converted Africans and Africans into Christians. They incorporated it into their belief system. So people who believe in voodoo and hoodoo are actually believing in
it's an amalgamation of Christian.
Yeah, I like to call it syncretizing.
Yeah, it's a syncret. Yeah, it's syncretic. Yeah. But one thing I wanted to mention when Robert was talking about that idea of the two bodies, that reminds me of the question, and maybe Tan will want to comment on this. There are two ways of looking at what happens to you when you die, from a Christian viewpoint. And some people say that when you die, you go right to heaven or hell. But others say that you are not judged until the resurrection. So that when you die, you are unconscious until you are resurrected, and then you go to heaven or hell. But of course, this sidesteps the whole purgatory. I imagine you have purgatory too, but these things don't happen now, but they happen at the end of the world. What's the church's take on that, Tan, offhand?
Wait, before you go there, I wanted to go back. You said it twice now that the voodoo's practitioners, they have to be Catholic church priests.
Right.
Double check on that. I don't think.
Okay, I could be wrong about that,
Yeah,
but I know they have to be taking all the sacraments and everything. I could be wrong on that. Now that you mention it, that might be a bridge too far, even for today's church.
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. A lot of them may be Catholics, but
I mean, you might not call them a Catholic. I might not call them a Catholic.
Right. They might be like bordering heretics. If
right.
Catholics and
maybe a little more than border. Voodoo. I don't think the Inquisition would think much of them.
Yeah. Anyway, about the judgments. Yeah. So the church teaches that there are two kinds of judgment. One is called a particular judgment, which is when you die, you go, you meet Jesus, and you are judged based on what you've done in your life, and that's your personal. So right. So if you die in friendship with God, then you go to heaven. If you die with your life rejecting God, then you go to hell. You go to a place where you've always wanted throughout your life. You do not want God in your life, so you get your wish when you die. Right. So that's the particular judgment. The general judgment is the thing that comes at the end of time when Jesus comes back, and then that is when everyone goes in, go back alive and dead. They got resurrected, and all of their deepest, darkest secrets are known to everybody at that time, and then the good ones will go. This is the end. This is it, but it doesn't mean you get rejudged again, right? If you're already in heaven, by the end time, everybody will meet together, and the sheep and the goat will be there, and the sheep will be separate from the goat, and the goats go to eternal damnation, and the sheep will follow the shepherd into.
So you don't get judged, enter heaven, and then they say, "Well, we're reviewing your case."
No.
Oh my God, where's my lawyer?
You're making an interesting case there. From what you're saying, you could argue that hell, for some people, is just as good as heaven. And
Satan thought so.
And
no,
but
hell
because do you really want to meet your wicked stepmother from your?
No, but I mean, so hell is the state of eternal separation from God, meaning the people who are there are really angry. Right, and they're all usually by themselves, right? They're all in their own little universe. They don't want to be like, they're the total opposite of the people that are in heaven, where eternal happiness. so the people in hell are constantly cursing God through eternity. And that's their happiness, and that's their lot.
Well, to us, the idea of separation from God doesn't sound all that bad, because we're all sitting here and we think, well, where's God? I don't see him. You mean it's going to be just like this?
Well, no, it's all in your perception of who is God.
Well, exactly. The thing is, after we die, we're going to know.
Yeah.
And we're going to have direct knowledge. And we're also going to be in a different state than we are now. We're in a physical state right now. And again, I'm speaking for the purposes of this argument. We're going to be in a spiritual state. Yeah. And we're going to know spiritual pain. I think the pains of hell are spiritual. And they consist, as I understand it, of being deprived of the presence of God. And this is like being deprived of the sun, being deprived of the moon, of light, of life. And being cut off from the one. I mean, that's why I think they say hell is dark. There's no light there. There's no illumination. And light, of course, is our metaphor for knowledge, for wisdom, for awareness. So you could even argue that there isn't even an individual awareness. You can't have a brilliant planet unless there is a bright sun reflecting things off of it. So you could say that our individuality is our individual reflection of the glory of God. I should have been a preacher. I should have.
It's unimaginable what that place could be like, hell, right? And
they're saying there's hell, 7 levels of hell, and 9. And it depends on what you do in life. You would have to be like Adolf Hitler and Stalin to go to the 7th level of hell.
I think it's it's 9.
9 levels.
Yeah, but you have to purify your soul, as they say, to where when that time comes, you got to, for the people that have done the unspeakable, will go to hell, but to go through, after you go through all that, then you have a chance to go back to heaven to be redone.
No. Then you're confusing hell with purgatory.
Yeah.
Well,
purgatory is the place of purgation where if you die in friendship with God, but you still have some attachment to sin, evil things. There's just some stain in you. Because you must be perfect to enter heaven, right? Is that what Jesus says? You can enter heaven.
I was referring to is that they were saying that by going through hell before you go, because you had to go through the hell to purify your soul. To where
that's not the kind of hell. That's not the kind of hell that we're talking about. Eternal damnation. Even in the in the creed of the church, they said Jesus died and he went to hell, right?
Right.
But that hell is not the same place that the eternal damned go to. This hell that we're talking about is that place of the dead. That Hades is what the Greeks call it.
So at the end times, then, when the quick and the dead are judged, right? That's going to include the inhabitants of hell. So maybe some of them will get a better judgment. Is that possible? You think, Tan?
No.
Okay, so they also get a one-way ticket.
Yeah, once you're in hell, there's no way out. You made the final choice, right? Just you made all your choice when you're living here on Earth. Once you die, that's final.
So you've had your individual judgment at death, and you've been sent either to heaven or hell.
Mm-hmm.
So the final judgment isn't going to concern anyone that's already in heaven or hell.
That's right. I guess the only in the end time, when the end of the world comes, they're there, but they're right now in the particular judgments of the individuals who have died, they've been judged, but there's still people living in the world, and they continue to live in the world until the end, right? So
they'll be up.
they're there, but then in the end time, I don't know if there's a worse level of hell that they will be thrown into after the end time, but they'll be called back for the final judgment in
Well, they're saying the final judgment is where you go to the seventh depth of hell, because each one, the severe ones, goes to the bottom, where unagonizing torture is torture.
Yeah.
And they say too that there's an angel on each side of you, one on each of your shoulder blades, writing everything down, what you do and what good or bad.
It's different from the Dante's idea, where each circle of hell represents a specific sin.
Yeah. And how much of that same sin have you done?
Well, a lot of this is like Dante and demonology and things like this, but I don't know how scriptural it is. I don't know that the Bible has that detailed a description, really. So you know, when you look at what the theologians come up with, the more people talking about the nature of hell, and you can get some ideas, because it's a bad place. So you think of bad things, fire, pitchforks, all that rigmarole. But when you're looking, again, we're talking about if we're in a spiritual state, physical tortures aren't going to really mean much. They have to be looked on as metaphors for the kind of emotional or spiritual distress we'd have. So that's when I first came across that whole idea of like hell is a place where God is not. I think there's a really good book by C.S. Lewis called The Great Divorce.
Right.
And they talk about the nature of hell. And, and it goes right what you were saying, Tan, about people just separate. They separate. They talk about like all these famous people are there. Napoleon is there. And it's like, did you see him? It took hundreds and hundreds of years to get to where he was. Because you can have whatever you want there. And he's got this huge palace. And he's there all by himself, just striding back and forth saying, Josephine's fault. It was Ney's fault. It was Talleyrand's fault. It was this fault. He's just locked in this miserable circle of, and again, there's no God, there's nobody there. It's not even him. It's just like these negative feelings, and all by himself, and beautifully brilliant, like Versailles, all the torches and candles and feasting, and he's just there. It was their fault. It was English. It was the Blucher. It was Wellington. It was it was everybody but him. Everybody but him.
I'll tell you something that'll shock you. I'll tell you something that'll shock you guys. But if you actually, it's a little disturbing, but if you actually go in and do some research on Hellraiser from Clive Barker, you'll find out that man knew a lot when it comes to what you were just talking about when it comes to hell. He really did his research on that stuff, is all I can tell you. I did it a long time ago, but like everything that he, like having your own little hell where you're just torturing yourself because of all of the things that freaking you hate God for, or just the desires that you have. It's all right there in your own little hell, and each person has their own little hell. You know what I mean? I just had to put that out there.
Sounds like a Twilight Zone episode.
No, it's the movie, the game.
Anyway, did we get past the ufology and Aryan cult?
Marianolatry. Ooh.
Well, there's one more thing that I do want to mention too, and this is actually the best part about this, is because
Bob is here. Hello, Bob. Yay! Bob has arrived. Hello.
Yay! Hello, Bob.
Hey,
if B was here, he would have the beautiful applause and sound effects for you.
But we'll do that for you. Hooray, Bob.
Yay.
Hey.
Good to hear from you, Bob. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going good. Thank you very much. I'm just chilling here and listening to you talking about hell. And
Are you interested in UFO? Hell might be a place that aliens live.
She's not into the alien.
I'm sure it
is. She's not into the alien thing. Now, the one thing I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of, Dan, have you ever heard of Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre?
Yeah, he's
He
It
was
was the Society of Saint Pius X or 12th or
yeah,
something
St.
like that.
Pius the 10th, or the SSPX is what they're called.
Yeah.
Now these are interesting people. Now these are the ones that St. Paul II actually excommunicated Lefebvre over because he ended up what was it? He what do they call that whenever they oh man, I forgot what they called it. It's he consecrated 4 bishops without papal approval
With a
apparently.
people
Oh,
approval,
right. Yeah.
Now these people
Setting
are
up on his own.
really really devoted to the messages of Fatima, and they believe that like the post Vatican II popes were like failing to fulfill the Our Lady of Fatima's request, basically.
Yeah.
And they felt like they were a false church and
I
stuff
think,
like that.
well, was Vatican II.
Yeah.
So
You know that they Society of Saint Pius X. Uh, oh, he got excommunicated. Lefebvre got excommunicated by himself, right? But the society as a whole were still they were still in communion with Rome up until recently. I think they're about to ordain another bishop without the
Ah,
Pope's approval.
what?
At which point the whole society will be excommunicated.
Really?
You mean the Pope that we got now?
Yeah.
The one from
Only
the
one that I
U.S.?
know of.
Well,
Huh.
I just wanted to make sure because people comes up with all sorts of things.
Yeah. Well, that's so they're basically throwing down the gauntlet at Rome.
I guess so.
Huh.
it
That's what they call making a gesture.
it gets more intense than that, because like they are literally calling the new Catholic Church a fake church. Like it's a they're not
Every heretic is the true church.
You
Yeah,
know, there is a church called the New Catholic Church, right?
yeah.
But it's not the Roman Catholic.
Well, there's
Church.
the old Catholics too.
Yeah, there's old Catholics too. Yeah. Anyway,
surprised
what
there's new
about them? How they relate to Mary?
But unmute. Now
No,
the thing
I can
about
hear
it is it's like back in the 1960s was when they were supposed to release the secrets for the secrets of Fatima, and they ended up having a really well, they didn't like the idea whenever Pope John, or whenever they didn't release them, which is when the Vatican didn't release the secrets, and that's when they started getting all crazy and started calling post Vatican II popes false popes, and they were calling the church a fake church. Now the Pope in Fatima, or the time that I'm talking about, happened on May the what was it? It says here in 1988, Archbishop Lefebvre was communicated by St. Paul II after consecrating 4 popes without
Pope John
papal
Paul II.
approval. Yeah, Pope John Paul II. And his followers, the Society of St. Pius X, or SSPX, were deeply devoted to the message of Fatima and believed the post-Vatican II popes were failing to fulfill Our Lady of Fatima's requests. Now, the conspiracy behind that is when Pope John the 23rd and Pope Paul VI chose not to immediately reveal the 3rd secret of Fatima in 1960, as many had expected. It sparks decades of intense speculation. certain fringe vacantist groups set of vacantists.
Sede vacantis. Yeah, it means the seat is empty.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
They believed that the modern popes were illegitimate heretics, and they claimed that the popes were hiding a warning about the false church or a fake pope. So,
I don't know. There's been plenty of warnings of fake popes, and I mean, there were 3 popes at one time, all busily excommunicating each other. So this isn't entirely new, but it's, you can get away with that stuff in the Middle Ages, but I don't really think they're going to get very far with it in this day and age.
Yeah.
I disagree. I can see that, especially within the kind sort of political sort of age we live in. You can claim that the current pope could be a fake pope.
That actually,
you can claim a lot of things, but there's proof and trails that the election was done legitimately.
Well, I think their arguments are more doctrinal than really the mechanism of his election. But again, this isn't anything new in the history of the church, or actually the history of any institution, where you get people who claim, well, you've lost the vision, you've broken the rules, you're no longer legitimate, and we are, kind of deal. And as I said before, every heresy I've ever heard of claims it is the actual faith. And the Anglican Church is the true church, and Rome is what fell away, and every other and so forth with and the the Calvinists and the Lutherans, they all feel they have the way, and everybody else simply isn't reading the Bible the way they tell them to. And as far as how far it'll go, I mean, at this point, politically speaking, its importance is mostly the Catholics. Again, we're not talking about papal armies or inquisitors with the apparatus of the state behind them. This could cause spiritual and even philosophical issues, but I don't know if there'd be much political upshot at this point. And I mean, a lot of people are very unhappy with the post-Vatican II church. I don't know. So I can understand why people get increasingly frustrated with what they see as a church that's moving away. I've talked about this before with other people, where if you don't have sin, what's the good of a church? It's like the 7 deadly sins. You never hear people going on about like gluttony or lust or this or that. It's all, I used to say churches didn't really say much about that anymore. It was usually maybe if you were like, sexually
with your neighbor,
non-traditional. Yeah. Or if some sexual offenses, but even now that's really increasingly going by the wayside with the church. So, and then the abandonment of the Tridentine Mass. I mean, come on! It just seemed like they were trying to demystify the church, and the church is based on mystery, for goodness sake.
No, see, I mean, with me, I think it is something that has been growing for a while. And one thing that really brought me up to this was back when Art Bell was alive and he was doing his shows. He had Father Martin on there. Now, if you guys have never heard anything from Father Martin, you need to go and check it out, because he was the guy that inspired the priest off of Poltergeist. Okay. This guy did exorcisms and stuff like that, and he was highly critical of the Catholic Church. And this goes, and he talked about the change in the church, how they're getting more liberal, more,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, they were very, very strict, and when they talk about a lot of the bad things that are happening, like the molestation and stuff like that, he says that is all because the church has softened itself. Like, you would never have heard that stuff taking place freaking back in the 1930s or the 1920s and stuff. Because
I will point out it might be because he just didn't hear about things like that. back at that time. But no, I do think that there's been a deterioration. I've read articles by senior churchmen, cardinal priests, who say that the church has really strayed. One went so far as to say that the hierarchy of Rome was pervaded by homosexualists, and he was disgusted by it and thought there was a great crisis in the church. The church has had these crises before, because again, you've got limited human beings, and power and wealth is involved, and people are sinful. They do not resist temptation successfully every time. So whether the church is able to come out of this, and there's obviously a crisis going on when the hierarchy are really angry at each other, and you've got archbishops and cardinal priests who are, I have no idea. I haven't really followed much of things lately, and I have no idea what the situation is in the church now with the current pope, or how he's getting along with people. But from the sound of that article about the SSPX guys, they seem to be ready. Like I said, it seems like they're throwing down a gauntlet here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the 1910s, when they would have sex with nuns at the nun place, they, like in Wisconsin, big old place full of bodies of dead babies in there. When they tore the building down, to find out that they were going there and they would have sex with the nuns, and to where no one would ever know about it. When the women get birth of them, the babies would pass away and be put in the wall. Well, they found out how many. The bodies of dead babies were up there over the 200.
Well, see, I don't know for sure if that's fact though, because I've never.
That sounds like anti-Catholic propaganda from the Elizabethan era, to tell you the truth.
See, I've actually heard that for quite a few times, and in a lot of different places too. So that's more like for me.
I know there was one thing I saw where they were saying that these I think they were Catholic-run orphanages had killed all these indigenous babies up in Canada or something, and there was a huge stink about it. And they actually went to a couple of these places and did some forensics there. They didn't find anything. There were no bodies. It was all, but it was okay because we're giving the church a black eye, and we're giving the imperialist aggressors a black eye. It's very easy. That's not to say that terrible things don't happen and people do act in evil ways. It's unfortunate, but it's true.
Well,
but it's also
I do believe that there is cannibalism going on in Canada.
It's just because it says Canada has nothing to do with cannibals, right? They didn't name the country because they were all cannibals. So the Wendigo thing is an isolated incident. Hardly ever happens, really. It's very weird.
Come on. How do you expect to chase down that fresh meat?
Nuns. He's got to start talking about Catholic Canadian nun cannibals.
Canadian cannibal nuns. Oh my goodness, that sounds like
all Catholics are cannibals, guys, because we eat the body and blood of Christ.
That's right. The Romans pointed that out. I remember that. It's like, who are these people? They meet in underground bunkers and they eat flesh and drink blood. Oh my goodness. Then they kiss each other. My goodness, that's terrible. They don't even use a breath mint beforehand. It's not.
Okay, so we have been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I do want to let you guys know that today you have officially become a part of the Dead Popes Society that me and Tan started a year ago.
Well, they are all? Yeah. Wow, you're all inducted to the Dead Pope Society.
just for entertaining, just for being a part of the show. And with that being said, Bob Dub, thank you for coming in and hanging out and listening. And I was really glad to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It was lovely being here with you.
My name is Robert. First time I got on.
She's already met you.
Okay, I just wanted to say hi.
Hey, Robert. Nice to see you.
Okay.
I'm starting to get a pattern about Robert here.
Oh, he's horrible.
Yeah.
He's horrible.
Any lady that shows up,
Terrible.
Robert jumps on him.
Yeah. Well, I told you
Terrible.
about my dad. I mean, it's like you think well, Robert's got a little bit of his dad in him too, you know. So with that being said, so with that being said, we're gonna end this. Before we do, I'd like to go around and see if you guys want to give your socials so that people can know how to find you if they want to contact you. And we'll start with Mark Edworthy.
Okay, like usual, nice and simple. Minds.com, username Medworthy.
Okay, how about you, Tan?
Yeah, I'm not very social, but I just use my minds. I use my minds.com channel to talk to myself. TH2Tan.
We listen.
Minds.com. Yeah.
How about you, Bob Dub?
I snap with Tan. I use my minds.com channel and I post random things that only I care about.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
And finally, you, Otto. How can people find you?
Well, I'm on minds.com, Otto_X. That's EX, by the way. Otherwise, you can check out my website. It's navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds.
All right. And you can find
I
me.
always love Otto's promo.
My little tagline? Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need a tagline, man.
And you can find me at mines as well at Roger_Hanson. I'm also on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. If you liked what you saw tonight, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We do appreciate comments and feedback. We will be
You
back.
forgot Robert.
Well, Robert is the same with me. Right now, we're trying to get him on lines, but he's just too. He messes up. So
Yeah.
We'll get him on then.
We'll get
Yeah, we'll get him on. Give him some time.
we'll get him
Okay.
ready. But if you want to contact Robert, you can contact me, and I can relay the message on to him. So. With that being said, I am going to end the show. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will talk to you later. And after this, if you guys want to stick around, I am doing another show. So I'm
sticking around.
I'm gonna do.
I'll do one more thing. I'm
Okay.
gonna need to get some sleep.
Okay, so
I can stay up for a little longer, but I got to crash fairly soon. I got my first day at the park tomorrow morning. But I'll be up for a little while longer.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bob. You were saying your
Good weather
sister
for it.
used to work for
that's Otto,
Oh.
not Bob.
Otto.
Otto, yeah.
Sorry about that. I was
No
wondering, your sister, the one that was working for
Oh, the USDA story?
yeah, I was
Oh,
wondering.
that
if
wasn't my sister. The buddy of mine's sister. Yeah, we were talking about meat inspection in the United States.
Yeah.
And she's she's an inspector for the USDA. Not just, she inspects agricultural products in general. And she was inspecting chickens at a chicken plant. And apparently they changed the rules. This was like decades ago. I forget how long ago. It was probably better than 10 or 15 years or something. But she said they had changed the rules because of the chicken industry had lobbied Congress, so that as an inspector, she would watch the packaged chicken. They'd wrap it up in packages to sell in supermarkets. She was not allowed to touch any of the packages, to even turn them over to see if there was anything wrong with them. And she said, she said, in the U.S., don't eat chicken. It's the poorest inspected food there is, unless you want to pay the extra money for free-range, organic, really high-end chicken. But if you just buy regular chicken, it's the worst inspected. She said, if you want to buy meat in the United States, beef is the most highly inspected, highly regulated food in the U.S. They have pure food laws about beef dating back to the 19th century that are connected to, there was a book by a guy named Upton Sinclair called The Jungle. and it was all about workers' conditions, but nobody cared about that. They cared about the fact that it described the canning industry, the meat canning industry, the filth, the bugs, the this and that. There was a huge public outcry, and sweeping legislation was passed protecting beef, basically. So if you're going to eat meat in the U.S., eat beef. That was my story of my friend's sister that worked for the USDA. That's the United States Department of Agriculture for you foreigners. And yeah, it's so yeah. I don't eat chicken.
Interestingly,
Because why I was asking that for
mentioned this last night, but we were talking about this on Fixins on Wednesday, and we were also talking about the lamb industry in the US, and lamb not being a overly common meat in the US.
yeah.
Don't see it a lot. I know some people that like lamb chops. I mean, I think it's like older people, like my aunt and uncle. They would have lamb chops, and they'd have lamb for Easter sometimes, which I thought was kind of sick. But
Nancy was saying that Nancy's in Florida, and she says she was talking about having a fairly large Greek community around where she is. So,
yeah, Greek cooking. Yeah, you're going to get lamb gyros and stuff like that. Goat. I've had goat. Not a big fan.
I also like goat.
It's not bad. I like venison. I guess goat has to be cooked properly. I like venison, but again, I've had venison that wasn't cooked very well, and it has to be prepared very carefully. It's got to be really lean. You got to really trim the fat off of venison. It's not tasty.
Why I was asking for is because I was wanting to get more information about that, the whole process of meats, and they're talking about taking cloning meat, okay, where it's not actual
right,
meat.
yeah,
okay, and and when the time comes, will they permit clone meat 90% in the stores, or real meat in the stores, or even in the can? Okay, because when they start doing this, okay, we wonder if what is the process of which one's going to go into what store, or however going to be less butchering, more cloning.
Right. That, I've heard about that for a while. They've been talking about they wanted to do it, and then they made that cloned hamburger that cost like $800 or something to make because it was like all new technology, and guy ate it and said it tasted good, which is, what are you going to say when you have an $800 hamburger? Boy, this is crap. You're not gonna.
Yeah, but Chef BRD does it now. They putting it in their soups.
Huh. Yeah, because I don't know much about it. It sounds really good, but I don't really trust this technology until I've seen what it does to other people. I used to know a doctor. He said, whenever they come out with any kind of a new shot or treatment, wait 7 years before you do it. Even with all the testing they do, wait and see what it does to other people for 7 years. It took me 7 years to buy a cell phone.
Well, yeah, but it's like what happened in Africa. They did the genetic my foods. They didn't like it at all. They did a lot of tests on other animals and all that there, and they looked and said, "Sorry, we do not want your food, your genetic my foods."
Right.
Because when the lining of your stomach, of a rat's stomach, explodes inside and dies, and it changes your DNA as well. I guess for the food to work in you, it changes things where it's more compatible with you.
Huh. That's scary. Well, I know a big problem with that genetically modified crops is that you need to use you buy the seed from the company, and then you need a special fertilizer from the company, and then you need a special insecticide from the company, and you don't get any when you grow it. You don't get any seed from it. So you can't replant it. You have to buy, because farmers usually, they grow something and they harvest it and they keep some of it to replant. Not with this stuff. You've got to pay them money every year to have your crops. And it just basically makes the farmer into a slave of the corporation.
Just not that. It affects the soil as well.
Oh, yeah.
Where that's all you can grow is that type of food in the soil.
And you got to buy their specific kinds of fertilizers, and only they sell it. and you got to pay their price. That they can raise it, whatever.
Yeah, it's like with what's even sadder too is when you stop to think about the cost. You got your farm equipment. If you have John Deere farm equipment, and you got to do the same thing because you got to call them up when your equipment breaks down.
Right.
And however long it takes them to get from wherever they got to be, wherever they're at, to where you're at, you're sitting there with no way of farming, and then you got to pay all that as well too.
Well, yeah, that's kind of with any company. Actually, I used to repair silo unloaders. We were a James Way distributor, and yeah, if you had a James Way silo unloader, you had to call us. But you could get a hold of us 24/7. We'd get it right out there for you. Of course, a silo unloader on the blink isn't going to stop a whole farm. They can just send a hired hand up there with a pitchfork, for God's sake, and just hand pitch it out. That's what they used to do before the unloaders.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so that's not as vital. I mean, if your tractor breaks down, most farmers don't have a horse to hook up to a plow anymore. You know.
Well, yeah. But like when it comes to all this high tech equipment now, where they got to have computerized stuff to go with them to look at your tractor, and then they plug it all up into your tractor.
Oh yeah, the vehicles now are insane.
Yeah,
computers, this and circuit boards.
Mm-hmm. And it's like right now with the stuff that Ford has, okay, in their cars, over 100. Well, you cannot mess with the car no more because if you do, they can prosecute you if they think that you're trying to remove any of the technology that's in your car.
Right.
Like you got the thing of if they tell you how far you went, how much gas is in your car, all that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but way too much of your own where you go and who you go to see. It shouldn't be no one's business, but it is.
I saw the writing on the wall when I don't know if you remember. This was years ago. There was a big case down in Florida, and this guy had gone to Florida, and he rented a car, and he drove the car around for I don't know how many days he was there, and then he returned the car, and he turned the car in and this and that, and went home, and he got this extra charge on his bill from the car rental company. And they said, well, according to, we were tracking your car the whole time because the cars had this computer stuff that would send information back to the factory in order to improve performance. And according to our things, you exceeded the speed limit all these different times. And so as a result, we're charging you more because you broke the law with your car. Now, this guy got very upset and took it to court. And the judge said, only the state has the right to fine someone for breaking the law. And they had to return the money to the guy. But yeah, the car rental company was not allowed to, he said, they said, you had the car for so many days, you paid it. That was in the end user agreement. There was nothing in there about we're going to charge you more if you drive over the speed limit. And so, but my first thought was, well, how long before you just get started issued tickets because your car has a GPS in it? It's like, well, you went 5 miles an hour over the speed limit this time, and this time. That'll be 75 cents a pop, and they don't do that now, and I think technically it's illegal. You have to be actually stopped by an officer and stuff. But how long before they just decide to charge you because they're watching you and they know I'm going faster than the speed limit?
In the UK, I believe that you can be charged based upon the camera feedbacks. So the on the main highways there.
Here in the US,
in New York State, we have cameras that you can use for running like stop signs and red lights. And the thing is, they installed some. I lived not too far from the state capitol. And they installed some there, and for a while I was driving to this place where I'd have to go past one, and they eventually took it down because it made people behave really oddly with the stoplights. Like they would slam on their brakes at a yellow light and cause accidents instead of just like going through the light. and people would like, or really rush to try to get through it. And it was just people just acted really weird, and they actually found accidents increased. I don't think they can use cameras as a primary way to like charge you with speeding, but they do have cameras like you can go along a road and one camera will take a picture. So many minutes later, it'll take a picture and they can calculate your average speed, obviously. They can use that as additional evidence. So if you get pulled over and you contest the ticket, they can say, well, we've got this camera footage too. But I think in this state anyway, as far as I know, and I could be wrong, but as far as I know, they actually have to shoot you with a radar gun, record your speed, pull you over, and write you a physical ticket. They can't just like send you a letter like, you passed these two cameras and you were going too fast. And I'm sure there are complicated legal reasons. Now, I don't know what other states are doing, because here, like I say, we don't have one country. We have 50 little countries with 50 little sets of laws and speed limits and cultures and this and that. So, and about 5,000, and then 5,000 overlapping and competing law enforcement agencies. That's why I say there's no such thing as the police. There are thousands of, law enforcement agencies, state, local, federal, you name it.
Well, I'm not completely sure, but I think I'm correct in saying the camera then in England and Wales at least, but not being a driver myself, I'm not completely sure. So I'll have to do some research on the one.
But
I think that's the case.
I'm not surprised. I mean, it makes sense from, if I put my head of state hat on, I'm like, geez, I could make a fortune collecting fines from people, and everyone will be forced to drive the exact speed limit. But I mean, if you drive, you know the speed limit isn't always what you go by. If I'm on a highway and the flow of traffic is 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, which it usually is, if I try to drive the exact speed limit, I can cause an accident. I can cause congestion. It makes it more difficult to drive. Sometimes you just have to go along with the flow of traffic, especially if there's a lot of traffic on the road. So
actually, it gets more complicated in England and Wales, because Wales has implemented that sort of the 20 miles per hour sort of speed limit on most of the roads.
Really?
For the sake, their argument is to cut down on carbon and the net zero argument and saving lives, but the science doesn't really work on that. But yeah,
that sounds kind of silly, but
it's more socialist than California at the moment.
I think we should just ban all automobiles and go to like steam-powered trains. And just have everybody, no reason to go more than like very slow, like 10 or 15 miles an hour, and we just slow down the whole society. We just take trains and horses.
I've got an important question to ask you guys. I don't know if you...
United Luddites, fellow Luddites, we're going back. We're turning back the clock.
We've already discussed Boaz and everything, but did we ever get into Jacob's Ladder?
Sort of.
The secret of climbing a Jacob's Ladder is not to try to climb it on one side, but to put your hands over. You ever guys ever climb it? They use them on ships. They're actually really handy.
Well, it's been a while since we've gotten into these this show. I don't know for sure. Did we ever talk about Jacob's?
On it, I think you.
Dan would remember.
Not on a
did we ever?
Show.
Did we ever talk about it?
About which ring?
Jacob's Ladder.
I think we might have briefly, but what in particular do you have in mind?
Well, we're just going to talk about the whole damn thing.
It was his dream. It was a dream.
What do you think about that? You want to talk about Jacob's Ladder?
Well, I remember last time we talked about it, I mentioned that Jacob Ladder is the foreshadowing of Holy Communion at the Catholic Mass.
Really?
Yeah, people going up and down on the Son of Man.
Okay.
People lining up to go up to receive the body and blood of Christ.
Now, did I ever get into like the whole thing about land and descendants and protection and stuff like that?
Probably not.
Maybe.
So yeah, we can talk about it.
Like the connection between realms, all the stuff that you don't hear about in your Catholic Church.
Nope. So, yeah,
yeah, we
let's
could
hear
do
it.
that, I guess.
Yeah.
This is the good
That's it,
stuff too,
right.
by the way. This
Yeah.
is
Good stuff.
Everything you
stuff,
do is
man.
good stuff, yeah.
Good
Uncut
stuff.
theology. Uncut theology. Good stuff.
yeah. Well, let
Hasn't been
me
stepped on.
set the background image to something cool because this is one of the cooler shows. This is where we start getting into the bread and butter, the good stuff. So it's got to look cool for the people who are
So
watching.
this is a continuation of the Untethered show.
No, the Untethered dude is actually more structured and more like you guys actually had a amazing conversation there. Like that, I don't think we're going to be able to top that. To be honest with you, that was really a good conversation, and Robert even contributed. That amazed me all the hell. Like he's straight off the topic one time, dude. Isn't that
That's
cool?
good.
Just one time.
Oh, we're all getting better and better.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me figure out where the hell. Okay, there we go.
Now, Bob, you've got some theological background. Did you have any comments or ideas about the Jacob's ladder metaphor?
Sorry, Otto, no.
Jacob's ladder.
My theology is much more conceptual. I don't really have a lot of insight into individual incidents.
I think you'll get more out of me talking with you about this than you can, to be honest, because like this kind of goes into a little bit of what we've been talking about and like what not just religion, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I mean, I really think you'll enjoy this.
Does it relate to UFO or we're past that?
No, dude. This is the esoterics. This is the good stuff. Like this is the stuff that like people should have really known, but they didn't because it was hidden away.
Okay, so we're not going. Jacob's ladder was up to a spaceship then.
Well, I mean,
We're not going that route today.
It is a part of ufology, to be honest.
I know it. I know it.
Everything with you is all about UFO.
I think he had a little bit more, not Jacob Ladder, but
Now,
magical ways.
if you went the ufology way, you would have to look at Jacob's ladder. Then you'd also have to look at Elijah and Enoch being ascended into heaven.
And don't forget Ezekiel.
Yeah,
Behold, a whirlwind came out of the north.
because those were supposed to actually have been taken up by aliens in outer space.
Well,
Okay.
they didn't have aliens back then. They had angels.
Well, that they even get into that. They're like the description of the will that I think it's Elijah or Enoch, one of the two described in the Bible, is supposed to be shaped like a UFO. If you reconstruct it, it's supposed to actually look like a UFO. So it's interesting. But we're not talking about aliens.
Oh, good.
So don't worry about none of that. We got that straightened out.
Small mercies.
Okay, so let me do my countdown and we can get on with the show if you guys are wanting to do this. So you ready to go?
Yep.
Okay.
And you are?
What did you say? And you whenever
Okay.
you are. Okay, there you
Yeah.
go. It took me a second. That English accent throws me off. Okay, right. Ready?
Wrap up.
3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Esoteric Agenda. I'm Roger Hanson. I'm your host, and with me is my co-host, Mark Edworthy. Lord Edworthy. On our panel, I'd like to welcome our panel members. We have my brother, Robert Hanson, Bob Dub, Tan-Eye Tran, and Otto X.
Hello.
Welcome to the show, guys.
Hey, thanks for having us, Richard.
Glad you're here. Now, with the introductions being said, I'm going to say tonight is going to be a good show because we are going to get into probably one of the most esoteric subjects all throughout history, and this is Jacob's Ladder. Okay. Now, if anybody's not aware of the story of Jacob's Ladder, the account comes from the book of Genesis, which is 28:10 through 22. And of course, the central figure to the story is Jacob, and he's the grandson of Abraham. Now, according to the story, he travels alone because he's fleeing after deceiving his brother Esau. Okay, and he stops to sleep in the wilderness and uses a stone as a pillow. And while he's asleep that night, he has a dream, or a vision, actually, whichever way you want to call it. But in the dream, he has a vision of a ladder or a stairway which stretches from earth up to heaven. Okay, and in the vision, he sees angels that are ascending and descending on it. And at the top stands God, who speaks directly to him. Okay. Now, I don't know, Tan, do you have any extra stuff you want to add to that? Because you're the prominent religious.
Well, yeah, like I said, this is something I was feeling where I was going. One time I was going to church and I was not able to receive communion. And I was just standing at the pew and looking up at the people going up and down to receive communion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at them and it just dawned on me that this is the Jacob ladders that Jacob was dreaming about.
Wow.
Was people ascending and descending on the Son of Man.
Thing.
So yeah,
That was your theological insight. I thought you were like quoting Aquinas or something.
No, no.
It's
I don't
like
know
I
if
heard
it's
that one
accurate
before. That's
church theology, but yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Your view of Jacob's Ladder is a queuing system.
Yep.
You should come to Britain and join post office queues every single day.
Oh,
You're not receiving quite the same thing, though, Mark.
They're not receiving the body and blood of Christ, though.
So. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking over the chapter and verse here, and then I got it back here. So this was a vision in a dream where God spoke to Jacob and reassured him. And Jacob rose up early in the morning and took the stone that he had put for his pillows and set it up for a pillar and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel.
Right.
But the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, if God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall the Lord be my God. And this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And of all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the 10th unto thee. So this sounds to me like an agreement.
Right.
You know, if you feed me and clothe me and take care of me, and of course he does mention specifically bread, right? So that does bring in the sacrament of communion that Pan was talking about. But it's almost though I'd noticed Jacob is saying, if you take care of me and get me home, then I will, then I'm your man. So there is, you will be my God if you do all these things for me. So it's almost like God is saying, I will do this for you. And he's saying, all right, if you do this for me. So it seems very transactional. That's the first thing that strikes. This is like someone making an agreement and setting up a kind of worship. So it's the worshiper and the deity are like setting the rules. And I notice he says right off, I will give you a 10th of all that I get because all that I get is from you. So it's kind of a divine kickback, if you like, saying, this is my way of showing my appreciation. With the unspoken, hey, these offerings are nice and they're really big. You're getting a big 10% because I'm getting a big 90%. So the more that I get, the more you're going to get in sacrifices. That's not being said openly, but I think that's also kind of so to me, this seems like it's setting up, setting up the framework for the worship. The nuts and bolts of the ceremonial aspect of it.
Mhm. Now, oh, go ahead, Bob.
I think that it's important to remember that a lot of these stories were not necessarily meant to be taken literally. It was not necessarily a man who went to a place and had a dream. That could have happened, but that's not the point of the story. The point of the story was to talk about someone who was fleeing from righteousness, running away from being a good person, and how they wrestled in their mind with this idea of holiness. And the resolution that he came to was that God comes to us. God maintains an open, ladder or staircase. We are not cut off from some deity that's out there in a realm. This holiness that this tribe was trying to communicate with and live with in this very strange wandering journey that they had for so many years. This holiness was something that they experienced now, here, with us. And so the dream, this little sort of poem, perhaps you could call it, of a dream, was a teaching mechanism to carry this message on to children through the ages. And then after the children had been taught with these initial concretized stories, there were other forums where adults got together to sort of thrash out the more abstract, the more meaningful everyday applications. Like, what does it mean when there is no separation between you and God? What does it mean when God comes down to you? What is your response as a human being to the idea that we are not alone as material beings? We actually coexist with a spiritual plane that is not removed from us. It's a dimension which is found within the three dimensions that we understand. So I think the short thing of what I'm saying is that it's a provocative piece of literature which talks about your own individual struggle with coming to terms with, is there something other, or is it just the material world?
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Now, just just to let you know too, Otto, Bethel actually, the name Bethel actually means house of God. So that's an interesting fact right there that I found out. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
And for me, you know, when like with what Bob Dove was going on there, I'd like to follow up on that too, because I agree with her on a lot of that, because it wasn't just didn't just mean like a wooden ladder. It was more like a cosmic staircase or a ramp, you know what I mean? And when I say that, I'm talking about a connection between realms, you know.
Yeah.
The ladder represents a bridge between heaven and earth, you know, and it also suggests a divine
That's
presence.
basically Christ. Christ is the bridge between heaven and earth.
Well, you
So you're
gotta
saying that the ladder itself is Christ.
and see that whole scene. What it comes down to is God is reaffirming promises that He already made to the Jews, which was concerning land, descendants, and protection. Okay, and there were certain rituals and symbolisms that took place even among humans when it came to making a promise or making a pact with one another. At one time, they used to take offerings, the sacrifice, and they would disassemble body parts of the animals and put them on both sides, and each person who made an agreement with one another had to walk in between in order to make sure that the agreement was fulfilled, that their promise, you know what I mean? So it meant a lot more back then for people to make an agreement and to promise something, you know. So it goes a lot deeper into that whole area.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? They took things a lot more serious back then than what they do today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's something that also needs to be realized too. That's why I say don't ever. I hear people try to say relate the Bible to today's world and how it relates to you today, and that's just completely not true, because like the Bible is written according to the way they lived 2,000, 3,000 years ago. You know what I mean? They literally meant what they said when it comes to these promises and stuff. Like today, we don't even live up halfway to the expectations they had back then. You know, if you said curse words, what they consider curse words in public, they would stone you to death.
Right.
You
Gathering
know,
sticks on the Sabbath, right?
yeah, you know that they would literally stone you to death for that stuff. You know, so
Yeah, but and the thing too, it says you keep your top your like your pyramid, your body pure, and yeah, it's like I heard of it in the thing. They say when it's part of God's thing that when you're supposed to keep your temple clean and healthy, was as He does, or well,
I
but
think that's Saint Paul. Saint
oh,
Paul's letter to the Corinthians.
Isn't this a bit of a problem when you look at it from a modern perspective? The Bible, written over arguably at least the New Testament, 1,500 years, not being relevant to modern day society, and therefore you have this sort of you have a form of dispossess, dispossession, if you like. You have agnostics such as myself and atheists. There's a, because it's not seen as relevant to modern day. People sort of just get dispossessed from.
I mean, you guys look at the Bible as a piece of literature, then okay, that's how you see it. But for us believers, the Bible is the living Word of God, the Word of the living God. And so, even though it's written thousands of years ago, it's it, uh, it's still relevant to us today, and it speaks differently to different people.
yeah, but it's like you don't have to be 100% church to believe in the words. because to me,
No, I mean it's deeper than that. If you read it 100 times, 1,000 times, its
Well, like-
meaning gets deeper every time, and it speaks to your personal circumstances.
yeah,
Each of us differently. I mean, it
set of
has
mind. Your
yeah,
set of mind.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, you mentioned about Bethel, right? Jacob called the place
That's
Bethel.
Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel means the house of God, right?
Right.
Because he thinks he considered that place the what he's witnessed is actually that ladder is that gate to heaven, the gate of heaven.
Right.
and that's and, and that's why we believe is the church today.
And
The church today is the house of God. Right?
and Otto read where he built a temple there, didn't he? Otto, I think he fell asleep. You know,
Or he's muted.
well, he built a temple there, didn't he, Otto? According to what you read.
That was what it said. Let me go back to chapter and verse here. Called him, and Jacob rose up, and he set it up for a pillar, poured oil upon it, and the stone which I have set for a pillar shall be God's house. And for all that thou shalt give me, I will surely give the tenth unto thee. So yeah, that sounds like that's the foundation of his temple. God's house sounds like a temple to me.
Yeah. Now the ladder, the thing that I get out of the ladder is like it suggests like there's a divine presence that isn't distant from person. It's accessible.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's like if you look at the way the angels move up and down on this ladder in his vision, that shows me like a ongoing interaction. It's divine. It's divine communication, basically. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it really doesn't matter what time period you're in. It kind of goes into what Tan was talking about. You know what I mean? Like this is something that you can relate to on a personal level, no matter how many years
Right.
later. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people don't look into it. Like when you look at awakening, okay? No, Jacob wasn't in a temple. He was just in a random place. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that right there tells you that freaking you know, anything sacred can appear anywhere. You know, and awareness doesn't matter. It's not about location. You know what I mean? It could be anywhere. So I don't see like a lot of people believing. A lot of people do believe that if you don't go to church, then you're sinning. There's nothing that says that whatsoever. There's nothing that says that you have to attend a church and be a church member in order to be in God's favor. You know. So I do agree with that. So I
There's biblical authority, but then there's also the traditions of the church itself. I think, and again, Tan's be more knowledgeable about this, but as I understand it, the Bible alone isn't supposed to be the guide. So, I mean, that's obviously it's the basis of the church, but then you also have church councils, and you have to adapt to the conditions, like we were talking earlier about, like older traditions are preserved. I mean, like the Day of the Dead in Mexico is certainly not Orthodox theology, but it's perfect. The people involved are perfectly good Catholics, and it's I don't think it's anything harmful. So, but one thing that strikes me about the whole Jacob's Ladder story is that these stories, like Bob was saying, they don't need to be taken literally necessarily. And I would say that a story this powerful has apparently so many levels that Tan can have this insight into it because there's the richness of the story. And like I said, I thought he was quoting some Catholic theologian or something. It's like, I'd never heard that. That's really interesting. But the fact is that it's such a powerful symbol that he can connect that way, can read these deep things into it. And I've talked before about like great literature, any great literature. There's so much more in it than the author even knows sometimes. I can read Shakespeare today and I get things out of it that I'm sure he had no, when he was writing it, wasn't thinking about specifically my insights that I'll gain from it. But because it is a great work of art, it echoes with all of life, and the wisdom of the writer is reflected in it even unconsciously, and our wisdom can connect with this knowledge. But it's at a non-verbal level, which is a funny thing to say about what is basically a verbal medium. Writing, which was originally read aloud. So I guess that's my little rant. I think I'm ranted out on that.
You did good. Now, the thing that you also have to take into consideration is before this, and this is where it kind of twists in the story. Jacob, before this vision, was actually a deceiver and he was a fugitive. Okay, Esau, he deceived Esau out of his right. Because he was actually the one who was supposed to get it. And with the help of Rebecca, he also fooled his father into giving his oath to him for Esau's
Right.
fortune. Okay.
Sold his birthright for a pottage, something like that. Yeah.
Because he was the one who was supposed to actually be given all of the birthrights that was passed down from his father. Okay. And what happened was Jacob or Rebecca actually put wool, I believe, on his arms to make to where he would feel like Esau. And there's a ritual that they had to do. I believe it was where he had to cross his arms. And he had to hold them over. And at that time, his father had become really blinded. He couldn't see very well. So he felt his arms and he felt the hair and he thought that it was Esau.
Right.
Okay. And whenever Isaac went to bless him, he blessed Jacob instead of Esau. And with that blessing, he ended up inheriting everything that Isaac had. Okay, so after that happened, out of fear for his life, he fled from his brother because his brother friggin' swore that he was going to murder him. He was going to kill him. So, and that's when he decided that he was going to rest at the rock that he laid his head on, and that's when he had the vision of the stairway or the ladder of Jacob's ladder.
Right.
So it's a very powerful story. It really is. And earlier we were talking about sins of the father, and this is another part of it that comes back to that sins of the father.
Right.
Not necessarily original sin, I don't think. It could be.
Well, I think there's an aspect of this that we miss sometimes, and I've heard people say, I don't understand original sin just because, somebody did it. Why should their descendants be to blame? And but I think it relates to how people looked on things back then. You were, we think of ourselves as individuals, and individualism is a very, very important part of our Western outlook. But it's actually pretty recent, in a lot of ways. And we've taken people have been individuals, always, but we've taken individualism to an incredibly extraordinary extent. We have something we call the nuclear family, mom, dad, children. And we have this thing about at a certain age, you just go off and scatter. But originally, families stuck together. and they would often live in a home. It was perfectly normal that you would live with your parents, and indeed you would inherit their house, and your children would live with you. You were seen in many ways as simply an extension of your family. You aren't just an atomized individual, but you are, in a really very real sense, your parents, and you are, in a very real sense, your children. So this relates to, I mean, you can see it in more primitive ways with the law of vendetta, feuding, as we call it here in the United States. We have the famous two families, the Hatfields and the McCoys. Some of you may have heard of. I know the Americans here have. And these were families that would have what they call a feud. He'd call it a vendetta in Europe. And basically, somebody kills someone. So, a Hatfield was killed. So, and the next time a McCoy or a Hatfield sees a McCoy, they're going to shoot a McCoy. And the next time a McCoy sees, it doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter if they're like a 10-year-old kid or a 90-year-old guy. They're a Hatfield. They're a McCoy. It's kind of
Their
like
way
a
of looking
primitive.
at it.
Yeah, and it's kind of like a primitive, though. I mean, it's a purely biological thing. The individual doesn't matter. You're part of that family, and that sin that other family member committed, that you might not, it might have been a distant cousin, doesn't matter. It's war to the knife with everyone of that name. Which the Hell's Angels are like that. Attack one angel, you attack every Hell's Angel, and the whole gang piles up on you. So it's a kind of a primitive survival thing for group selection, if you like. But it's also reflects this idea that you are your family. I mean, in a lot of Asian countries, the family name comes first. I used to study with a guy named, he was from Korea, Bong Hak Choi. But in Korean, it was Choi Bong Hak. You were, the family was everything. You're simply an extension of that. And I think most humans, for most of human history, have looked at themselves as part. There's the metaphor of the vine. You're just part of the vine, and perhaps your vine will fruit, and you'll have children or shoot another offshoot, or maybe it'll be your brother's vine or your cousin's or whatever. But you're all part of this great organism that exists not just in space but in time. In space and time, as an individual, you've only got your 70 years and 10, or whatever you manage to get out of it. But looked at from a biological perspective and a time perspective, you are the result of every single one of your ancestors, managing to get married or at least meet someone of the opposite sex. But I mean, you are the result of all of your ancestors, and all of your descendants are the result of you and all of your ancestors. You kind of add yourself to that. So I think that might be the perspective when they talk about original sin. In a very real sense, you are still part of Adam. You are a son of Adam. And in the church's metaphor, we are all sons of Adam. So in a certain sense, we are all related. And of course, nobody fights like family, which explains a lot of our wars and things, if you want to continue that metaphor. But I don't know. That's something I think that it's a little underappreciated. They had a different sense of what the individual meant. So, but that Jacob, he was a pisser, wasn't he, man? I mean, he cheated his brother and everything, and he becomes the hero. And to us today, that seems a little morally, shaky.
Well, I think for me, like when it comes, if you're looking at it on the philosophical angle, Jacob's ladder actually suggests like the idea that reality has layers and the visible world isn't the whole story. You know what I mean? And there's a constant interaction between what we see and what we don't see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's less of a physical ladder and more about a structured or a connection. You know what I mean? It's like you're talking about family and how we're supposed to treat family.
Right.
And that would be structure, and that would be a connection, because you're supposed to have that family connection. That's something that's supposed to be strong within you. And in this story, you notice two twin brothers, and he did that to his own twin brother, and he deceived his father. You know what I mean?
Do you remember even at birth, Jacob tricked Esau and came out first, didn't he? Or not trick Esau, but he's like
one
Esau
side.
was supposed to come out first, but then somehow
Yeah. That reminds me of a culture that had this teaching about twins. They always claimed that the second born twin was the oldest twin because the older, having better manners, would say after you and would let the younger one go first.
Well, see, that gets me into. I'm not going to talk about the cosmic weave because that's another story. That's another episode. But I can bring up the cosmic egg, which I got some of my information from that I used for the cosmic weave. And the cosmic egg is very interesting because here you have two twins. In the cosmic egg story, you actually have two sets of twins, you know. And I mentioned that before, which I thought was interesting. And that right there goes into the cosmic egg actually is another aspect of it, which goes deep into like this whole connection between realms, you know. That's something that I noticed whenever I was doing this stuff. And I was also big on Al Kindi. I don't know if you guys have ever heard about him, but he's the one that way back in the ancient world, he did research on rays, and he came up with the invisible influences that that flow through light, and he was real big on light. Just let me put it to you that way. He was probably one of the oldest scientists in history.
Well, that's what I was referring to. Is you can manipulate people in that just in that way. If you look at a person, you can read them by the way they handle their body function and all that. You can understand a lot about a person, and you can do stuff like that. You don't have to get frustrated with them, but you can suggest to them about for certain things to be done, and then they're conscious. Well, how where if you feel bad for a person, you would use that for the person the way that you would want them to react to do something for you. You know, like
Well, I've actually gotten into that before, and like that's a tricky spot because I've talked to about this a few times. That's actually a part of eugenics, and it's like that they believe that like you can actually tell how a person is or the way they're going to be because of the way they look. And that goes back a long time ago. As a matter of fact, the guy who coined the name eugenics actually studied that kind of stuff. He believed that he could create the perfect picture that represented a criminal.
Yeah, we've discussed this.
Right.
Me and yourself have discussed this.
The ugly man,
Yeah. And that's kind of a touchy area. That's something that I really I don't know. And it's like when it comes to facial recognition today, when they're using facial recognition on the internet, I find that very dangerous. You know, because I'll tell you right now, that's just straight eugenics being used on the internet. I mean, it's very.
It can be used as a form of eugenics. Not saying that it is going to be used as a form of eugenics, but it can be.
Well,
it's the same thing as the old pre-World War II Nazi sort of measuring skills.
Yeah.
Sort of an old. See now the eyes are
right.
Sort of thing.
That's exactly what that is. And the guy who started that was the guy who I'm referring to. He actually coined the word eugenics, and that was what he was into. And like how they used to rub each other's heads to determine what their future was going to be or what kind of a person.
That comes out of the entire Darwinist argument.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. And now they're wanting to implement like programs that look at a person's face when they're being interviewed at a jail to determine if they're lying or if they're saying something that would be considered criminal or.
That's as you, as U.S. citizens are concerned, are well aware of things like polygraph tests are not reliable. In most states now, I don't think polygraph tests are even used anymore. It's the same sort of concept, really, isn't it?
Yeah, but now they're coming out with something different too. Like they're saying that, well, when they got all this new stuff where like if you lie, your eyes are supposed to respond to certain things. And now, and in courts, your fingerprints, they found out that, okay, like your fingerprints, how everyone's supposed to have different fingerprints all through. But what they found out just recently is that your fingerprint, I might have same fingerprint as you got on your finger, but it might be on a different hand. And when you fingerprint people on all that, now they got to be more specific on like if your fingerprint
I wouldn't.
matches.
I wouldn't call fingerprinting eugenics. That's actually.
Oh, I'm not saying that.
No, I mean it's.
But going back to your point, fingerprints being unique on hands, we all have mobile phones. How many of us use the fingerprint sensors on there to access the phone?
Yeah, but what I'm
I
saying
do.
is,
That's
yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
I think that's actually pretty dangerous too. To be honest with you, and I mean. I find it disturbing that they can take your fingerprints just by you touching your phone. That's just
Well, generally
Well,
speaking, the fingerprints are stored within the phone
Yeah.
alone.
well,
Generally speaking.
part of it is, I used to know a guy that was an ADA, that's an assistant district attorney for a major city here, a major metropolitan area, and we were talking about this was many years ago, but already people were worried about computers centralizing all of this information, and basically these databases, and they'd made a change recently in our state where it used to be if you were pulled over by a cop, the cop would take your license and radio in and find out if there were any outstanding warrants, if you're a maniac or something. And they'd get back the information and then they would write you a ticket. And then they changed it so that instead the police cars would all have computers in them. And when they got your license, they would feed the data into a computer and they'd have your whole file in front of them so they could see all the information. And a lot of people were getting upset about this, saying, oh my God, it's going to give the cops all this information on you. They're just going to have this data. And my friend who was an ADA said, what do you think happened when they just radioed in? They gave them the exact same information. They don't have anything different. It's just that, and really what it comes down to is, and it used to be they pull you over, radio in, and write you the ticket. Now they take your thing back. They have to get their computer up. They have to connect. They have to type in all the information. It actually takes longer than when they used to. I mean, they used to radio in if I got pulled over, and they would write the ticket. Now they have to sit at the keyboard, fill out all the form on the ticket, scan the card, scan your license, and but the point was that even though it was scary because all of a sudden they've got your fingerprint, they've got this. Well, they have it already. It's just that it's. To me, the worry is accessibility. I don't care about the government so much, but there are idiots out there that just want to grab your information just maliciously or to rip you off or, that's my big privacy concern. As far as the government, I mean, if they want to waste their time looking at me, be my guest. But I mean, the government, if they want to come get you, they're going to get you. But I worry about bad actors really more.
Well, as you know, I am extremely interested in the British concept of the identity, the digital identity scheme at this present moment, and it's this sort of form of centralization. Not only can every single government body be able to collate this data and access this data, but also all the Krangos, all the private sector NGOs, all other
Right.
private sector organizations.
Yeah. Why should they have access to that? That's
Yeah.
insane.
You know,
And
what I was referring to is your fingerprints. They came across a bunch of people. Okay, they have had a bunch of people had some fingerprints matches the other people. Okay, and now what they're doing is different. Okay, the same fingerprint that you have might have a same fingerprint as what I got on one finger. Now that what they're doing is okay, what fingers matches, and like if it's on my left hand and yours might be on the right hand, that the fingerprint that me and you have is on two different hands and on different fingers. So that's a thing that's how they can tell them different. Because they came across a bunch of cases of that. They were using fingerprints, and then to find out that not all fingerprints are all different, that they have cases where it was thrown out of court over it. They were prosecuting
But
people.
No, I
hasn't this
would have
always
to.
been hasn't this always been the case anyway? We were talking about old episodes of Dragnet earlier in a
Yeah.
previous show, and I remember episodes where you would have the so-called suspect actually having each finger taken or
Yeah.
being having
Yeah.
print on.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Now hold up. Before you get going on there, we've gone a little bit over on the whole tangent when it comes to eugenics and stuff. So let me get us back on topic, okay? Because this actually gets a little bit interesting. And I mentioned the whole thing about the cosmic egg, you know, which I'd mentioned before. But keep in mind too the twins and what I've said about that. But then let's take a look at the death of Osiris. Okay, and we look at like Jacob's ladder, and now let's take a look at the death of Osiris. Okay. Now everybody knows Osiris was a king, and he was the god of life, order, and fertility, right? So his brother was Seth, who betrayed him. Okay. Now he trapped him in a coffin, and then he threw him into the Nile. And later he disassembled his body and spread them all out across Egypt. Okay. Now this is one of the most earliest and the most influential death and resurrection myths before Jesus. All right. Um, the resurrection, but not a return, basically. Now Osiris's wife, which it was Isis, gathers up his scattered pieces, and then through magic and ritual, she restores him temporarily to life. But here's the key to all of it. Osiris, he doesn't return to the world of the living. Instead, Osiris becomes the ruler of the Duat, which is the Egyptian underworld, okay? Where he presides over the judgment of souls. And he becomes like an eternal or stable figure of death and rebirth, basically. Okay. Now, this is where it gets interesting because Nut, okay, Nut is another deity, and where Nut comes into play is with her role is Nut is Osiris's mother, and she's the sky, basically. She's the sky god, and what she does is she swallows the sun each night, and she gives birth to it each morning. All right. Now, in all of the funerary texts and coffin art that you see when it comes to the Egyptian burials, okay, the deceased, which includes Osiris, is often shown inside of Nut's body, okay. And what she does is she envelops and protects the dead, basically. She represents birth through the cosmos. All right. Now, Osiris and all of the dead are being received into Nut as a part of like a cosmic cycle of rebirth. So you have to think of Nut as like a celestial womb or a protective vault of stars, or maybe like a passage between death and renewal. Okay, so this is like a real powerful mirror, basically. The sun god Ra travels through the underworld each night, and then he merges with Osiris in the Duat. Then after that, he's reborn again through Nut at dawn. You know what I mean? So basically, you have Osiris, which is stability when it comes to death. You have Nut, which is the cycle of rebirth, and then you have Ra, which is ongoing renewal. Okay. Now this is actually how the similarities between Osiris and Jacob's ladder is actually supposed to play out. You hear a lot of people talk about different things, but this is actually what it's supposed to be about when it comes to all of this. Okay. So basically, with the myth of Osiris, it's saying that death it's not an escape. Okay, it's a transition. Okay. So basically, it's not like I've heard in the past where a lot of people talk about Osiris fleeing up into Nut, where he fled, but that's not what it was. It was basically becoming a part of the cycle. Okay. So like Nut wasn't hiding Osiris; she was basically remaking him. You know what I mean? And I think that's really what I got out of that when it comes to that. And then like with Jacob's ladder and what that's talking about, because the angels are ascending and descending. They're not freaking just going up, or they're not just coming down. They're actually going up and down, back and forth. You see?
That always seemed to me to be, excuse me, like divine power going down onto the earth and coming up again. Or, well, angels are literally messengers. So God is sending messages down, receiving messages from below, almost like a circulatory system. And again, it gets back to that, being connected. But I was just thinking about that. An angel is literally a messenger. So these are God's messengers going to and fro on the earth, and then going up and down to report back to God, which is interesting. And just a thought.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know how Tan believes in that stuff, because he's more of a Catholic believer. Whenever I bring stuff up like this, I try to keep it simple, because he's already got trauma from Mr. Robot. Mr. Robot.
Well, I find something real. I see something identical to this. Okay, it's the thing of Norway, when the Norwegians would fight would kill each other during the day and come back at night to feast and eat and talk.
Oh,
and
yeah, Valhalla.
And
yeah,
they
Valhalla.
go to Valhalla. They would go to the over, and that's parallel to that as well too. And they say about the egg is there would be one male, one female, and I've seen that on TV about that. And one would be mortal, one would be like that, like God.
Huh.
I mean, has powers and abilities. One would be a regular, and yeah.
Well, Valhalla was only for those, though, that were chosen. You had to be chosen for Valhalla by the Valkyries.
But that's when you would fight to the death.
Yeah.
To go there.
Well, the thing with Valhalla was, excuse me, it was where Odin lived, and he was like he was kind of like they called him the all arranger It's Allfather, and it's usually translated as All Father, but actually it's more likely the All Arranger. You know, he sets things up and does stuff like that. But he was the guy that was going to fight the Frost Giants at Ragnarok. They had their own end times. And so he was fated to die. Apparently, the prophecy was that he would be destroyed, but he still was going to fight. And so he got together this army, and the army was the most valiant warriors who were slain in battle. And they would be chosen, and after death, they would go to Valhalla. And yeah, that's what they did all day. They'd fight and kill all day, and then at night they'd like pop back up. Everybody would be, hey, that was a great, way you chopped my head off, Bjorn. Let's go have a horn of meat and a haunch of. Actually, they had a magic pig that would be roasted, and they could cut meat off it, and it would never run out. And they had it was just a very crude kind of a heaven where like you got to basically feast and fight all the time. But they were supposed to be keeping in training for when the end of the world came, because one day Odin would say, all right, we're going to go fight the Frost Giants, and we're going to lose, but we're going to fight really hard anyway. I don't know how many of them would suddenly have a cold or have a strained back, but that was basically what they were there for, I think.
Yeah, there's like supposed to be seven things of when you die there.
7 levels?
Yeah, something like seven things. Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, the realms are interesting in Norse myth. I'm not really an expert. And the trouble is, we don't know a lot. There's so much that's missing. I mean, all we've got like a handful of poems and some inscriptions and stuff. And the poems are mostly preserved, by people that were already Christian. So I guess in Iceland, particularly, they weren't really hot anti-pagans. It wasn't like, oh my God, pagan literature, let's burn it. It was more like, oh, this is a really good poem, but we don't really, that to them, the religious elements were basically irrelevant. They didn't look on them as like horrible devil. They just saw it as like, well, that just those silly ideas they had, but they loved the poetry. So the poems were preserved, but very little of the ritual or theology were preserved because it wasn't of interest. They were like looking at the poetry. They really weren't looking for theological texts. They had that of their own already. So.
Me and you actually talked a little bit about this before, Otto, too, and I want to point it out when it comes to the Norse theology. Like, even people who are linguistics that study it say that freaking most of the translations are horrible.
Yeah, there's some new stuff coming out now, but some of the stuff that they translated back especially in the 19th, early 20th century, they would add whole words or just they would paraphrase things to make it clearer to the modern reader. And but I think there are some good translations coming out. Jackson Crawford just did a translation of the Poetic Edda, and I believe he's working on the Prose Edda if it's not published already. And his translation seemed to be pretty good. So that situation is improving, I think.
But to be fair to the 19th century, the Victorians have done this to a lot of different aspects of history. They've just made things up. They just
I blame it on the Latin. No, the Romans are the ones who really started this. Like they should never have tried to translate Greek into Latin. That was just the horrible mistake, and they just continued to do it all through time. You know
what Latin eventually led to, though, Roger? Eventually, it became the French language. French, Roger.
Yeah. Well,
that's it.
Now,
nothing should be translated into Latin. It will become French eventually.
Now, for me, the connections, basically, when it comes to Osiris and when it comes to Jacob's Ladder, it has to do with connection. And I believe that it's cyclical and it's immersive as well. All right. I don't think that there's any climbing that's required, and I think that the divine contains you. Basically, death goes into transformation and then rebirth. And I know, Otto, you kind of have your issues on that. Like when it comes to reincarnation, you don't
Right.
you don't dig into that too much, but that is a
But
fascinating.
sorry, I just find that's interesting because of your sort of Buddhist or Buddhist.
Well, it's not that. It's just I tend to use the term rebirth rather than the term reincarnation. It's just a little technical quibble. If I was Hindu, I would say reincarnation. But in Buddhism, you would say you take birth. It has to do with, I think, the anatta doctrine, which is basically there is no self to reincarnate, but instead a new birth happens, which is a continuation of the pattern of your karma. It's a very fine distinction, and probably for most people's own experience, completely unimportant. But that's theology for you.
Yeah. And like whenever I try to talk about this, I try to, not get caught up in a lot of the crazy stuff, because there is a lot of craziness when it comes to this topic. Just I don't know if you guys have ever tapped into that or listened to it, but it kind of gets out of hand when it comes to Jacob's Ladder. There are a lot of things there's a lot of differences. You know what I'm saying? Like for one thing with Jacob's Ladder, that's more of a up and down kind of relationship when it comes to movement. You know what I mean? Like, whereas
Yeah.
with Osiris, it's more of a circular process where you go from death into rebirth, and you have to go across the sky down into the underworld and back around. So there's things like that are different. It's like with Jacob's Ladder, it's more of approaching, God rather than with Osiris, where you're taken into Nut, which is the divine, basically. So there are differences. There's a lot of
Yeah.
differences, but you gotta kind of keep a rational head whenever you're looking at this stuff, because you can get really swept away and start thinking real crazy shit. Like I know. There's a lot of people out there that believe like manna, which is created through freaking like the Ark, the Lost Ark, was generated in the pyramids of Egypt, and the Jews, of course, transported it out, and that's where they got their manna when they were in the desert, because there's this machine that creates manna, of course.
It was left off by space aliens in ancient Atlantis.
Hey,
Had
we
been
said we
operating
weren't.
that's why the pyramid was actually a giant power
See,
plant, the Giza power plant. It generated
you should be
terawatts.
ashamed of yourself. I swore I would not talk about UFOs in this
sorry,
episode.
just on Monday, because well, it's my birthday and I was feeling ill, so I spent the entire day watching old 1950s and 60s films.
That's the perfect birthday, man. That is the perfect birthday. I can't think of
yeah, it was quite good. Actually. I was watching a 1950s film called War Gods, and it was a really poor thing about Atlantis
Oh
and
yeah.
how and Atlantis.
War God? I don't think I saw that one, and I watch a lot of those.
It was all about Atlanteans creating a huge power source,
Nice.
some sort of death ray to take over the rest of the world.
Gotta have a death ray, dude, or it's not.
Well, if you're gonna talk about it, you need to be accurate, okay? Let's just leave that to the professionals, okay?
Okay.
Because like I know the story you're talking about, and then like Lemuria is supposed to be a part of that conversation, but we don't want to go into that until we start talking about the tablets, the Emerald tablets. But that's a later time. So Tan, are you still there? And Bob W there?
Yes, I was going to say something. May I say something?
Yes. Go.
Yeah.
Please.
I liked Tan bringing up that the Bible is the living Word of God, and I think that two things that I wanted to say was that the tradition that comes out of the Bible of paring things down to the truth and looking for the truth is the mindset that led to scientific discovery. It was the way people look at things, evaluate the evidence, and find out the thing that they think is the closest to the truth. Is a very, very strong undercurrent in biblical writing if you if you analyze it. And so there's this pre-scientific mindset that exists within what is called scripture. And I think the very interesting thing about what Tan was saying about it being the living word of God is that it's contained within something material. It's contained within pages, but it's considered to be limited by those pages. So what we get is sort of a poor reflection of what actually is. And so to look at the stories in too much of a great depth is to miss the point, which is what sin originally was. Sin wasn't doing something wrong. Sin was having the wrong attitude towards life. You know, like a sort of a casual attitude. Things don't matter, and I can do whatever I like, and it'll all work out in the end. That was considered to be missing the mark. And this very, very careful evaluation of the reality around you in terms of what the consequence was of you interacting with those things, that was considered to be the word of God, which is considered to be somehow accessed by reading these words in this book. But the book itself isn't the word of God. Just kind of abstract reasoning. And I think a lot of people, when you were talking about the weird stuff, Roger, I think a lot of people go down these rabbit holes of looking at all these interesting things, but kind of miss what's real, which is who am I right now? What is my attitude to life? How am I engaging? You know, what is the most beneficial thing that I could do? Yeah. Sorry, it's...
Oh, you did great. That was actually good. Now, Tan probably fell asleep. He
Sorry.
no, not with you, with us, because we were talking about ancient Egypt, and he actually probably had a reaction because, like I said, Mr. Robot tore him up. Like he couldn't. He would start having like you should hear him in chat whenever he was on Elements talking to Mr. Robot. Those two, I got on Elements one time and there was like over 175 comments overnight, dude, just between those two.
Yeah, I remember waking up, then just reading this litany of comments and taking 30, 40 minutes to get through them.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I try to be nicer about it, you know, because there is some interesting stuff, and I think that the message does get lost in translation, and I think that it's a lot deeper than just pages, because you can, if you look at the message and you actually look at the message without look at the message instead of the messenger, you'll find out that there's something real there. You know what I mean? There's a message that goes on even farther back before the Old Testament.
Yes.
You know?
There is a problem with people who discover something and then say it's theirs. Like these people discovered God and discovered great truths and now claim God. Because this is God. How we say is God, and it's our God. And it's
Right.
like, really? Really? That's your God? There's only one God. You can't own God.
Well, yeah, but I find that that's true because there's different countries that does do that even today. That when you hear them, for what they were talking about, like my God is where it's supposed to be for everyone. No different outlook of religion to it. It's all the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it is interesting that you can, people will say, well, um, Mark, you're in the United Kingdom where the king is the head of the church, and he speaks for God. He appoints the bishops and so forth, and I imagine he's supposedly signing off on all doctrine. So that's a way of saying this is God and this is how you worship him, and it's written into the. I forget when they had Catholic emancipation, but you had to be a communicant of the Church of England to hold any sort of a position in the government, right? I think up until uh, probably post-Victorian era. I know Sir Richard Burton was very obviously a Muslim if you read his writers, but read his writings. But he obviously couldn't be. He still went to church and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't today. In fact, he'd probably be Lord Mayor of London instead of like a minor official out in Italy.
Now, before we end this episode, I want to ask you guys something and see if anybody knows the answer to this. Do you know what the difference is between esoteric and exoteric is?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Well, exo. X means outside. Exoteric is the obvious outside explanation. Esoteric is the hidden, something that's usually only communicated to a few. So you could say that you have the exoteric form of a church. You have the esoteric aspect of the mystery of transubstantiation. Maybe might be a way to put it. I don't know. Tan's asleep, so he can't correct me on that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's Friday. It's Friday, and he likes to drink his Canadian beer, so it kind of gets him sleepy. And
That's what that was in that bottle. I wasn't sure.
last week he ended up like getting back on in his freaking robe and stuff because he was falling asleep and stuff. So, we have come up to an hour and 8 minutes. I think we've done a pretty good show, making a show here. Does anybody have
17 minutes after 12. 17 minutes after 12. So, yes, this is the time to end the show. Perfect, Roger. Perfect.
Okay.
17.
So
Well, actually, 17 minutes after 5.
Aha!
Five.
So with that being said, I want to do like I usually do. I want to see if you guys want to give your socials because this is going to be edited and put on the Wonderful World of Weirdness as well as Strange Stories, which
Cool.
you guys can find on YouTube, Rumble, and Strange Stories is on YouTube and on minds.com. So you guys can find it there after it's done. So with that being said, Mark, you want to give your socials so people know how to find you?
Sure. Well, just let me go drink. Yeah. Minds.com username Medworthy. Just the one platform.
How about you, Bob Dub? You
I'm also on minds.com as Bob Dub.
okay? And how about you, Otto? How can people get in touch with you?
Well, my new streamlined version is minds.com, auto_x, that's EX, or check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds.
All right. And how about you, Tan High Train? You still there? If he isn't, we'll move on. But I want to at least make it an effort Chew, see if he's there or not.
I don't think so. You'll have to, yeah.
Okay, so with that being said, you can find me and Robert Hansen on minds.com at my account, which is Roger_Hansen. You can also find us on X, Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. I am also on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. You can check us out there. Not only am I on Minds at Roger_Hansen, but we do have a group that's available for you to join. It's called Strange Stories. You can find us on minds.com there, and I do have a channel for that on YouTube. So you can check us out on YouTube at Strange Stories, where I don't cut all my videos down into 15-minute segments. I have the full edited versions of it, so you can go there to check it out. So that if you enjoyed the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us some feedback, let us know what you think, and we will respond. If I don't do it, somebody on the panel will, most definitely. We always go on there and talk to one another every once in a while. So, so I hope you guys have a good night, and we will talk to you later.
Nice.
That was actually a good show, man. I was amazed. That came out real good.
Well, I was glad.
It was awesome. Thank you, Roger.
I wasn't expecting a big hit.
Everybody had-
many topics, yeah.
Yep, it was really good.
Everyone had very good insights, I thought. Bob, it was great to have you back on the show, and you made some really good, insightful comments. Mark, of course, you were your usual scintillating self now that you're over that horrible disease that you were suffering from.
He was
The dreaded lurgy.
And the lurgy, that's right, the dreaded lurgy.
Yes,
And
the
of course,
dreaded
we
lurgy. Got
couldn't
him.
do it without the Hanson brothers. And Team Hanson.
He was ornery when he first got on. He started to fight with me and everything.
Who was?
Mark.
Well, I'm still,
Mark,
I noticed,
Mark was excited,
I was
dude.
coughing.
Well, yeah. Does Mark got? He married?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Single.
Hear that,
I thought
ladies? He's still single.
Yeah.
But for how long?
Mark was so
By
happy.
the way, this reminds me of something that I talked to Otto about very briefly. I want to tell you as well. When I was in South Africa, I met the most wonderful, wonderful, fun young woman who is from Zimbabwe, which is where I was born. And she was waitressing. And she was just talking about some of the Shona cultures and some of the ways, because I told her that my mom had died, and she said in their culture, their understanding, all the women, all the mom and the mom sisters are all the mother of the child. There's no difference between mother and aunt. Anyway, so we had this really interesting conversation, and while I was there, I was thinking, damn, I know Roger wants to talk to this lady. I know!
You know
Her
it.
name was Alice.
You know it. Wow. That is cool.
So if you're interested,
yeah, if you want
I'll
to
try and get in touch with her if you'd like to do one of your
interviews,
things that you do.
Yeah, we can all do it together if you want to. I think if you guys want to be a part of it, we can do it all together. Because I think that would be awesome. Now
She was
that
so
would be very
fun
It would
and
be
so
very cool.
willing to talk and share about herself and her life and how she'd gone from Zimbabwe to South Africa for a better job so she could send money home, and then she discovered that the cost of living was so much in South Africa that she had no money to send home, and I don't know, just
is that the place that on the news about they're having that for the disease that what they're catching from the bats?
Ebola.
Yeah, is that from where
Ebola?
it's
No,
at?
I don't think that's
on the
that
other.
far south.
That's
It's
on
up by the equator.
Africa's big, man. Africa's big.
I
yeah.
believe
I
it's
know.
up by the Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long way away from South. That's about as far away as you can get from it, being in South Africa, I would imagine,
Yeah.
and
They
still being
want-
in Africa.
He's seen that.
South Africa, or Africa itself, is one of those continents that I notice a lot of US or North Americans conflate each individual countries as being just Africa.
Well, I'm gonna tell you
I
something.
find quite annoying.
I'm gonna tell you something that I seen on the internet. It was on YouTube, and this guy actually said the truth, and nobody wants to say it out loud. For some reason, freaking, it's getting back to the way it used to be with Africa, where everybody wants to get their fingers on it, and freaking, they're fighting tooth and nail to do it.
China's been at it for years.
You know,
Well, depends on which
China
side of
owns the whole of Africa.
it's
Well-
very interesting though that somebody actually said it out loud. You know what I mean?
North Africa, Egypt. Who wants to suck
No,
Egypt
dude.
at the moment?
It's so much deeper than that.
Sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa.
Like if you want to talk
Sub-Saharan
about
Africa is where it's at, man. That's where all the mineral wealth is, really.
right, yeah, exactly.
That's-
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
but
know.
if that's the case for all the what's going on with the groups of different war things going on there, where what you call it, there's in places there's people that's fighting against other things, but they need to be countries like the UK's talked about putting some businesses there. Okay, now how are they going to pretend to protect what's there from the UK? You know, people that goes there from the
They've
UK.
been doing it for years, dude.
Yeah, but they,
Roger, do you remember me pulling Mr. Robot apart when he was making a big song and dance about Gaza and Palestine and Israel, and I pointed out to him all the wars in various sub-Saharan African countries,
Yeah,
and he sort of just ignored it.
yeah.
yeah, but you know, but to me, why he did that for, because he can't think, well, for the reason what all that's going on is someone's getting stupid and getting greedy.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's what has been going on in Africa. Is it's a lot of greedy people that have been going there for wealth, for freaking to become immortal. Like since the beginning of freaking conquest, it's like they automatically vision themselves as conquerors, and they move.
You know, like
No, I mean they all do it. Like they go to Africa and they think that they're conquerors, and they're going to take and control the earth and control the world. And they find out that big tiger is bigger than they are, and they end up getting eaten by the tiger.
It'll be different for the People's Republic, though. They think the Belt and Road Initiative. You know, they will succeed. They say. Although I don't know. I don't know.
I was going to say, we Brits and also the Dutch had
the
some
Dutch.
success.
well, yeah,
Oh
but
yeah.
They learned the hard way.
Granted, brutal, very brutal, but
They,
again, some success.
well, no, they learned the hard way, dude. Freaking
Yeah, but
the Congo whooped their arses, dude. The Congo took them like they didn't know what to think about freaking dark Africa, Black Africa. Whenever freaking they got into the middle
Are you
part,
talking about King Leopold? His
Mhm.
personal fiefdom there? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Belgian Congo.
that turned into a nightmare for them, didn't it?
Well, it wasn't a very fun place at any time. I don't think it was so much turned into a nightmare. I think it was like from day one, it was pretty nightmarish.
Yeah.
I don't think it was ever really worse to get. I think it was worse from day one. It was like the guy knew that, you know, it wasn't a question of de-escalation or escalating. He went retaliatory first strike from day one kind of level of like, yeah, it was bad.
is that the one that was sent to prison in Africa for any anger? Where the UK?
No, this was
other
the king of
countries
the king
were
of
trying to run it.
this was the king of the Belgians. It was a government thing, and
Yeah.
it was his personal feudal fief So there was like no government oversight or anything. It was just basically his personal property. And yeah, you can look it up. I don't even want to think about it right now at the
Yeah,
moment.
it's horrible.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad you woke up, Tan High Tran.
Yeah.
What I missed. The whole
Well,
show.
no, you were fortunate. You missed the whole Mr. Robot segment.
What? You
Yeah,
talked
he was
about
here.
Mr.
He was
Robot?
asking for you. He was kept, but you didn't say anything, so he just thought you were scared to. No, he wasn't here. I'm kidding.
No, he was there.
He wasn't here.
Oh, you had my hopes up for him. In there.
He gets excited when he hears about Mr. Robot. We were telling him
I do
about
get
your
excited when I hear about Mr. Robot. Yeah.
when you hear. We were telling him about your chats and everything on Elements and how freaking we'd go to bed at night and wake up and there's like 175 comments between you and him and
Right.
like
Yeah. Good old days.
he does he even contact you and talk religion anymore?
Nope.
Actually, he sent me a couple messages recently, just sort of YouTube or sort of little articles or snippets about criticizing Britain. Actually, one on Donald Trump and another one on Boris Johnson. But yeah, he has. I haven't really replied to it, but yeah, he's just.
He sent
just small things, really.
He sent me some stuff that he did on Suno, which I thought was cool. He went in there and made some music and was sharing it with me. He apparently got over being upset with me. So
Hey T, let me ask you a question. When you were talking about Canada's that place from what country is that? Where the automated car, where they make the automated cars at in Canada,
US? Canada?
and
Automated cars.
well,
China?
it's where they
US
manufacture.
and China are the big mark players in that industry.
Oshawa, you mean?
that's actually happening up in I believe it's in Ontario.
Yeah,
And they're actually coming out with automated taxi services too.
yeah.
Where
Seriously? I thought that's something that you guys have done.
Yeah, I heard
they started it in New York. They
US
started it in
Uber
New York.
was
It's in New
planning
York.
to do
It's
something.
gonna be. They have it in New York and in designated areas, just
The
like they have it in-
Wemo things.
Yeah.
Venmo.
But I was wondering, what year is your car?
Waymo.
Yeah. Now they're getting they're gonna do it in Ontario as well.
Wow.
'Cause, Ford got over 100. I forget where you go get where you copywritten your materials, your technology, and all that. And they're installing all that into all the newer cars, where they could track you, where you go,
Oh yeah.
your miles, and all that, and even shut your car down. And you can't remove none of it because if you do, they'll have you arrested for it. You can't mess with none of the electronics in the vehicle.
That's why I drive a
Yeah.
97.
That's maybe true in the US, but I'm not so sure in Canada. I would have to.
Well, yeah, but there's Ford in Canada too.
Yeah, but in relation to Canadian federal law or
Well,
country law,
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. April
not sure.
2026 was some sort of announcement made by Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow of the automated vehicle pilot program. It was
Yeah, but
published
it
by
was
the
a
Toronto
pilot.
Star, the taxi. Let me see which
Hey
one.
guys, I hate to say this, but I got to split. I got to get up for work in the morning. This is a little later than I thought, but good night, everybody. Thanks everyone for being here. Bob, it was really good to have you on the team tonight. Missed you doing that. And Mark, Robert, Roger, of course, Tan. Glad you were there for some good religious discussion. We got some good things going, and Bob, you had some really good stuff to say too. Mark, you gave your usual scintillating reserve and insight. And the brothers Hanson, couldn't do it without them.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could find out more about that for me, all about more about the law about the meats. Wow.
Oh yeah, anything. I can ask my buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I can look into it. But yeah, I just remember that was my takeaway. She said that just overall, beef is best inspected more or less in the U.S. It has the most laws about no antibiotics, no hormones, or this or that, which is kind of crazy because I've got this thing where you go to the store and it's like all natural beef, no hormones, no and no this, no that, no, and I'm like, okay, that's the standard USDA regulation. So you just get the other stuff; it's like $1 less, and it's like it's the exact same standard.
Then you go to McDonald's, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
even McDonald's beef, it's got to be. It's anything labeled. But there is a loophole. It has to be labeled hamburger. Hamburger is 100% beef, and it has to pass all beef protocols. If it's a burger,
yeah,
it can have pork, it can have chicken, it can have kangaroo.
what about mystery meat?
I don't know. That's a mystery to me.
yeah.
Well, I'm talking like when you throw all the bones of all the animals that you bought.
Oh yeah. That's like processed meats. That's like weird deli meats. Another thing I remember now hearing about that is like turkey bologna or turkey meat like that. They make turkey bologna or what the hell. Anyway, it's turkey sausages and turkey hot dogs. So it is whole turkey. They throw the whole bird in, beak, everything. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
But they're talking about putting all different types of animals together. They're throwing it in a big thing and adding ammonia to where it breaks up the meat off the bones.
Oh yeah. It's more processed stuff. So I'm not surprised. Probably tasting cool.
That's what
I don't know nothing. I've never heard nothing about that, but I will. Anything I hear, I will pass on to the group for sure.
Okay.
All right, I got to get some sleep, guys. So I got to get up for work in a few hours. So I'll talk to you guys tomorrow sometime soon. Good night, everyone. Thanks
See you
again.
next time.
You have a nice night.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Are we wrapping up as well here, Roger Hansen?
Yeah. I'm going to go and get some sleep in a minute, I think.
You're not doing headlines after midnight?
I don't know. I think he is, but he just went out and smoked a cigarette.
No.
I'm trying to torture Mark Edward.
Should stay or disappear. Stay or disappear.
But why I was asking about the cars for is because they're coming out with, they got all these new things that they got built into the cars, and what they're saying is that you buy the car, but you ain't bought the technology that's in the car, and if anyone messes with it, they can get arrested for it.
Right. Okay. But you buy. Is it about the car or the taxi?
The car. Well, they're both, and they're just not. It's just a car. They got all the. They got the new technology for all of that.
Waymo is a taxi service.
Yeah, that's different because that would be done by contractual things anyway, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What's the US federal law begin with M that is related to the repairability of vehicles?
The motors and vehicles.
Maximum.
The DMV.
No. It escapes me.
What's up, Ivram?
Magnus, the Magnus Moss Warranty Act. That's what I'm talking about. Law and acts that came into
Yeah, another one.
long ago, but all about allowing I think independent mechanics repair vehicles. in the
Yeah, I
US.
actually just came across something about the car thing the other day. It's kind of why I joined, because I watched a video and this guy's like, yeah, if you want to actually, like, if you think you can actually ever try and disconnect anything from your car, you can't anymore. Most of the computerized electronics things are all hooked up to the car's VIN number. So as soon as you disable something, they know you've tampered with it, and then they'll like fully keep screwing with you.
So they've actually got something set up to where it screws your car up if you mess with it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they've even got so many sensors in it that it's at the point where it is now monitoring you in the car, like if whether or not you're fit to drive, sort of thing. So, say you've just like someone's just had an accident, someone's been injured, and you're trying to get them into the car, and you're panicking a bit, sort of thing. The car will tell you that you're not in a fit state to drive, so you won't even be able to drive that person to the hospital because you're not calm and
Yeah.
you're not calm and able to drive the vehicle, so the car won't actually start for you. This is getting to like an extreme level of no longer just supervision, but actually control over your ability to move
Protect.
about.
Yeah, but if you're protecting someone, how can you leave?
Yeah.
At the moment, U.S. Congress is looking at a bill at this present moment called the Right to Equitable and Professional Auto Industry Repair Act. If enacted, it will force all vehicle manufacturers nationwide to provide independent repair shops and aftermarket parts to the public.
Yeah, they don't want anyone to be able to work on cars themselves, fixing them themselves. And at some point, it's been suggested, this hasn't been gone through anywhere yet, but they even want to install like these black box type things into older cars so that they can monitor older cars as well. So it won't just be all the new cars that have it. They're going to require all the older cars to have this thing installed that basically gives them the same control over older cars. And originally, that's the reason that I kept buying older cars, so they didn't have all this stuff. But yeah, their plan is to actually put it all into all of the older cars as well. Or else, yeah, you won't be able to
I've
drive it on.
been following the wider sort of right to repair concept in the US, and I looked at this is based on states dependent, but there are movements in both on the state level and on the federal level. Widespread movement. So we are talking about this cars solely. We're talking about white goods and consumer goods. So fridges, washing machines, that sort of thing as well. So this sort of thing is going to be very slow to see any action on, but
You're gonna see a lot of hell starting over that shit because it's like I was saying earlier when we were on the roundtable. Like there's like your guys' laws don't they're not the same as what's going on here in the United States. Like people are really slipping away from what our Constitution is supposed to be about. Like private property is a big deal. Okay, like here in the United States, your car is your private property. Your land is your private property. And
Yeah.
but as I pointed out to you earlier, and this is similar to sort of the sort of streaming services and owning videos and audio media and software and blurbs, do you actually own the good, or are you only leasing the good?
See, that's the thing that they would. That's the thing that was already established back in the 80s and the 90s when they started introducing the DVDs. Like, if you remember back when the DVDs came out, that's when it started becoming public. Like, you own the actual physical CD, but you don't own the
But
music that's on it.
nowadays, if you are accessing material,
Exactly.
downloading material from the internet, then you don't actually own a physical medium.
See, and that's where.
And also, if you got a device, let's say an IoT device that connects to some sort of cloud service, you might own the device, but if the cloud service goes down, what have you got left? Just a box.
That's where it all starts getting fickle.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's an American terminology. If you don't understand fickle, look it up.
I thought that was a British thing, actually, but
Whatever, dude. You always take credit for shit. It's like freaking that's a
Indeed.
British word. Well, fickle. Fickle is probably a British term.
Pickle.
Which one of our countries do you think has the worst laws right now?
Yours.
Mine?
Yes.
No, it actually doesn't. I think it's actually the UK is getting screwed over a bit more than we are.
I don't know. Australia.
Well, because we're not getting arrested for hurty words online yet.
I've been paying attention to Benny's posts and
Canada.
What country are you from?
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
No,
I
Australia.
suppose New Zealand isn't as bad as Australia.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Aussie's got a lot worse than us, but they're going to end up doing the same thing here. But yeah, we're not at the same point. And
at the moment,
see, what I worked out is what they're trying different techniques in all of our different countries to see which one's the most effective. Whichever one's going to be the most effective is the one that's then going to start getting implemented around everywhere else. That's why they're trying slightly different things everywhere. See how much pushback there is in this country. See how much pushback there is in that country. Whichever it works the best in.
Again,
so that's
as
what
long
we
as
try
they can push the legislation through.
Sorry?
It's one thing to say, yeah, we're going to implement what Australia does, but unless you can push the legislation through, then
but you could always look and say the downfall of what they're talking about too, because there's always a different side to it as well. They got the good lookups, but what is the downside to it?
And also, sure, let's say the UK Labour government pushes through extreme censorship laws. I mean, even worse than we've already got at the present moment. What's going to stop the next government from dispelling those laws?
Well, you see, you got a lot of things you got to take into consideration.
No, because all the governments are paid and funded by the same groups.
Well, again, we are looking at interesting times with in the UK with things like restore and reform.
Well, hold up. You guys remember too, okay? And a lot of people are getting like brainwashed into this way of thinking, like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, they like to call themselves countries, but they're not. They're colonies. Okay, now that's
technically they're still countries.
So
they still got
maybe
laws. They still
the
need the stamp and going from UK monarch, but that's to say, but the stamp exercise.
You can say whatever you want, man.
So
it just, I mean, it is true. You know what I'm saying? Like they are colonies. It's
so in other words, when you sign up for if EU comes in, they're all going to get affected by the EU as well too.
Well, they're definitely gonna try and push it. I believe that our country signed up to like the WEF and the WHO anyway.
Yeah.
So whatever they start pushing through, like all of our countries are supposed to follow that.
Pandemic. You order pandemic treaties signature.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's that guy's name? He's running for office there. They're trying to get that same job as what that one guy. he's the big one about wanting to hook up with the EU and people.
Yeah.
And I'm
When
not part of
the
Brandon.
by-election, whenever that is, I think that's in. Come on, when that is. But it's looking like
The guy running against Brandon.
Andrew, whatever he's called, is going to get through.
If he gets through, you guys are in a world of shit. That's all I
Yeah.
gotta say. Like,
Yeah, but remember, we only took it until 2029. He has to implement these things in what, less than 3 years?
Yeah. So right, next year is going to be crazy.
It
Yeah,
is.
but
Oh, it's
with
going to
the
be
EU
interesting.
permanently with to you guys, that would be a problem.
No, they want to fully. Well, this is what I've heard anyway. Next year is when they fully want to do the fake alien Project Bluebeam along with their, reverse engineered things. So there'll be like, say, 100 actual vehicles, but it's going to look like there's thousands of them. There'll be 100 real ones with weapons to make sure that there's some destruction caused. Then they're going to go on about how there's, and they're going to try and do it in like as many countries as possible. And that'll drag out for as long as they need it to drag out so that everyone actually believes it and things. Countries won't be able to fight against them. So they'll resort to AI for answers. So AI will be, AI said do this, and that's how we can take them down. So AI will be the savior, and AI will be your one world government in 2030.
I think that's a bit fantasy.
Well, no, not really, because like
No,
they already got getting.
They
it
said
set
this
up.
years, like decades ago.
Yeah,
and it was always planned for 27.
Yeah, but what I'm referring to is if someone's running your how your bill your country, your businesses, okay, your everything about your businesses, if like EU when they come up and they're part of your government and they start running EU way, who's in control? EU is. And like
the
thing,
European Commission technically would be in control.
well, yeah, but like you gotta be
the
by.
EU is a pseudo democratic.
Well, I mean, I want to hear more about the AI part about this, though, because
I think it's all fanciful.
Because
Well, I mean, the thing is, they want one world government.
right.
Who would you put in charge of the one world government right now? And the thing is, the
UN.
answer is no one. No, the answer is no one. I mean, there's definitely organizations they might try and use, sort of thing. Like, yes, EU, WEF, WHO. There's definitely organizations that can be considered. But if they do one of these fake alien invasion blue beam things and no country is able to combat it and only AI is able to save the world from these invaders, they're going to put AI in charge.
We haven't got sentient artificial intelligence. In fact, that is a misnomer anyway, as we have been talking about.
To be honest, I don't think people today
fancy.
want a sentient being to tell them what to do. I mean, honestly, to be honest, society has been dumbed down to the point where they don't care. They just want somebody to tell them what to do and to do it efficiently. So they don't have to be. They don't have to be sentient. You know what I mean? Just tell me what to do, when to do it, and I can get it done and be done with it.
Well, there's an old story about the technology that like militaries and agencies have is between like 30 and 60 years more advanced than what they release to the public. So if we're looking at AI now and going, okay, it's at this point, think how much further ahead it really is.
Sorry, I've had this argument with Nancy on plenty of times. Most technologies need financial backing. They need some sort of financial revenue to come through.
Yeah.
You can only really do that in the commercial sector.
How much money did Trump commit to Operation
The
Stargate?
US is only one country. We're talking about
500 billion,
worldwide.
and they're including Palantir, which already surveys most of the world.
And how much of that money is actually there?
But-
How much of that money can you actually put your hands on?
It
How
just
much of
needs to
how
be
much
ones
of
and
that
zeros on a
numbers
computer
on-
screen at
yeah,
this point.
numbers on the spreadsheet.
No, but it just needs to be ones and zeros that gets transferred around at this point.
Well, and
So
you,
I can
now
I could create a spreadsheet now and just add billions of zeros
That's-
onto it and say, yeah, I'm a multi-billion trillionaire.
you're saying there, I can say the thing about trust fund babies. Like there's billionaires, there's trillionaires, dude. There's people who don't even know how much money they have that are living off of trust funds that was that has money going all the way back to the
but they are individuals,
1600s.
aren't they? They aren't governments.
No, I mean I'm just
So-
saying that they have funds that go all the way back to the 1600s, dude.
Mhm.
Okay, and they live off of a trust fund, and they don't even know how much money they own.
Yeah.
have-
So
they have-
It's like
what,
you're living in a
what are you
complete
saying?
dream world.
The next the next new world order will be.
No, I mean I'm just
fascist.
saying what you're saying right there is you don't see the money, but the thing of it is I can say the same thing about these trust funds. There's people who are so rich they don't even know how much money they have, dude.
Yeah, and banks are loaning out 90% of that if it's in a bank, like reinvesting it anyway. So banks are still making money off all this money that isn't even there anymore.
Yeah, but like
But
you were saying,
but yet they can still go spend it.
you know, well, like Georgia Guidestone, the Stones, you know about them, don't you? In Georgia,
Yeah.
and like how it says on there about 5 million people, and that, and
About
The
500
anti-
million. Yeah.
you know, and everyone else will be liquidated. And
Let's wait.
and for the
let's
new
wait
world
until-
orders, they would stick a certain color on your mailbox, and the U.S. military truck
Well,
would
that's
drive
two
down the
different.
road.
That's two different. That's two
That, no,
different.
that
let's-
actually happened a few years ago. People noticed it, and then once it got noticed and people were talking about it, they stopped doing it. Yeah, there was 3 different colored dots. This was in a few towns, states in America, where there was
Yeah.
3 different colored dots. It was like one was compliant, one was like
Non-compliant.
not compliant, and one was anti-compliant. And like, yeah, the anti-compliant was basically you were just scheduled for a camp type thing.
Right.
And the middle dot was like, yeah, people to work on, and one was like, yeah, people who just completely comply already.
Yeah, but
Well,
And that's
just on the-
actually
just-
different conspiracies too, by the way. I
Yeah.
want to point
Yeah,
that.
that's a separate one. Yeah, that was
Just
back
on the
through the
point-
co-flu
just
stuff.
on the point of the money, then, to use a famous quote, those who forget history will repeat history. Remember what happened in the 1920s. Remember what happened in the 1930s. Remember what happened at the end of the Weimar Republic. Remember increased inflation, hyperinflation.
Well, see, that's the
We
thing.
are going to come back.
Yeah, but see, I mean, I don't think you really want to argue about the reasons a lot of that happened, to be honest.
And you know, I have a tendency of always bringing up. I have a like history repeats itself. It goes through cycles. And if you notice, like right now, with all the tension and the frustration that's building up, this right here could easily be compared to the early 1900s.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
and-
what's starting is basically after like the end of World War II. The end of World War One, and it's just like the complete degeneracy of all of our countries and societies. And then hopefully someone will stand up and do something about it again. And then someone will go against them and try and get it back to that point again. It's like we're kind of just trying to fight against the degeneracy, but the degenerates seem to be the ones with all the money and all the resources and control the military and all the rest of it now. So this is why it's more difficult to actually get any further ahead when we're fighting against that in the first place. We have the numbers, but they've got everything else.
Yeah, but you get some of these groups that believes in the other things.
Sorry, what? Say that again.
You have these other groups that's out there that believes in other things, like they want to murder and kill judges, lawyers, government.
Yeah,
Where the government's being run by the government.
To be honest, I want accountability because there's been a lot of backhand deals involved with a lot of things. I want accountability. I'm not going to scream out for the death of all of them, but treason is still a death penalty offense in most countries.
Well, I mean that should be done by trial according to a court law. He's talking about
exactly.
Groups like he's talking about groups like QAnon, which has been
he's talking about vigilante.
I'm not for that the stupid militia type
but that's scary.
To go and take them out.
But they want to abolish the Constitution and they want to implement a military regime that calls martial law. And then after martial law, they want to do a military tribunal on all politicians and judges and have them executed. And then they want to have the government ran by the military. They think that it is a smart thing to have the military running our government instead of the Constitution, which gives power to the people.
I think it's supposed to be a temporary thing. The military's only in control until that's all sorted, and then a new government can be reinstalled.
How long is the word temporary?
Yeah, I know.
How long is temporary?
America's been under wartime policy. It's never been revoked, emergency act or whatever. Since after 9/11, that never got revoked by any politician.
But it was even before that. I'll tell you what I found out, that they came up and they asked what they were going to go and attack. This was back in the 1800s, where they were thinking of attacking Mexico, take over the landmass. Okay, then the people of the U.S. said, no, we don't need to do that. They were talking about doing that with Canada as well. Then it was stopped about that. Then they come walking up, they did, and then people that takes care of children when they were being abused told the officers that all the Indian children just walk up, and if you see them, just take them. And they did. They literally took off with about 100,000 children of Indian families.
Well, I mean, if you want to go down that road in the 1800s, like if you want to talk about America, let's talk about New York, where they were taking all the orphans and putting them on trains and sending them west. Just give them a ticket, send them west, and let them drop them off in freaking Tucson or in freaking California.
But
no, I mean they were doing that to everybody, And then when you were talking about that, that's actually after the Civil War, where the Confederates were wanting to take over Mexico. Because they lost against the Union, so they decided they were going to go against Mexico. That was actually not approved by the United States government, but they were doing it. They were old Confederate military people who wanted to make their own country in Mexico, or I think they did.
When did Texas become part of the Union?
Texas became part of the Union after the Civil War.
Yeah, I was thinking because
and I think they should have
at that time. I think maybe Texas was part of Mexico.
No,
I know Texas has had a weird relationship.
They actually had their own country at one point, and that's
where
I think
at one point as well. Yeah,
they messed themselves
but they've
up.
been part of France, part of Spain.
Yeah.
Maybe not Spain actually, but Mexico, France,
Yeah.
the US, and on.
And
Countries.
during the 1800s, during the war with the Indians, they had this idea of the U.S. did is to set and genocide the Indians. They was going to go and kill every single Indian in the USA because they were fed up with the
North
Bible.
America.
Well, see, that goes back to what I was talking about too before, because like everybody talks about World War II and the genocide in World War II, but the worst genocide that ever took place was here in the United States with the American Indians. Like
Let's
we had,
talk about Hawaii. Yeah,
well, let's talk about the Trail of
that's not
Tears.
very
The,
Do
the,
you want to know?
Hawaii and the US are not very.
Do you want to know the worst genocide that ever took place?
which one?
This is sort of meant as funny. Sort of comes across as funny, so take it as I'm saying it. Don't
Okay.
get too offended.
Okay.
I saw this clip where someone was saying the worst atrocities took place back in the book of Genesis. See, there was Adam and Eve. They ate an apple. Then there was Cain and Abel. And Cain killed Abel. So there was 4 people on the world. 4 people in the world. And one of them killed off a quarter.
That's just
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. I've seen reports about population decreases up to something like 75%
Yeah,
back in the Stone Age.
yeah.
yeah.
The-
Actually, that was interesting because they said that we actually dropped down to 10,000 freaking people on the planet, and they don't know for sure exactly what happened during that time period. Period. They said that.
Every civilization on the planet has the Great Flood story. Like every single civilization on the planet has some version of a Great Flood. Just the time when it happened differs between them all.
Well, like what happened to the dragon guy? Okay, and when they found him, they found him up in the mountains with ice on top of him. He was from the last ice age. He
The
was
dragon guy.
Yeah, they call him the dragon guy because his skull is not like the human skull. He's more evolved to another different type of primate, and he's bigger and all that. He is. He's called the dragon guy because. And the weird things, like people would wind up. One guy wound up getting killed by a drive. He drove down the road and his car something happened to his car and he wound up dead. There's a bunch of people that had something to do with his rescue from the ice, and people from them wound up dead. And it's like a curse from the dragon guy. And his skull is shaped like a football. Well,
Okay.
you know how
Was that the elongated skull thing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not like not like ET. I mean, not like them, but it's straight. It goes out. It don't go up, but it goes out.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
I've seen some statues of that.
And his skull,
hieroglyphic type.
Yeah, but his
paintings and stuff.
His skull is twice the size of what a regular person.
Yeah.
And they got DNA and all that and from it and all that because when they found him and all that in the ice and they call him the dragon guy because over it, but it's hard to say what all. But and it was him and another body they found as well in the ice. I guess you could say it was 2 of them. One was a regular person, one was him, but at different parts.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at a a lot of the, especially the Egyptian hieroglyphics and things, they
Oh, yeah.
depict all the gods with like, different animal heads sort of things. I mean, if you want to go biblically, were they all the Nephilim and things? Were they all the, like half like angel, half human hybrids or something? Or were they the angels that came down who then created the Nephilim? There's lots of different ways you could go through this, but I don't know if we're ever going to find out for fact which way round it is. But things like that are depicted all over the world, and every time something's discovered, it gets disposed of or hidden away and doesn't get shown to the public, so everyone just thinks it's like conspiracy theory.
And I apologize, DJ or DK. I didn't formally introduce you to my brother. This is Robert. Robert, this is DK Spiracy.
Hey, Robert. Yeah, I heard you mention it when I was watching your channel earlier. But yeah, hey, how's it going, Robert?
All right.
And I do want to mention something. This is kind of cool because I was watching old clips from ufology show that used to come on in the 90s. I don't know if you remember it, but it was UFO Diaries.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Have you guys ever heard of it?
No.
There's something, man, that with the pyramids that they used to talk about back in the 90s, and if you notice, you'll never hear about it anymore. And that is that there was claims that when they did excavations on the pyramids, when they pulled the sand away, they found radioactive sand.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was actually one of the old stories, man. They never talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, like about the Black Pyramid.
What sort of radioactive element? Because sand, everything's radioactive. Up to a point.
Yeah, but this stuff is even.
They said that people were dying from it, and as a
Yeah,
matter of fact, when they discovered King Tut's tomb, there was supposed to be a curse on it, and the people.
Oh yeah, you. But the 1930s, 20s explorers.
Mm-hmm. Now,
British explorer.
the messed up part of it is when the guy did an autopsy, he found out that there was a fungus that was growing inside of the freaking tomb of King Tut, right?
Yeah.
And
that's one I heard for real about that side of it. But yeah, there is other stories about the radioactive stuff that's more tied to the Ark, like the Ark of the Covenant.
Mm-hmm.
The stories about that and everything that's sort of said about it basically sort of points at it as being some sort of radioactive material that's why it could have been used as a weapon. If you touch it with your hands, you'll die. All these sort of stories that go along with the Ark. That's like a bit crazier.
They say that that there's a chance that the pyramids was actually a power source too, a radioactive power source.
100%. They didn't find any. It wasn't a tomb. They didn't find a coffin in the pyramids.
Mm-hmm. Pretty interesting. So.
Again, that's sort of questionable.
No, there was no bodies found in the pyramids at all.
No, yeah, but the energy sort of power up their batteries and it's questionable.
Have you seen the sonar scan thing or sonic scan or whatever, where they show it's like about another 100 meters or so underneath it? Yeah. See, this is stuff that people didn't know, and now that people know there's that, this goes along with other things I've heard. It's like the pyramids used to be coated in I think it was limestone, but also used to be capped with gold. So between the limestone and the gold, created some, and the way that it's like all the tunnels and tubes and everything inside the pyramid itself were a way of harnessing different frequencies, and it could transmit that out. And
Yeah,
apparently, this
crystals.
is why they used to have like those obelisks all along the side of the road. All of those used to be topped with gold as well. And so, with like the free energy just going everywhere from the pyramids, all of those being capped with gold acted basically like street lights, lighting up all of the main trade routes and things.
Okay.
What that guy, the one that
the utilization is questionable. I mean, there's arguments for the pyramids being power cells or battery cells, but the question is more related to the utilization of the power.
Well, there was power there's pyramids all over the world, so it's not just Egypt.
Yeah, but
So it's everywhere, free energy everywhere. This is one of my personal thoughts, which I have heard a few other people do it on videos and stuff, but
well, supposedly
if there's this free, but imagine if there's this free energy and it's worldwide. So basically, the world's set up like a massive, like circuit board. So everything is actually connected. Yeah. If there's one malfunction, but what I mean is, if there's one malfunction, does it fry the whole circuit board at one time? And that could be one of the extinction level events, because it just shorted out the whole world at once.
Society, and your greatest invention is, I don't know, the wheel. It's not like you're going to be able to power, I don't know, light and circuit boards, because
this is a lot older than that. Everything you've been told is a lie. There were civilizations that here before us that did it all.
You provide the evidence.
Well, no, yeah, but here's the thing. What that guy, the one that made the big, we're going to have that free energy thing, where that.
Which one?
What is it?
Nikola Tesla.
Tesla. Yeah. Okay. His ideal. Okay. You stop and think about it. His ideal worked real well. Okay. I found another person as well that helped with the thing of electrical. He's from a long time ago. He did an experiment. He was checking it out about battery magnets. Okay. And he was the first one. Everyone told him he was full. He was not getting the stuff right and all that. He needs to go looking for other things. Well, he came across. Okay, he demonstrated and all that. He got blueprint, copywritten materials. Okay, after a while, they stopped doing it. The government and all that, because his ideal is that his device could make energy for free, and if you combine the two together, okay, Tesla's electrical thing where it goes from spot to spot, and like in Egypt, in Egypt's the same way with them things. They were using that for electric things. They were saying, because we call the guy stone of where the pyramid lays in the ground. It's where they were showing it on the thing that that's all connected through the ground. Guy
the ley lines, the ley lines,
and all the ley lines and all that, and like the negative and the North Pole and South Poles in with it too, because as they showed that the North Pole and South Pole that it's moving, and they did a thing showing from the time and it shows that where the poles were at a specific time in the years when it was, and they move. They're moving by north, inch by inch. They are, and things are all that, like you could say, the energy is changing, because of it. and they were showing that, and they were saying that problems with Earth, or when things do go wrong, because it's like the North Pole and South Pole has to realign itself, they call it. And when that happens, that in the history, what they have seen, that it drastically does do something happens with weather and all that. And the tech and with they're showing that how with
Because if the North Pole starts shifting, then the sun and the moon and everything will actually start following that round more, because it'll change the tilt of the planet. See, I could go into a flat Earth version. I'm trying to make it not a whole extra thing.
well the
So
moon.
we'll stick with the globe Earth. So if the North Pole is moving, and
South Pole.
the tilt of the planet is based on the North and South Pole. If that keeps moving, the Earth will keep twisting to still keep the North Pole at like the top and the South Pole at the bottom. But if it moves, then the planet itself will actually have to twist to keep them still aligned. And so that will actually change the weather patterns everywhere. Because if the sun's going to be closer to the North Pole, then it's going to start melting the North Pole, and the South Pole will start freezing more. You know, it depends where it moves and things, and which, how much everything will be affected. But there's lots of different things we could hypothesize about.
Who's going to start screaming global warming? Sorry, poor joke.
But like they came across the thing about the sun. About the sun.
Says Bob Dub would like to participate. I thought she was here.
Yeah, carry on.
The sun has a like a thing of
Sorry,
black
guys.
hole.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. Sorry, it was a mistake. I didn't want to participate. I'm just trying to catch up with what you guys are talking about.
Okay.
Oh, was that the raise your hand thing?
Yeah. Sorry, it wasn't meant to. I was trying to move the screen.
Okay. Well, I thought I'd include you anyway. You've just been
You're
sitting
very
there
sweet.
quietly.
Thank you for including me.
Join us whenever. Yeah. Carry on.
Well, they were showing and they were explaining about the moon, about how if the moon wasn't in the thing, how we have climates and how the ocean respond and all that the weather would be even could be even worse, because the moon, the way it moves, or however gravity from the moon. And like I don't know when, but they're talking like for a while. For this probably the first time this has happened, the moon will slide back a little bit.
Isn't the moon meant to be slowly moving out of orbit anyway? Slowly going further and further away.
Yeah, it's moving back a little bit, but it'll be coming back. But this is the first time it's actually ever done that.
But we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years. We aren't talking about our lifetime.
Also, you gotta remember too. Like, there's a lot of people that have been pushing out conspiracy. There's also people who are saying that the world is tilting because of global warming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
I've never heard that, but I would.
Yeah. Well.
And then they try to say it like this bit's melting, that bit's freezing, so it's tilting because of the global warming.
Yeah.
It's making it heavier, so this bit's tilting over.
People talk about flat Earth. Some people even talk about we're riding on the back of a turtle on 4 elephants.
That's actually a cool.
That's out of Terry Pratchett's book, and that is.
I'm thinking the Chinese Io mythology.
All of that is cool.
Right, which Terry Pratchett used.
No, that's what I said. I could go into the flat Earth side. I was trying to make Mark not cringe too much.
Yeah, he knows. He already knows. That's why he brought it up, is because he knows you're into the flat Earth stuff. So it's
Yeah.
like he just asked for his own punishment. So now I wanted to introduce you to Robert, because I really think Robert would really enjoy talking to you. So freaking like Robert loves to talk about stuff like that. And I knew that you would be able to tell him a lot of stuff. So just putting it out there, because he gets in, like, whenever he's not on the internet with me, he's talking shit about freaking this stuff, like it's whatever, and then he gets on and he starts talking to these guys, and that's all he talks about. He just keeps running his mouth. I'm like, oh my God, Robert, that's not even the
I don't know.
topic.
We've had interesting
I could sit there and go fully in depth, but yeah, there'll definitely be a couple of you going, nah.
No, that
Well,
No.
perfect example. I did not know this, but the squid, there's a certain squid in the ocean where it has 500 types of DNA, where a human has only 250.
It's octopus, not
Yeah,
squid.
Well,
Octopus,
this
they
one,
reckon, is an actual alien creature, and has like 200 pairs of chromosomes or something.
no, this is the only one that has that. And
I watched
it has no
something just the
bones.
other day. It was just saying all octopus. It wasn't squids, but it was all octopus.
Well, okay, but this one has no bones, and it can fit into it like a can. And,
That's octopus.
and it's got the ability to cloak itself in the background.
Yes.
And
You are talking about octopus. Go watch some documentaries. Even Nat Geo has a good one. Like Nat Geo Animals Octopus. Go look that up. There's a really good one on there. I watched it a few days ago. I was playing music and in the background and just had nature videos playing. And the octopus one came up. So I only saw that several days ago again, so it's like fresh in my mind.
It's like that. It's something like a jellyfish that has a spine. Only one that has a spine, but nothing else in the world has it.
Well, see, the thing about the octopus that's weird is, like, the only way they can tell the age of it and how old or how long ago they lived is, like, from the beak. They have a beak that's stuck out on their body, and they don't have any kind of freaking skeletal structure other than that.
That's the only solid bit in their whole body is the beak. Yep.
Yeah.
And
as long as they can fit the beak into something, their whole body can fit into it.
Right. It's really interesting how that works. It really is interesting.
And they're one of the smartest creatures on the planet too. If you put a crab inside a bottle in their fish tank, they'll work out how to open the bottle and get the crab, and they'll squeeze into the bottle to get the crab once they've got the lid off.
Yeah, they actually show that.
Octopus are super crazy smart. It's quite cool if you go watch some of that. I spent years watching nature documentaries as a kid. It's like, I got fully into it. But and now they've got more stuff that they can put out for me to see. So I still keep learning more. But octopus are like supposedly pretty much the smartest creature on the planet. I mean, look, they're not running around trying to create weapons and kill each other, but they're smart enough to actually camouflage, disguise themselves, and do everything else they need to do.
Well, you heard. Well, it's like the black lions from the island. Them things are more powerful than a regular lion is, and it's shown that they evolved completely different because of their environment. They're more.
Sorry, black lions on an island.
Yeah.
Where's this? Or when?
They found. Yeah, now they found them, and they put them back over in Africa. That they're built bigger than a regular lion, and they got strength like you wouldn't believe. And they're total. They're more ferocious than a regular lion is.
I don't know about those. Thought I kept up
And
on most stuff. I don't know about that one.
and like with the two lions that killed all the railroad workers back in the early 1900s.
Ah, yeah, I remember that
They,
story. Watch that movie.
yeah, and people saying that for what you learn, it doesn't alter your brain and the way you look and think. And animals are the same way. To the way I look at it, for each thing that they learn and they adapt from that situation, makes them just much more intelligent. The
Yeah,
same way with a human is.
yeah,
They're saying
better
that
hunters.
a human cannot evolve. Well, different ways of evolving,
Well, see,
where
the thing about the black line, though, you got to understand that
Well,
that's a
killer whales and sharks are good examples for that. But killer whales in different areas hunt different things and have techniques that work for that specific prey. In Antarctica, the pod of killer whales will swim up, and they'll put they'll try and get herd seals and sea lions and things. They'll try to herd them onto like ice floats. And then one will like jump up on one edge of the ice float and sort of push up and down on it to try and shake them off, so that the other killer whales can actually get it once it's in the water. In New Zealand, they go after stingrays. One will pin the stingray to the bottom with its nose, and another will go and bite off its stinger, like bite off its tail, so it can't sting any of them. So they actually perfect different things everywhere. So they do actually learn improved hunting techniques, like great whites in South Africa. Apparently, it's the only place in the world where the great whites actually breach, where they come up from so far underneath, they actually breach out of the water. Apparently, it's only in South Africa that great whites do that. So they do things differently in different places. So each group has learnt techniques that work in their area.
like you stop to think about, like the black bee. Okay, one hit from that, you be hitting the ground crying. It's electrical bee.
Now,
Huh.
you mentioned that thing about the black lines too. Let me point something out. That's actually controversial. A lot of people are saying that what you're seeing on YouTube and on the internet is AI generated. They constantly put those up.
Ah.
So,
Hey, Roger, by the way, what's
yeah,
your channel name on YouTube?
I've got a few of them.
Well, which one's live now? What's
This
the
one
most chat?
is on my main account, which is Roger Hansen. So
Roger Hansen 2731.
2731, and I'm on a Rumble live streaming 24/7 live with Roger Hansen.
Yeah, I was watching you on Rumble. I'm just trying to find your YouTube one.
Yeah, Roger Hansen,
Was
one
it
word.
2731?
Yeah,
Yeah.
2731. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I don't actually even follow you on YouTube.
Oh, that's
There we go. That'll work better.
no.
I was just trying to look for more chat because, I'm restreaming you on my Rumble as well. So I was just trying to find more chat and stuff because no one's really chatting other than me on Rumble.
Yeah, it's getting pretty bad on there. The only time I get
Not
any
really
chatter.
no.
Everyone seems to be heading over to over to Pilled. I think I got to start looking at that.
Red
I
Pill?
was watching people who stream on Rumble and on Pilled, and they're getting 15, 20 viewers on Rumble and over 200 on Pilled. I'm like, oh, holy crap. Maybe I do need to start over there.
The weird part is like the crappy gamer who I was talking to on Discord earlier.
Yeah.
He was just a gamer whenever the last time I talked to him, and he went on to TikTok, okay? And I went on and checked out because I was curious about how he's been doing, and he's actually gotten more active, started doing things like getting on camera and stuff, and
All right.
cool. And he's literally like he's doing a lot better on there, and I was really surprised by that. I'm still not gonna do TikTok, but but I was really impressed.
Yeah, I haven't talked myself into doing TikTok yet.
Well, TikTok is a very generational thing, isn't it?
But if you do something, because everything's only 30 seconds,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it gets put under categories and something. So if someone's looking up that category and it's something that interests them, they can just instantly send everyone to it. The next minute you'll get thousands of views just because someone else liked it once. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure if our content is really suitable for TikTok. Well, the audience.
Some of it is, some of it isn't. That's for sure.
Well, definitely.
I mean, to be honest, some of it probably isn't even really suitable for YouTube sometimes.
Well, yeah, that's questionable. Yeah, yeah.
That's why be very careful and make sure if people are on YouTube, because I have to behave differently if it's on YouTube. On YouTube, I have to actually be nicer.
Well, with YouTube, the thing about it is with me is I've put everybody else's shit on that claims they get in trouble on YouTube. I've restreamed their shit and I've never gotten in trouble with them. Well, except for a couple from Mark Watasic with Dragus. But other than that, I've done other people's shows.
Oh, that's because he's got his stuff registered or something, eh? That could be it. If he's actually fully registered and he got his stuff copyrighted or something.
Radio, public radio. Then
no, I get in trouble because of his shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but it's because it'll be copyright and YouTube will be a dick because of their algorithms.
But other than that, I've even had. Bob Dub, sorry you have to go. We'll talk to you later. And she just sent a message in chat.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much for letting me hang out with you. I'll see you again soon.
Good to see you again, Bob Dub.
Good to see you. Love you guys.
Hey Bob, I miss you. Hope you have a nice week.
I'll miss you too. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. When it comes to YouTube, I've even put Jaffe's show up on there, and nothing. Everybody keeps talking about how he gets into trouble all the time. I'm like, dude, I've never freaking gotten in trouble because of your streams. It's got to be something he's putting in his freaking description or something. You know what I mean? Because
I don't know. With YouTube, I can't go live myself on YouTube. They'll take it down every time.
Mm-hmm.
But I can go record stuff. When I go and record at protests and marches and things, I can go record stuff and upload it to YouTube, and that's okay. But if I go live, it's they'll instantly take it down. They don't even give me warnings or strikes, anything more. They've got me shadow banned so much that I don't think they care. But they'll just take down whatever they want without even telling me. Seriously, I get no notifications that something's been taken down. I just go looking for it later and it's not there anymore.
Again, it goes back to the entire family-friendly thing. It's not on a lot of us. And
I always say no kids allowed on my stuff. So it's not about even being family-friendly.
Do you hit that 18-year-old?
Yeah, I found
it says it says not for kids or something. Yeah.
Well, I found out there is a difference between not for kids and actually restricting it, because they got me on that one once because I put it on the default settings, not for kids, on everything, and they still got me because I didn't put a restriction on it manually. Go in there and manually put it in there, say restricted 18 plus.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I will be able to use it then if I do that. But yeah, because I always just clicked on the not for kids, and
I found
they just take off whatever they want. As I said, they used to ban me so often because I was talking all through 21, 22 sort of thing about the things that you weren't allowed to talk about back then.
Yeah,
which I still try not to mention on YouTube anymore. But all that sort of crap that was going on. And I was just getting banned and strikes and everything all the time. And so, now, so I just didn't bother. But I never realized that now, this much later, I might be able to say a bit more if I just do the R18 thing and just avoid one or two topics.
Yeah.
Now, there's
remember, be careful on copyrighted content as well.
Okay.
With YouTube, they're bad for that.
Me and Mark have a controversy going between us, and I need you to settle this for me.
What's up?
Okay, so
Go on.
EU versus 4chan, or the UK versus 4chan. Who do you think is going to win?
4chan, totally, completely.
Oh wow, he's backslid.
Well, I've been arguing this for a long time.
I've been saying 4chan. Now you're taking 4chan from me.
No, I've
dude.
been saying that the UK, the Ofcom hasn't got any legitimate case. Hasn't got a legitimate case.
Well, then the controversy's over.
It's never a controversy. I've always stated that.
swear
That's always been my position.
We just had a conversation and you went against me on that. I was like, freaking
No,
the
that's
EU
always been my
and the
position.
UK
In fact,
do
I
not.
created a Minds post about this months ago.
Okay.
What?
I personally think that the UK and the EU do not know what they've gotten themselves into by going after them. Because, like, this is big. Because they're up to 8chan now, dude. You know what I'm saying? This is a huge conglomerate. There's no way they're going to be able to get what they want.
Well,
Period.
they were trying to go after Elon and X as well at one point.
Well, yeah, there's a much more legitimate argument there. But yeah, I've been arguing about the 4chan since August last year.
That must have been when you drank that gin and got sick off of it. Because
Maybe.
that Irish gin. You
I think I
should.
only ever typed on.
I had to bought some gin today and
No,
just not
don't
been
do it.
feeling like it. Or yesterday, no.
Don't do it. Don't do
I only
it.
ever typed on. I can't even remember which one, either 4chan or 8chan. I was only there like one night, and I think I only posted a couple of times because someone told me how to, like, the thing you put in first that says that makes it come up with your name, just saying anonymous and a number coming up with like your name. But there's something you have to type in first so you come up as anonymous. But I only ever made like, I don't know, it was definitely under half a dozen comments things sort of thing that I ever made, and this would be going back probably in 23 when someone showed me that. But you never went back and can't remember the code thing to say that you're anonymous.
I don't know. I never felt comfortable with using 4chan, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm aware of it. I know how to deal with it, but
I've never really used that. I've never had any purpose, real points of using that.
What is that?
It's just another platform, but it's all the crazy conspiracy theorists in the world sort of in one spot.
I'm just looking at my last year's post, and I called it an image-based bulletin board, image board, forums type platform. Which is
So it don't really serve no much purpose. You don't really hold that much purpose.
It does serve a purpose.
Yeah. The only time I see it now is if someone else posts me something on Telegram.
On the akin to Reddit, if Reddit was more image-based.
Well,
I got banned from Reddit like first hour I was there.
I've never actually created an account on Reddit, even though I do use it occasionally.
Now, if you 4chan, you know how we were talking about, like, I'm seriously wanting to put something together to get a stream, maybe a series if I can, on what people consider the dark web. You know what I mean? And 4chan would be a perfect example of that, because 4chan is something that sprung out of this whole dark web crap. You know what I mean?
You know my views on the so-called dark web. It's nothing more than a marketing.
Well, there's a history. There's a history there too, because like what people freaking call the dark web today is actually the internet. You know what I mean? It's actually the internet, the way it was actually done.
So are we going to go back to things like bulletin board systems and gopher systems?
That's what it's all about. I mean, that's what it started out as. You know what I'm saying? It's like whenever the dark web was actually created, it was because of regulations.
telex systems.
You know,
Early 80s telex systems.
it's like all of these really strict regulations that have been pushed on the internet, and now we have what we call the web and the internet today, which isn't really, it's just a whole bunch of censorship. And what they call the dark web is what the internet used to be.
Yeah,
Again,
that
I
used to
will
be the
make
whole
a
thing.
sort of I will separate the internet and the web as virtually two different entities.
Well, yeah, one's spied on by CERN because they wanna steal our souls.
Web is the browser based HTML, PHP stuff that we use all the time.
See
That's
now I can get all crazy because Bob Dub's gone now. You know what I mean? I don't want to
You're
give
still
up.
on YouTube. You can't go there.
No, like,
yeah, not too crazy.
I still find it odd that.
Well,
that the-
unless you shut down YouTube, then we can go crazy.
well, I mean,
we need the bums on seats.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
If
there's, I mean, like, what other channels are you on Rumble? Because, sorry, on YouTube, because I'm on your main one, and there's no one else there.
You, isn't there?
I have.
As I said, which channel's getting the most chat?
Oh, the one that gets the most chat is the Wonderful World of Weirdness. That one gets the most chat, but it's
Is that live now?
it's not being on live right now.
Okay.
I've restricted YouTube to freaking what I want them to see because I'm sick of them. It's not their rules anymore. It's my rules. Okay.
Let me know how that goes for you.
It's going great.
Yeah,
It is going great, dude. It is going great.
it's not too bad at the moment, to be fair. Yeah,
But hey,
Yeah.
oh,
I mean, I do go on quite a few panels on YouTube and things. So I've learned to behave quite a bit more. I pretty much can't go on YouTube panels if I get drunk, because then things slip out way too often. So I can only be on YouTube panels before I get drunk.
That's good.
have you ever seen the turtle that looks like a snake? Got the head of a snake and the body of a turtle.
Yeah, he goes on the internet a lot.
Well, no, it was on TV too.
This
Is that the one where it's like its neck is like really
USD.
long and it stretches like like half a foot or something out of its shell? Like it got a real long snake neck type. Yeah, seen it. Can't remember which one that is. Might even be called a snakehead turtle or something like that.
Yeah,
agree.
and I saw that. I was really surprised. I never thought that was possible.
There's lots of things out there most haven't seen. Hey,
Yeah.
seriously, I like all the crazy things. I go looking for all the weirdest animals that people have never seen. I go looking for stuff.
Finger
like that.
monkey. You ever saw
Finger
the finger monkey? Yeah. In
Why are they
Africa.
called that?
Huh?
Why are they called a finger monkey?
They're the size of your finger. They fit in your pocket. They do.
I've heard of pygmy monkeys. I didn't hear of a finger one. Okay.
Well, they
It's like
probably
you'd
call
lose
that
it though. I mean, that'd be cool as a pet, but you'd lose it.
Oh, no, he's probably smart enough to keep up.
It's like, damn it, there was a hole in my pocket. I lost my monkey.
Yeah, I guarantee you be seeing stars if you look at a woman, tell her, say that in front of a woman.
okay, so
Want to see my finger monkey?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
Where is it?
you-
Oh, it's in my pants.
so it is called the
Oh,
snake.
please,
It's called the
please.
snake neck turtle or the snake headed turtle, and it's
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah, that could go
freshwater.
sideways fast.
It's a sidewater turtle from Australia and New Guinea.
You-
But there's lots of crazy things out there. But yeah, I like all the dangerous stuff myself. Like sharks, snakes, crocodiles, and things like that. Yeah, I like all the crazy stuff.
where you live in the hemisphere that or on the country that contains nothing but poisonous and deadly animals.
What's that? Say again?
Yeah, I don't know.
You
about
live in
all
a
that.
country that only contains poisonous and deadly animals.
No, that's Australia. New Zealand's got
Australia.
nothing. No, serious. New Zealand has
I was getting ready to say that.
3 poisonous spiders. Only one of them's native. 2 of them are from Australia. And other than that, the deadliest things we have is like on land would be like a wild boar or deer. I mean, we
Okay.
do have sharks in the water. We got great whites and stuff down south, and further up north you go, you get like makos and a few other species. But we don't even get the crocs or anything over here. We don't get snakes. We got nothing over here except 3 spiders that are poisonous, and 2 of them are from the bloody Aussies.
Well, have you ever tried to milk a deer? Because Norway does it, and they get brown. They make brown cheese from it.
No, I have not tried milking a deer.
Yeah.
I did.
Thanks for asking.
It's something for you to try.
Yeah, it's like I've never heard of that.
You can milk anything that's got nipples. Can you milk me, Greg? I've got nipples.
Oh, please.
Well,
my theory.
Just don't go out on a Saturday night and start suggesting that.
My
Oh
theory
no, that
got
was
debunked.
off. What was it? That movie, the Ben Stiller one with Robert De Niro, the Meet the Fockers. He was going on about how he milked a mouse or something.
Cat.
He's like, yeah, you can pretty much milk anything that's got nipples. It's like, how about me, Greg? I've got nipples. Can you milk me?
oh, there's another one. The Simpsons, where the school's looking for a cheaper way to get milk, and to find out the gangsters got all the rats and start milking them. Yeah.
Mind you, some of the what was it, the Treehouse of Horror ones? There was one where like they were serving the kids up in the cafeteria and things. Every time the kid got the attention, they were like got mushed up and fed to all the other kids.
Oh,
Simpsons has done some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Now, before we end this, I do want to mention that later on, I'd like to have you come back and do another interview with me, because we did a really good one on the flat Earth. And,
Is that with me or with Mark?
With you, dude.
Okay, cool as. Yeah, that one's actually a good show. That was heaps of fun.
I enjoyed
that.
We should bring Mark on for that one as well. Bring the skeptic on as well.
I don't think he can handle it. Like you get really in depth. Like there was things about flat Earth theory that I didn't even know until me and you had that conversation. That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, well, as I always said, it's like I just found it easier to debunk globe than flat, but I can't prove which sort of flat Earth, and they're never going to let me prove anything anyway. So
yeah,
it's basically just it's all just theories because we can't go and prove a damn thing.
Now, actually, I was just joking, Mark.
No, that would actually be fun. Me, you, and Mark doing and anyone else who wants to actually doing a flat Earth show. That'd be quite
cool.
funny.
Well, you've been trying to blow my mind for years now, and yet to succeed. So you never know.
Hey, I might say something that makes you think a bit differently. Who knows?
Maybe.
And how long ago did we do that show, Roger? And what was it
Oh
called?
God, it was on my I was on Wow Talk, and
I think it was on Wow. Yeah. So you might want to go back and have a look at it, Mark. So you can see what sort of things we did say. Just so you're actually just so if you do come on, if we do this, just so you're actually sort of prepared prepared with some of the things I've already said.
Okay, if you can find it for me, Roger.
That's within the last 3 months.
Yeah, it wasn't very long ago. It was about maybe
it was
3 or 4
definitely
months.
this year. I just don't know which episode it was.
The only problem is that the amount of content that we push out.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. I can't remember the name of it. So
Now
it was only about. Yeah, I'm sure it was only like 3-4 months ago.
I put all my videos in a collection.
Oh,
or in
maybe
a
I could go through
playlist, so,
Discord. If I go through Discord, it might say how far back that was the last time I was actually on a show with you.
yeah, it could be.
Then, yeah, I'm still gonna have to go back like months though.
I can
Like, you know.
I can do it. Don't worry about it. I can pull it up real quick because, like I said, I put everything on playlists. I can find it, no problem. And,
Okay.
You know,
Oh,
You
cool.
know your own file system.
yeah,
Yeah.
Don't ever try to think you can figure my filing system out. Mark is freaking completely just he flips out every time I talk about my filing system.
Oh, mate.
Like, I'm the only one that can comprehend it. So, but it does make sense.
I'm just trying to look for by the looks of it, it could be 30th of January. So
Yeah.
maybe your 29th of January.
Yep, that would be it.
Yeah, because I was just scrolling back to see when the last time you put up like the Jitsi link was.
Mm-hmm.
So, or that I sort of that I joined because I know I missed the last one where you at me.
Yeah.
There
I
was
can't remember what I was up to, but I missed the last one.
There was the before our St. Patrick's Day then.
Honestly, go. It's 29th of January, 30th of January. It's one of those 2 days. Yeah.
Yep. And that was actually pretty cool because I did an interview with you, and then I actually was able to interview a freaking hypnotherapist.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, wow, dude, this is so freaking cool.
Yeah, don't you love it when you get a few good things in a row and it's like, holy crap,
and
this day's just going awesome.
It just went quiet, you know what I mean? After that, it was like, man, this sucks. I was like, I just had you know what I mean? It's like
That's when I told you to at me when you're doing it. Like if you're going to do a show again, at me, and then I missed one. Well, so I thought I'd catch this one, but I was waiting till you'd finished doing the religious part of the show.
Well,
I want to jump in and annoy everyone.
I had two cool freaking interviews though, one back to back, two back to back, and then all of a sudden it just went dead quiet. You know what I mean? No more interviews, no nothing. Everybody just freaking got quiet, and it was just me and Mark.
Oh, you know to hit me up whenever. Jeez.
Yeah.
If I'm free, I'll jump on.
I want to get me, you, Mark, Robert, and MC Dirty Work together.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah,
I think that would be just freaking.
No, MC's good. I've known him for years as well. In fact, I was the one who convinced him to actually go on Mark's shows, like Drigas's shows, because I think Mark had asked him and he was humming and hawing about it, and it's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, no, he asked me as well. I'm like, yeah, no, jump on. Because I went on 3 shows, but I swore in 2 of them. So yeah, he's like, nah, can't. Yeah, it's Christian radio stuff. No, can't.
Yeah.
So then I convinced MC to go on, but I just said, yeah, just don't swear, man. And he's better at that than me, and seems to be doing quite well. So
No, he stopped going on there too.
Yeah, no, that sort of ended a bit ugly as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
MC streams on Rumble now as well.
Good. I remember he was saying that. Well, I found out D-Live was coming to an end soon, so he said he was going to be switching over. I stopped in to check up, see what his plans were, and he said that he was getting on to Rumble, so I got him. I started following him on Rumble, and I told him if he's on Kick, I can do that too. So.
Not sure. Yeah, see, I can't go on Kick. Kick actually kicked me quicker than any other platform ever has. As in, go to sign up, enter your details. It says email's been sent for verification. Go to email, verify, go back to Kick, and straight away, before I'd ever typed a word there, your account has been suspended.
Oh my God.
I'm like, what? I never even typed a word.
You've been tagged like a wild
word.
Yeah, that's why he has been tagged. That's why I call him Captain Caveman. Like, he ended up.
Roger, didn't you give up on Kick?
I know
we
had
conversations about Kick.
I'm getting ready to, but the only reason why I have an issue with them is because of their verification process. I do not
Yeah.
like that one bit. Like, they want your state ID, literally a picture of your state ID.
Oh man,
Front-
that's not good.
Oh, they
Have
didn't
you
do that for
reviewed
me.
the
yeah.
Have you reviewed their terms of service
I don't
agreement on
even
retention
know.
and stuff?
I looked, I don't even know where their terms of service is. Everywhere I looked on there, I couldn't find it. I found Rumble's
Or in
terms of
that case, don't
service.
touch them at all. Then, if that's the case.
You know, I know that when you
Back in a sec.
when you join Rumble, you become their employee, or not Rumble, but Kick. It's not like a regular platform. Like, you actually become an employee of Kick.
Well,
Okay.
what is Kick does?
It's
It's
a
another video platform, sharing platform, video social media platform.
Yeah, but do they do anything fantastic?
not real. Well, not known. Not really.
So
Like, you don't even have a library of videos. They delete after like a week or so. So when you do a live stream, and you can't upload videos or nothing, you just do a live stream on there, and it deletes after a week.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
well, then I'm sorry, but it ain't worth all that because um, if you got special videos that you got and to keep them going, and if they do that in a week, yeah, you just run into a lot more time and money being spent.
By the way, Roger, Kick's terms of service URL is kick.com terms dash off dash service. Or kick.com / terms dash off dash service.
If you got a chance, man, send that in the chat on Elements, man.
Yeah.
And I'll read that, because that's something I did check out. You always beat me over the head about the terms of services.
Again, kick.com / privacy dash policy.
Because they're very strange. Like, that's
Okay,
actually
I'll have
one.
to go with this myself.
That's actually one that I'll be more than interested in checking out, to be honest with you, because like they aren't very legit. Because like in the time that it took me to get 600 followers on Rumble with all the channels I put on there, with Kick, all of a sudden I'm up to 189.
How long have you been on Rumble?
Rumble, I've been on there for about 2, maybe 3 years.
Ah, okay. Just wondering. I'm at, I think, 335.
Well,
I've only been streaming there full time since October.
yeah, I know you've been hitting it hard though on that 24/7. I finally caught on to it and started doing it, and I see why you guys do that now. That's actually really, really a smart thing to do.
Yes. Oh, I know no one's watching my replays, but I'll stream for like, a week and a half sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the average views, so it's all live views, average views I'm getting is about 600 a day at the moment.
That's pretty good.
Much interaction. Much interaction. I mean,
all the time.
comments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Well, not all the time. Not all the time. See, the one downfall of doing it 24/7 is if someone else is on that people know, they'll go watch that first, but then when it finishes, they know I'm on, and then they'll come back afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So busy times when there's people that everyone do go watch all the time, I'll end up with hardly anyone. But then when people start finishing, they'll all start coming over to my channel. So it's just because I'm there, they'll go watch whatever's only on for this amount of time, and then come over to mine, sort of thing.
Right.
But it works out.
I'm trying to stay away from like going to other people's channels and stuff. What I do is I take and I put my playlist for 24/7 Live with Roger that I've already done on YouTube on my browser sources on OBS. And I'll just play that, and I'll put it on my 24/7. And I've got like right now, I'm going on my, I'm in my 8th week straight of live streaming of just my
Oh, okay.
content.
I try not to go over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Things seem to start buffering and you're skipping frames and things like that.
Yeah, and I stop.
Or it'll come up with like, so you need some update and things will start pausing a lot all the time when you're playing it.
I stopped
So,
doing
yeah.
it. I stopped doing
And then,
it after a week,
But
and then
then-
I'll
no, but
start
then,
back
yeah.
up.
The bonus is when it processes it, you can't actually restart it for like, I don't know, 16, 18 hours. So it actually gives you a day and a half break.
Yeah.
So during that time when I can't stream, because
Well, let me-
then I go to everyone else's channels and go start networking and connecting with other people and stuff.
Mhm.
So like,
let me
yeah,
ask you a question. I asked one of the other guys about checking it out because I was wondering, the country that you're in, how do they about the meat and the processing of meat, and do they do that thing like what the U.S. is going to do, start producing?
He's obsessed with this. He's been
Well, no,
he's
I-
been
New
talking.
Zealand and Australia's food laws
let
are
him
just
finish.
as bad as the US.
No, but let him finish. I want. Yeah, what was
No,
the rest of that?
I'm just wondering what is how the laws there in the country when it comes to clone meat. And
There's a few countries that have completely rejected it, but I couldn't tell you which ones anymore. But there's definitely some that have fully rejected lab meat, clone meat, all of that. America has some of the worst
yeah,
quality of food on the planet. There are hundreds of chemicals that are banned everywhere else that are still allowed in your food. That is actually
Yeah.
quite crazy.
yeah.
But
No,
New
he-
Zealand and Australia is not as bad, but they are pretty poor. when
Yeah,
it comes
because
to-
why I was asking
No,
for is
hold up,
'cause-
hold up. His original question is what's going on in New Zealand though? Are they? What's their
They're
stance on
trying
it?
to push it. Yeah. Well, they're trying to allow more GMO stuff, and they haven't quite gone as far as pushing the lab grown meat yet.
Actually,
But I know that they still already have done it, but they call it like they just
Cannibals.
call it vegan meat at present, I think, because it's not real meat. So they haven't actually started pushing the lab grown meat yet.
I know New Zealand's laws on actual full meat products, so things like lamb especially, is quite stringent because New Zealand lamb is exported all over the world, isn't it? It's one of your biggest food
Yeah.
export products.
Yeah, it used to be the biggest, but then a lot of the sheep farms converted to dairy because China said they'd buy the dairy products, and so they'd give them money to convert over. But then they gave them all these conditions. Oh, now you have to use all these fertilizers, all these particular vaccinations, all these inoculations. And then they could still say, no, that's not up to our standard and not buy it. And it kind of collapsed our economy for a bit because they wouldn't actually accept the dairy products. And a lot of the sheep farmers and everything and dairy farmers, were all pretty much only selling through one company that was basically a Chinese-owned company. And so if China said no, it was pretty much, decimating our
I
whole
know lamb is New Zealand lamb is extremely popular in Europe and especially in the UK.
Pasture grown New Zealand lamb is still the best. But I'm just saying there's less now than there used to be because they bought out the other farms and turned it into dairy.
Yeah.
So we used to be like the largest. I think it was the largest sheep producing country in the world. We were producing a country of back then probably 4 million, 4.5 million was producing enough food for 50 million people. So we were like overproducing type thing. And in a situation like that, they can't actually control everyone. So they had to start reducing our output and being able to control who's buying it. And they did actually screw us over. This was back in. Damn it! I think it was like late '80s, early '90s, through the '90s, sort of thing. Maybe even into the 2000s. But yeah, it was a whole thing where all these farms were converting over to dairy, and then China was dictating whether or not they'd even buy it and what the prices were.
Okay, that's what I was referring to right there. What I'm saying is, if you're having that done, you can't you control the economy of that country by doing that right there.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I was referring to. I'm not talking about propaganda. I'm just saying, smart people does that stuff, and countries does that. You can manipulate any country you want, doing it just that way.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what we were having this conversation earlier, and it's like I was talking about like how everybody's talking about, well, especially people in Canada are talking about, hey, oh, if British Columbia breaks away from Canada, China's going to try to invade them and shit. And I'm like, no, dude, it's not about that. They know that if they take over your economy and they take over your freaking your industry, that then they've got you. So
Yeah.
why would they waste their effort and their energy on trying to
Yeah.
invade your country when they could run everything according to your economy?
Well, yeah, they can just crush your economy and leave
Yeah.
you basically destitute, and then go buy everything up at pennies on the dollar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I was talking to Naroki about, and he I keep telling him like this whole thing with BRICS. Okay, this is a big deal, and people aren't wanting to look at it. They're wanting to look at all this other shit. If they want to look at China, they need to look at BRICS, and they need to look at the IMF. That's where the conflict is.
Well, BRICS and the IMF are pretty much opposite sides of the same
Right.
coin.
Right.
Same as NWO. What was that other one they recently came up with? NWO. There's some other one they've come up with recently, and the one America's been pushing, that Nasara Jasara thing. It's like they're all the same with a different name.
Right.
All three of them are one world government, one world control in the end.
In the New World Order is just more of a colloquialism rather than an organization per se.
But yeah, because it was the first one that sort of got mentioned everywhere, the people who started waking up were the ones who started going against NWO. So they started coming up with things that were basically the same, but saying, "Oh, it's not that. No, we're doing this." It was like, yeah, you've given it a new name. Yay. That's almost exactly the same thing.
I named a number of organizations that elements were just handed the other day. Just trying to remember why it was now. Where I mentioned the WEF, WHO, various UN, United Nations based agencies, UNEF, UNI or UNICEF, UNDP, UNESCO, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Wellcome Trust, the Global Fund and Gavi, i.e. the Vaccine Alliance, the Coalition for Health AI, and the Eurasia Group, the Blair Foundation.
Yeah, all of their funders are
Yeah.
Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, but you guys keep forgetting the most important one. Foreign Relations, Department of Foreign Relations. Nobody.
Yeah, Department of Foreign Relations. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the
That's
one
the
you
one
really.
Well, I mean, to be honest, they're all different groups of the same organization.
Yeah.
the EU.
They're all pushing
I mean,
exactly the same agenda. So that's what I was saying earlier. They're trying to push different things to different countries using different groups to do it everywhere. But it's the same thing that's getting pushed everywhere. But they just change it slightly for each country because they'll say something in this country and they'll get a bit of pushback. So they'll do something different in that country. But that might work in another country. So they'll keep doing it in that country because they're not getting any pushback.
You want to know two people that are the big players in that? And I mentioned it. Me and Robert talk about them all the time. It's the Koch brothers.
Who? Sorry?
As well as
the Koch brothers.
Gates family.
No, the Koch brothers
Tony
are the
Blair.
big players. Now, okay.
No, Tony Blair. You'd be surprised.
And
Bill
they call
Gates,
them
Tony Blair.
And see, they call themselves libertarians. That's the most insulting part about it. You see, that's the worst part.
Yeah.
One.
See, Trump,
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so Trump wants to put Tony Blair in control of Gaza after they've fully flattened it and started rebuilding.
Yeah, not going to happen. Actually, it's Tony Blair when he left politics in the UK, wanted to become what was it, the UN envoy to the Middle East. That fell on its face. That fell on its face quite quickly. He wants to be the Prince of Gaza or something. Well, he wants to be. Well, Trump wants to put him in charge of the entire rebuilding process. It's not Trump. It
is Trump. Trump was the one who announced it. Trump wants to put him in control.
He announced it, but who's pushing him?
Oh yeah, of course.
It wasn't his decision.
Well, I know, but nothing is. Yeah, nothing is. I mean, I can go through a couple of New Zealand politicians just to show something. We had this what was the bitch's name? Ruth Richardson was one of our prime ministers. She went on to become some minister in the UN. Then Jacinda Ardern went through the WEF Young Leaders of the Future thing, and then studied under Tony Blair. Yeah, then studied under Tony Blair, and then became our prime minister. Shit,
crazy. That is crazy. Now, what happened to
people
that?
like Mark Carney in Canada? That's an example.
Let me ask you something.
Example.
Over in Australia, what happened to that politician that got busted for pedophilia just recently? Did they ever go further in that story where he was in? I think it was in Taiwan, or no, it was in the Philippines.
No,
I believe the case is still going on.
Yeah, there was a New Zealand senior cop. There was a New Zealand senior cop that got busted for it recently, and they were trying to give name suppression. The name finally came out, and he basically just had to step down. And there's been I don't even know if there's a criminal conviction with it.
Well, yeah, I've got to say alleged there because I don't think.
It's just like with that politician. They
proven.
popped him off as soon as he got off the airplane, and to this day, I haven't even heard if he got. I think
the legal process is still going on, so it's still technically an allegation.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Legally speaking,
they met him at the airport.
Yes, but into a court as ruled,
I know
it's still an allegation.
But it's crazy how they do that.
Until proven guilty.
It's crazy how they do that, and they had every camera there. They had pictures taken. Look,
that's to completely discredit someone who was obviously saying something else or against something that they wanted to do. So they've got to completely discredit someone. And I mean, if it was someone they liked, there'd be as little media attention as possible so that he could carry on. But he was obviously against what they were doing or went against some policy they wanted. Crucify him.
Well, I found out that I like Canada's news thing because what happens here in the U.S. Gets put up on there as well. I mean, you can find out some things what's going on here. Okay,
Remember, the Canadian mainstream news is state sponsored in a lot of
And
cases.
another thing I want to tell you,
So you've got
let
to
me
be very careful what Canada. That's why if you're going to look at Canada's, if you want a much more objective view, then companies like Rebel News,
Yeah.
and let me also point out, don't say that.
independent.
Don't say that kind of stuff to a Canadian. Just giving you heads up, because I know you haven't been on here with us very much, but like when you go on to and you talk to Canadians, don't ever tell them how good the CBC is. It's just like with Mark. It's just like with Mark Robert. You don't tell Mark how good frickin' BBC is. He will flip out, dude.
Well,
Yeah.
If anyone is still watching mainstream media at this point, you're an idiot.
Well,
It's all owned by the same people.
yeah, granted, but to get an objective view, you've got to watch as much as possible and then come to your own conclusions.
Well, since we got that removed, that we call it VHF, and we got that only that one. It's like you got to have the internet or big antenna to pick up anything. TV.
Oh yeah, you want the internet, but the trick is, and this is what I've found: anyone who is rich, promoted, and their show's pushed, and they claim to be telling the truth, is full of shit. Telling the truth costs. Telling lies pays.
Yeah.
Be critical. Have a critical mind about everything you watch and everything you consume. I'm not saying if it's a big company or if it's just a couple of commentators like us. Criticize me. Think. Use your critical thinking about what I'm saying and what you're saying and what Robert and what you're saying. Use your own brain.
How I would know, like what you would know about is like your job. Okay, you deal with computers and programs, like as you told me. Okay, and when it comes to anything of news, when it comes to programs like companies that's having problems with their computer systems, like viruses or someone stole money from it, or beware of things about identity theft or stuff that would be in the news. You would think that, okay, to me it like I'm going by, like, you gotta use your best judge, like you're saying about use best judgment of the person that's on TV and what they're talking about. They were this one person was in trouble. Remember when we were talking about that, where people were being bought and sold and all that, and here in the U.S. to find out that on the news that a woman that was part of helping breaking that down, she passed away. She did.
Mm-hmm.
And I was letting Roger know to contact that one woman that had that thing about all that information about sex trafficking.
Yeah.
To let her know about that woman passing away, and people that was part of that organization hold a big thing in Washington, D.C. over it. And because I just figured that something like that should be brought up, because no one deserves to live that type of life. But for the news people, for certain people that brings that up, has a lot better, to me, it has a lot better standard. Like if one person, it's like stories like that compared to something that don't really make a difference or really ain't worth broadcasting.
I get you, but a lot of them just use it as clickbait, to be honest.
Okay.
Today we're going to be talking about this, and they don't really have as much as you're
I'll give you
thinking they will.
I try to be objective whenever I create posts of mine. A lot of the more news stories posts I create, which is the majority of my content actually. I will review relevant YouTube videos, and then I will spend, in some cases, quite a long time actually coming up with external references. So, as an example, looking at the 4chan post I created back in August last year, I came up with a good video from a content YouTube content creator that I trust, and then worked up an entire description, and then came up with several references, including references from Ofcom, couple the lawyer that's acting on behalf of 4chan, a Twitter post from him, and then also added the UK Online Safety Act, the actual government legislation, as another reference, and also another post that's related to that. So I will go painstakingly through videos, and then I believe that are suitable for my channel, and then I will also go painstakingly through external references, and a post can take a single post may take 40-50 minutes in some cases. In fact, I can think of a couple posts that has taken me 2-3 days to create, because of all the references and all of the extra information I needed to add to it.
Well, you heard about Castro, that the country, they're arresting the 95-year-old president for when he had
Cuba.
Cuba, and about the 2 airplanes that they destroyed and all that.
Yeah,
And,
I think another Russian sub headed over that way and things. That's why the Cuba thing really kicked off again. Like Cuba had been mentioned, but another Russian sub went over there fairly recently, or somewhere near. And so America started spitting the dummy and things, and now it's like now we're getting rid of Cuba, so that Russia doesn't have any allies in South America, and then we've only got to deal with them over there. They won't be over here.
Yeah, but they're selling information. They are
a couple of weeks ago. Me and Roger did I think, Robert, you were on the show as well. We did a news show, and we were talking about the controversy about Russian subs and ships being in British waters.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was an interesting one.
And just not that. We were talking about the thing about, because I found out that Cuba for 40 years had a spy in the USA, in the Congress and the government of the USA. Nobody knew about it. But
Cuba had one. Do you know which country has spies on America the most and has infiltrated more than anything else in America?
Russia?
Nope.
Where? Who?
Israel.
Oh, well.
The APAC.
I don't know.
Argument. You're talking about the APAC argument.
And here's something fully unbiased that most people didn't even ask or think to question. So this recent primary in America between Messi and this other guy who was basically a nobody, and AIPAC just gave him like millions and millions of dollars to beat Messi. But somehow Messi was able to match what that guy was being funded. They compete with the amount that was being spent. No one asked where Messi was getting the money from. Everyone's just like, oh, he doesn't take money from AIPAC.
Actually,
So where he actually takes money from is from another lobby, another foreign lobby called NIAC. I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but I think it's Iranian Arab or something like that. So it was like that. So that primary election was basically between Israel and Iran, and Americans had, nothing to contribute. They just got to vote for either Israel or Iran.
The Israel political interference question in the US has been going on for years. Richard Nixon actually was critical of that.
Do you know how Nixon got his job? Like, as a politician, first of all? They ran an ad in the newspaper. I can't even remember which city. I'm not kidding you. This is crazy. They ran an ad in a newspaper for someone who wanted to be a politician who had no scruples and morals. And Nixon was the guy who answered.
Yeah, you guys realize too, like Nixon, they actually sent, he was one of the most censored people on freaking the news out of everybody, even Trump. He would sit and cuss like a freaking drunken sailor.
Yeah.
All through.
Apparently Winston Churchill used to be the same as well. That's why, like, most of the audio you hear from Winston Churchill is actually one of his aides speaking, because apparently he was too drunk to actually, like, be on anything that was recorded and posted out everywhere. So he'd go deliver it live, but then an aide would actually repeat it, and that would be the audio that got sent out to the public.
Wow.
Gerald Ford was also critical of Israel's alleged interference with U.S. political.
Well, see, I think Ford was actually one of the coverts when it comes to, like you guys were talking about the New World Order and all that stuff. Now, Ford, when JFK was assassinated, Ford was the one that was put into office, right? Now, now there's a conspiracy when it comes to JFK.
Wait, hang on, say that again.
Ford was the one put into office after JFK's assassination, right?
No, he wasn't.
Who was it? It was
Hoover.
Who? No, was it? No.
No, that was before. Or
was it Eisenhower? No, I'm pretty sure. J. Edgar Hoover. Pretty sure it was J. Edgar Hoover who was conspiring to take JFK out because he was vice president. JFK gone, and JFK was anti-Israel, and so the Mossad and the Mafia and
Ford served from 1965 into 1973.
Then in Black Projects was after him too. Because when he was doing through the books and all that, and he started asking about where all the money was going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
Johnson. No, it was Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yeah, it was Johnson.
Johnson
in
in
63.
Yeah. Thank you.
I had to go and check
it. Johnson put Ford into the Warren Commission to investigate the assassination of JFK.
Yes, that's okay. Good, thank you.
What investigation?
That was that
Warren Commission.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm glad. Yeah,
that's the reliable group. That one.
Oh,
every person that was on that commission hated freaking JFK. Okay, and the thing about that whole situation, and there's a conspiracy that nobody ever talks about, an angle to it that nobody talks about. It was nuclear proliferation in the Pacifics. Okay, during that time period, he didn't negotiate anything firmly, but he was talking about freaking lowering the amount of nuclear testing going on there, and that irritated a lot of politicians. They did not like that one bit.
Yeah, but when he brought that thing up about alien thing, and he was wanting to do a background because he was spending money and all that, and he was wanting black projects to find out where all the money was going,
Well,
and he didn't like that.
he never
But
brought.
remember, the Warren Commission started in '63. What happened in '62? Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah.
Well,
That was why the CIA was against JFK,
Mm-hmm.
because he refused to send extra troops in when they'd already illegally there was already illegally people in Cuba trying to start a coup. But then he wouldn't send more troops in to protect the people from the CIA who were already trying to start the coup. So the CIA got shitty. The reason the mafia was shitty at him is because JFK's dad owed the mafia money. And he said, if you help get my son in, I'm sure he'll do you favors. When JFK became president, he's like, no, I'm not softening laws. No, I don't want anything to do with you. So the mafia was against him. And then he wanted to do more inspections on Israel's nuclear capacity and things. And that's when they set up the fake control panel for the investigators. And yeah, so he annoyed like the CIA, the mafia, and Israel, the Mossad, in a very short space of time. And so they all went to the vice president and said, okay, we'll get rid of him. You'll be president. You just have to do what we say.
Yep.
Boom, done.
Yeah, but during that time, when was it that they made the Panama Canal? When was it?
The Panama Canal.
Yeah.
40s, 46, 47.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Not sure what year they did that.
I think that was a Hoover project. Hoover was the one that did that.
But then they didn't retain control of it.
No,
They built it and then allowed Panama to run it.
Yeah, but before
And then
that,
but then China tried to buy
Actually, sorry,
control of
1904.
it and things, and that's when America got shitty about it. Yeah.
yeah, but before that happened, it was
Actually,
a guy that was
1904.
the guy was on the thing explaining the process of what was going on there, and about the black school there, where the art. Well, I'm talking about the art of torture, where they would take countries that doing a revolution, bring in the people there to teach them how to operate a machine gun.
They were doing that through the whole Cold War. You see, this actually deals with a lot of the stuff with what's his name? What was it? He was the reporter that ended up exposing the Iran Contra.
Webb.
Yeah, Webb, and Webb actually brought that out, and this shit was going on all the way back.
Yeah.
You know,
he was the one who exposed. I think he was the one that exposed like the Russia hoax or something else recently. But then he just got completely discredited over that one. Like his whole reputation pretty much got destroyed just in the last 5-6 years over him speaking out against all of that being fake. Yeah.
Interestingly enough, it was France who started the building of Panama. France began working on the canal in 1881, but stopped in 1889 because of lack of investor confidence. The US took over the project in 1904 and opened the canal in 1914.
But what I was referring to is during that time, when it was going and all that, Panama Canal was having problems with people coming up missing. Okay. And
did you just call it the Panadol Canal?
Well, I can pronounce it.
He he invents words as he goes along. So just
It's all right. I used to do that as well when I was playing on YouTube. I'd invent words so they didn't ban me because algorithms don't pick up fake words.
no, he doesn't. He doesn't do it on purpose. It just comes out like he says Panda de Vala.
But they rounded up, people wound up come up missing, family members, and all that, and people they were showing people all the way up, and it got so bad that the U.S. shut the school down in Baltimore Canal.
They're
and
still
built
doing that, Robert.
not no more.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
They build a base here in the U.S.
Have you heard about the?
No, it's just not on U.S. soil now. They send them over to Israel for training.
Have you heard of the genocides that are taking place on the Mexican border, dude?
What, right now or in the
now.
past?
They're finding bodies that have been mass burials that have been all the way through that region, dude, where they've just taken them out into the jungle and killed them.
Yeah, that's all just cartel stuff.
You know, it's like that's
cartel stuff and trafficker things.
Well,
like take their money, and it's cheaper to just shoot them and bury them than actually try and smuggle them across the border.
Well, Contra,
there's always been that.
Iran Contra. The Contra, that's what they were. They were freaking, they were just freaking cartel. I mean.
Nah, it's just, they've always got to blame someone so they can keep wars going.
Mm-hmm.
Keep that in mind.
That's what it's
no, seriously, keep that in mind. Someone has to be our enemy, or else we can't increase defense spending.
Mm-hmm.
If suddenly people were getting on, all the military industrial complex would fall.
Well, you heard about how all that started about the drugs, didn't you? About the legend about that.
You mean how it started?
Yeah, some people made a statement that the people in Congress wanted to get a new office started, a new government offices, and what they did is went to places that manufacture drugs, bought the drugs, and have it shipped back here to the U.S. and passed it out to people to get them addicted to create a new government offices of war on drugs.
See, that's
it was to be honest, it was actually mostly for being able to fund weapons to the countries that they wanted to overthrow.
Yeah, that's
they use both for both.
They just use taxpayers' money if they want to build a new office. If they want to illegally supply a country with weapons, that's why they use black ops like the drug trafficking and things.
And see,
there's movies about it.
That's what the Iran-Contra thing was all about.
What is it? No, Tom Cruise is, I think, in the best one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what that's called. Whatever that one's called, it's like something American or American.
Con something.
Con Air is the one with Nicolas Cage. No, it's a newer one than that.
Okay.
But one with Tom Cruise, and he plays the pilot who was actually flying all the cocaine in from America, from South America, bringing it to America, and was landing at the airstrip near where the Clintons lived at the time.
Yeah, I know about that. I actually did a piece on that. It was the what the hell was that?
What was it? Oh, it might have been Air America.
It could have been.
Yeah, I have to check.
I know the town. There was two kids that accidentally seen a transaction taking place, and there was mysterious deaths about it. Where they
both died on both died on railway tracks, hit by a train or something.
Yeah, but here's the kicker. They put a tarp over both of them. They were supposedly able to roll a tarp over on top of them before the train got to them, and that's the reason why the train didn't see them, and they just
passed here we go. From it. No, I found it. It's called American Made. MADE. American Made is the Tom Cruise one about the CIA using this guy to traffic drugs.
Yeah.
That's good.
What I was referring to about, because if you can find out more about that thing, about the food thing over there, because I was wanting to do a story about that.
Now, before you go on any further, we're gonna have to bring this to a close. It's already at 2 hours. I wanna give it up. It's 1:45 in the morning here, and I know it's pretty late over at Mark's. Near the woods.
Yeah.
Actually, I've just received an email. I've got some. I will 99% alcohol. Alcohol come to me today, and I've just received an email that I've got delivery of it at between 10:30 and 12:30, so another 4 hours. So I'm gonna have to stay awake for another 4 hours to see time for this delivery.
Poor guy.
Yeah, you're waiting for your drug shipment from South America.
Oh,
He's like, I'm definitely staying awake for that one.
I took alcohol for cleaning up for cleaning purposes, cleaning circuit boards and cleaning.
So now you're removing evidence. I see.
Yeah. Crazy.
He's got to order special cleaning products so he can get rid of the evidence.
Now,
Yeah.
before I close up, I want to get everybody social so they know how to get in touch with us. This is the first time you've been on our headlines after midnight, DK, so I want you to go first. How can people get in touch with you if they want to contact you?
I stream under the name DK Spiracy on Rumble. I stream there 24/7. So if I'm awake and home, you'll definitely catch me in chat. I do have a Discord and a Telegram as well, but they're under different names. Like the Discord's under Much Love No Fear. Telegram is under But What If Chat. And then I also have my website, which has only recently started, like a few months back. You can actually stream on there as well, so there is another backup place for you guys to actually stream at some point. We'll talk about that more another time. I didn't want to just make it about me sort of thing, so I didn't bring it up tonight.
Okay.
But yeah, muchlovenofear.net is another place where, you'll be able to stream, so it'll be a backup thing.
Okay.
But yeah, so much love, no fear, everyone. Cheers, Roger.
Hey, no problem.
Cheers, Mark. Cheers, Robert.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
everyone watching.
Okay, how about you, Mark? How can people get in touch with you?
At the moment, it's just minds.com and the username Medworthy.
Okay, and if you want to contact me or Robert, you can find us at minds.com at Roger_Hanson. I'm also on X at Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. This is on Discord too at my or at our server called The Wonderful World of Weirdness. So if you guys want to check us out, go there, check us out, join the community and be a part of the community, get in conversations, stuff like that. You can also do that on Elements Matrix at Roger's Hangout. Me, Mr. Edworthy, and Robert, as well as a part of that chat. So feel free to check us out there too. We also have Strange Stories, which is on minds.com. It's a group that's there. If you guys are on minds.com, feel free to go in there, be a part of the group, and come on to the shows if you wish. So that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for being on the panel. I'd also like to thank everybody for watching. Whoever's watched, thank you. If you liked what you saw, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give us some feedback. We'd love to hear what you have to say. And with that, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to take a breath, and I'm going to end the show. So
Fair enough.
all right. that's it. I got the recording done. So that was a good show. I was tonight was really strange. Like
Entertainment.
I didn't think it was going to end up this good.
Hey guys. Sorry, I was just grabbing a beer and going for a piss while you were wrapping up.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting to stay up this late, actually.
Yeah, I know. Because you were just getting over. You're still getting over your cold.
Well, yeah, I'm still getting over. I've still got this.
Yeah, you can tell. Look at around his eyes. That dark.
Don't do that. You last time you started doing that shit, you called him a Klingon, dude.
Yeah.
Well, he does look like a Klingon.
Clean on with very dark bags underneath the eyes.
So Robert hasn't seen me yet, has he? Holy crap!
Dude, you don't have your beard no more. Like I was telling Robert.
Not as long as it used to be.
Yeah, I when he had his full beard, dude, he looked like Captain Caveman, dude.
It was about this long.
Yeah. I mean, straight up. I told him, I'm like, from now on, I'm calling you Captain Caveman, dude, because you just, it's amazing because I still haven't found any of the episodes. I'm gonna go back on freaking Roku TV and I'm gonna try to find the old cartoons because like that is.
Oh, of Captain Caveman. People have made fun of me forever. So yeah.
Yeah, but
I've had the Muppet Animal,
the
Muppet Show, the drama. Yeah, had memes made about me about that. Like, yeah.
Captain Caveman is 100% you, dude. Freaking not monster. Yeah, I can go.
Hey, Roger. There's another person he looks like too, Roger. He got the mustache and the thing. The guy, Squirrel, and the evil guy, the spy.
No, not. You're talking about the Canadian mountain.
Dick Dastardly?
Yeah.
No. I didn't see that one myself even. Others, it's like, yeah, all right, I see it, but no, that one doesn't fit.
No.
Are you meaning Mark?
The one.
You mean Mark's Dick Dastardly or me?
No, I'm talking about an old cartoon.
But we were talking about which ones I look like.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking. The one that's got the black coat and a good-looking spy female.
No.
Yeah, that's Dick Dastardly. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Then you're way off, dude. You just whatever, dude. I would never.
No, I'm much more savage than that.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, Captain Caveman would be more on your line because he even had freaking red hair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
I thought I was more brownish, but yeah, I'll give you it still.
You know what I mean? It's like freaking, and that's cool, dude. Like people call you Captain Caveman. You need to take that as a compliment. You know what I'm saying?
People call me lots of things.
Well, Captain Caveman.
I can imagine.
Captain Caveman was the shit, dude. You know,
I'm pretty sure Mark's calling me a few under his breath right now.
Have you ever seen? I can't think of the when me and Roger was kids, we used to watch it. Deputy Dog and it was a big old thing where Deputy Dog and a few others, and this guy would do where you stick your fingers around and stick it over your eyes. I can't think of his name. We used to watch it when we were kids.
Are you thinking like the Biggles thing?
It was back in
like that did Biggles where it's like where you put your fingers upside down like that over your eyes for glasses.
Oh, wow, yeah. Who was that did that?
That was Biggles, and it was an actual movie.
It was another one. It was one back in the 70s.
No, it was a TV show where the guy came on at the beginning and then he started talking and it was an old hillbilly in a shack.
Yeah, and Deputy Dog, Squirrel.
That might have been local though, Robert.
But that's.
I remember. You're talking the cartoons. Is that like with Squiddly Diddly and McGilly Gorilla and crap?
Yeah. That's a
Yeah, I
that's
can't remember the guy you're meaning from it. But
like
yeah,
at
I
the
know those
beginning of the
series
shows.
cartoons.
Well, you know how there was presenters that would present the
Oh, was it?
cartoons. Yeah, it was a
Oh
presenter.
no, we didn't get the present. No, we didn't get the presenter. We just got the cartoons over here.
Yeah.
So I didn't see the presenters and
I
stuff.
forgot what his name was. He was a hillbilly. He lived in a shack, and according to the show, he lived in a shack, and he would come on and he would introduce himself and then introduce the cartoons. And
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, we didn't really get that. We just got the cartoons. Yeah, we didn't get like the guy actually introing stuff over here. But not that I remember anyway. I don't remember a guy introing it. It was just the cartoons. But I didn't really like many of them.
yeah,
Like even as a kid, I thought they were kind of pathetic. It was like too try hard and dumb.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna end this.
Scooby Doo was much better.
I'm gonna.
See, I've been called Shaggy before back in the day when I had shorter hair.
You know, shit's going down.
Shorter hair and just a goatee. Yeah, I used to get called Shaggy. Yeah,
you know, shit's going down here when we start talking cartoons. Okay, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Freaking, especially whenever Robert starts talking about
so basically, you all just think I'm a cartoon character.
No.
Shit.
No.